Hey, Bastish B here for 64K and welcome to my new documentary special. And this video continues my celebration of the Mega Drive and Genesis 35th anniversary. And also bear in mind this is a two-part series, so if you want to see the origins of the Mega Drive and Genesis from right back in 1988 all the way up to the end of 1992, please check out part 1 first, and I'll leave links in the description so you can check it out easier. So in this video I'm going to be jumping from year to year, giving you a brief history of the system, but the focus here is really 90% on the games. This video serves 3 purposes. It's for archiving video games for future people to have a look at. It's obviously here for nostalgia purposes, but the number one reason for making this is pure entertainment value. And in order not to give this video a one-sided perspective, I've gathered guests from all over the world who experienced the Mega Drive and Genesis from their own points of view, and they'll be chiming in with their own experiences along the way. And now I'll hand it over to my guests to introduce themselves, and after that we'll get on with the show.
Hi, I'm Bob, the founder of RetroRGB.com, and I've been playing a lot of these old retro games since they were just brand new modern games.
Hello, I'm the Top Loader, and here are my impressions of the Sega Mega Drive, not Genesis. That's something else that people call it for some reason, but it's the Mega Drive to me. It will always be the Mega Drive to me.
Hello, my name's Gemma, aka the Gebs24 online, and I'm from the United Kingdom.
Hey guys, it's Saturn Dave from Sega Saturn Shiro, a podcast, website, and magazine completely dedicated to Sega Saturn.
Hello everybody, Jim here from a channel here on YouTube called Mad Panic Gaming, where I do a whole lot of retro gaming related stuff right here in Japan.
As you guessed it, I'm a huge Saturn fan, but I'm also a big time Sega fan.
And I've been a gamer my entire life. Literally some of my first memories from my early childhood are playing video games, and I haven't stopped since then.
And while I stepped away from the scene for a little while, it's always been kind of a big part of my life. I had a website dedicated to software emulation all the way back in the 90s when that stuff was first happening.
Hey, if you're new here, I'm Bastish B. I run the 64K YouTube channel dedicated to the Commodore 64 and all other retro gaming goodness.
I've been playing Sega my whole life, and thanks to Bastish B for having me on this video to talk to you guys about my memories of the Sega Mega Drive, or Sega Genesis, where I grew up.
So retro, modern, whatever the case may be, I am a lifelong gamer and really cut my teeth in the 16-bit generation.
I grew up in South Africa, that's where all my Mega Drive experience comes from, but currently I live in Canada.
And RetroRGB has been going on for over 10 years, kind of bridging the gap between playing on CRTs, playing on flat panels, how to connect those old consoles to modern stuff, and most importantly, focusing on the people and the products that are always being created in the retro scene.
And in order to avoid some repetition, I'll be referring to the system as the Mega Drive, its original name, unless I'm talking about a specific Genesis regional release. Now let's not waste any more time and jump on over to 1993. Things were moving fast for Sega. The games library jumped dramatically this year with full third-party support in all genres, and anything with a real brand name was getting licensed. Cartoons, arcades, sports celebrities, comic book characters, movies, toys, and even fast food mascots. It was chaos of the best kind. Sega's staff now clocked in at around 700, with roughly $3.6 billion in sales. They were top dogs with a 50 to 55% control of the US market and a 66% in Europe. 2 new consoles also hit the scene this year, but failed to make a dent in the machines of Sega and Nintendo. Sega's biggest coup this year, though, was with the release of the arcade smash Mortal Kombat on home systems. With the recent addition of a ratings code added to software releases, Sega chose to get Mortal Kombat released with the blood intact. Nintendo opted out and also dumbed down the fatalities to a laughable level. To one-up them even more, the Mega Drive version featured a hidden code to unlock all the arcade fatalities in all their glory. A nice get around on the rating systems and made the Mega Drive again the cooler console to own, with Sega's version selling 5 times more copies overall compared to the Super Nintendo.
Bootlegging. My dad used to bootleg everything. VHS tapes, Commodore 64 games, you name it, he bootlegged it. But unfortunately, he didn't really like consoles because he saw it more as a child's plaything, and I can understand that. So he never really got into the bootlegging for consoles.
Yeah, so I mostly had a Genesis during grade school or elementary school. So this was before I had disposable income or was buying my own games. So I certainly wasn't really aware of import games or buying bootleg games, any of that stuff.
In terms of bootleg copies, it wasn't until the PlayStation 1 era that we actually started to play bootleg copies. So in terms of the cartridge-based stuff, for me it was definitely just original media all the time.
But I knew someone who used to go to Thailand a lot, and they used to get the bootleg cartridges over there for like $5, very cheap. And this was brand new to me. I said, you can bootleg cartridges? I never knew you could do that. Of course people were doing it in Australia, but I didn't really know that much about it because I never really heard that much about it, to be honest with you.
I really didn't experience any of that stuff. The closest thing we had to a bootleg cart was like a Game Genie, basically, you know?
So here is a copy of a game that I have, NBA Jam. This is a bootleg. It doesn't even look like a official game. It doesn't even look like a game that's bootlegged. It's actually pretty well done. Not bad for $5 Australian. I'll open it up, no instructions, and there is the game for it.
I would, however, tend to borrow copies from my friends because we simply couldn't afford to buy games ourselves.
But in all honesty, I'm glad I don't have any bootleg games apart from this because that loses the whole appeal for collecting for me. You don't want bootlegs in your collection now. It was great at the time when the games were $100 and you're a kid and you had $5 a week pocket money and you couldn't always buy a $100 game every single week.
I think you could probably boil down the exact time when movie licensed games became synonymous with a terrible product. 1993 was it. Brace yourself as we rapid fire some of the Mega Drive's worst games. And first up was two dumpster fires from Sony ImageSoft with Last Action Hero based on the Arnold movie, which honestly gets better every time I watch it. The game, however, is a soulless, no-effort, zero-personality side-scroller that does nothing to present this awesome movie. The lack of any weapons in the game is absolutely laughable. And I know it was an Arnold stipulation, but maybe they should have just taken that as a sign and cancelled the game altogether. Sony then went on and finished destroying beloved movies, as they also put out the garbage that was Cliffhanger, based on one of Sylvester Stallone's best movies from the 90s. This is mostly a scrolling beat-em-up, if you could call it that, with small attempts at other gameplay switches, terribly bland graphics, really clunky, unresponsive controls, and a totally unbalanced gameplay when it comes to the switches. What an absolute waste. Arnold then got destroyed yet again with Terminator 2 Judgment Day, not to be confused with the cool T2 arcade game. This one was made by Flying Edge. It attempts to replicate the movie but fails with its super generic visuals, terrible sound, and super annoying gameplay. This movie was made to be a game. It's such a massive swing and a miss. Flying Edge also decided to destroy RoboCop while they were at it. Although it was based on the Trash Heap Part 3 movie, so there's only so much you could do with it. What they attempted was to replicate Data East's excellent arcade game, but didn't get it quite right at all, making a completely forgettably boring game, whose only redeeming quality is a really good soundtrack by Matt Furness. Wayne's World by THQ is so bad you have to wonder how it even got published in the first place. A movie with no scenes that could possibly be made into a game, yet they made this bizarre, surreal action platformer with awful controls and almost zero gameplay. It's simply not worthy. And the final nail in the movie license coffin was Toys by Absolute, another piece of absolute garbage, based on a terrible Robin Williams movie. The gameplay is beyond junk and annoying, with awful sound and terrible amateurish graphics. It's a contender for one of the worst games ever for the system, and it ranks really, really high. And now over to the rest of the licensed games for this year, and let's check out the remaining slightly better movie licenses. First, and kick it off with James Bond: The Duel, which was the last game Domark developed, having held the actual Bond license since the 80s, with their first release being A View to a Kill. The Duel, unlike all the other games, wasn't actually based on any particular Bond movie, but is an original story, with Timothy Dalton still represented as Bond. It takes elements story-wise from pretty much every Bond movie ever made. It's a straight-up action platformer with you traversing a mad scientist's island lair to try take him down. It features 5 levels and is a pretty short game, but it is very difficult. Gameplay is mostly about rescuing Bond girl hostages, planting bombs around the facilities, and taking out various Bond henchmen, who have all been cloned back to life by that mad scientist, with Jaws, Mayday, and many more making an appearance. I actually enjoyed this game despite some of its major flaws, such as it's hard to tell something that can be jumped onto, or is it simply a background graphic, which leads to a lot of cheap deaths. The difficulty is also all over the place, and there's quite a lot of leaps of faith, but on a positive front, the graphics are really nice and detailed. Visually, all the levels look pretty good. Sports music by Matt Furness, which is always awesome, and the sound effects are very satisfying. Overall, I would say if you're a Bond fan, you're probably still going to want to check this one out. Hook was next, published by Sony ImageSoft, but converted to the Mega Drive by Core Design, and is based on the Spielberg movie of the same name. It is, though, a very loose adaptation and doesn't feature any of the movie's actual character likenesses, and most of the scenes within the game are simply made up for this game. As Peter, you have to go to Neverland to rescue your kids and defeat Captain Hook and all his pirates. The game features 10 levels, and that's including the final showdown with Hook himself. You can gain a sword, which can shoot projectiles, and by collecting Tinkerbell berries, you have limited flying capabilities as well, which is probably the best feature of this game. It's definitely much more of a slower burn action platformer that rewards timing above everything else. I like the levels, they are all presented really well. The gameplay is simple, but it works. The bosses are fun to defeat and to figure out. Like I said, it's a very, very loose adaptation, but it's by far one of the better games that Sony ImageSoft ever released. And the last of ImageSoft's releases for this year was an adaptation of Francis Ford Coppola's Bram Stoker's Dracula movie, which is another unique version of this movie in game form, this time done by Traveler's Tales. I actually owned the dodgy Sega CD version of this by Psygnosis as well as this one back in the 90s, and I can say that this one is far better of the two. The game puts you in the shoes of Jonathan Harker as he has to make his way to Castle Dracula and stake him to free his wife Mina. Each level is split into 2 for the most part, with one section taking place at dusk and the other at night. It's a traditional action platformer for the most part, with light puzzle elements to solve as you follow the on-screen arrow to your next destination. Van Helsing is also here. You can talk to him and get clues about how to kill the level boss, which is mostly Dracula in all his different forms from the movie. The game has that very cool Traveler's Tale look, very much in line with the game Pugsy, a polished, slick Amiga look. The sound is average, nothing to write home about, but overall it's a decent romp of a game and vastly superior to the laughably bad Sega CD version. And next was the king of the 80s movie licenses, Ocean, with their version of The Addams Family, based on the first movie. It's another very, very, very traditional platformer. Even playing this back in 1993, it felt very dated. However, you play Gomez and you have to rescue all the members of the family spread out all over the mansion. This game is open-ended, so there's really no levels per se. You can go anywhere you want, open any door and go to any section of the mansion, and those are basically their levels, and rescue anyone in any order. Gomez can jump on the enemy's heads, Mario style, and can also attain a bunch of gadgets that can give him the ability to fly and use swords and golf balls as weapons against the enemies. This game definitely felt very left over from the 8-bit era, with okay graphics, very, very repetitive music, and kind of forgettable gameplay. I would only really recommend it for really die-hard Addams Family fans.
Imagine you wake up in Jurassic Park and you're a raptor. You have sharp teeth and 7-inch claws, and since you've been extinct for 65 million years, you'd be in a really bad mood.
And the final movie licensed game was Jurassic Park, based on another Spielberg movie, which was one of the biggest box office hits of that year, and developed by Blue Sky Software and published by Sega, an exclusive version for this system. The story is the same as the movie, as you play Dr. Grant as he attempts to survive and escape the island by helicopter. But what's cool about this version is that you can choose to play the game as both Grant and a Velociraptor, essentially playing the game as the bad guy as well. And in that version you have to stop Grant and waste him before he escapes. Blue Sky were actually working on 2 games at once for Sega, this and Aladdin. Their version, however, of Aladdin was essentially cancelled and Virgin Games took over with fantastic results, which we'll look at very shortly. But this freed up Blue Sky to concentrate on Jurassic 100% for its 1-year development cycle. The game was actually being made while the movie was being shot and edited, resulting in Blue Sky having access to the actual Velociraptor movie prop, which was photographed, stop motion animated and digitized into the game like many of the assets, giving the graphics in this game a pretty unique visual style. Due to the fact that they didn't have a lot of movie footage to go on, the team was referencing Michael Crichton's original book as well for material, which results in the raft sequence taken straight out of the book. They also added in obviously a lot of their own elements like the volcano stage and others to flesh out the levels. As Grant, you got to find the exit in each level. It's mostly action platforming with the raft sequence thrown in for variety. You can pick up various mostly non-lethal weapons such as tranquilizer darts and gas grenades to take out the dinos as you flee for your life. As a raptor though, you can basically claw the park guards to death, and he can run and jump way faster than Grant, which gives the game a very different feel overall. The Grant version of the game has 7 stages, with the Raptor version being much faster in style and featuring 5 overall, with some unique to each character. This game was played a lot when I was a kid. I didn't have a Super Nintendo, so this version was the Jurassic Park game to me, and that was more than enough. Plus, I'm a real sucker for digitized graphics and all their flawed glory, so I really love the look of it. The music is a lot more atmospheric with loops and sound effects, and does really capture that jungle vibe of the movie. The game does have some issues in the gameplay department. It's mostly involving some really confusing level design, especially in the later levels. And also, like James Bond The Duel we looked at a little bit earlier, it has a lot of leaps of faith, which are never good in terms of gameplay. But still, it's a good overall game in my opinion. No game is obviously perfect after all, unless you're talking to a Nintendo fanboy, that is. Limited Run Games also put out an excellent Jurassic Park collection on the Switch, which includes this game and its direct sequel, Rampage Edition, which we'll look at in the 1994 segment. This game was a huge seller for Sega. Within 1 week of its release in the US alone, it raked up over 250,000 copies sold, with a 13.8 million in sales, and that number obviously went up significantly over the rest of the world as the game rolled out.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Welcome to my rapid fire look at classic PC Engine and MSX games. New series available now. And time for a few rapid fires with the run and gun platformer Dinosaurs for Hire, a US only release based on an obscure Malibu comics series. Multiple dino characters with different weapons, some cool stages and big bosses make it a bit of a run and gun hidden gem. The Autofans by Graph Gold received PAL only releases based on the German comic strip and cartoon series. It's a nice, well made and designed platform ROM through 5 fun stages and is another underappreciated gem in this genre. Chester Cheeto by Kaneko is another bizarre game from this company, licensing the Cheetos mascot in this wacky platformer with really bright and colourful visuals and humour, but the controls are pretty floaty, but if you can get past that, it's honestly not that bad and nowhere near as terrible as the magazines made it out to be. It was actually successful enough to even spawn a sequel in 1994. And now over to a bunch of quicker looks before my favorite two of '93. Disney and Sunsoft teamed up for 2 games based on Beauty and the Beast, which sounds like it should be a match made in heaven, but both games unfortunately just failed to deliver in each genre, making 2 games, aka Belle's Quest, an adventure game with some light action elements, and Roar of the Beast, a straight up action platformer romp. Sounds like a good idea on paper, but both games are just too bland to warrant 2 releases. If both were combined into a single experience, it could have actually been half decent. Belle's Quest was aimed at girls or younger players. It's a bit of puzzle solving, point and click adventuring, and small pockets of action. It's just okay. I do appreciate them trying something different. It's just simply a pretty bland game overall. Roar of the Beast is an action platformer that just feels disconnected with the story to a point where you're like, I just don't want to punch another rat again, please. I don't think either of these games helped sell systems on any level, or the reputations of both Disney Interactive and Sunsoft during this era, which is a massive missed opportunity. The Flintstones by Taito is a cool little action platformer that adapts the 60s cartoon series quite well into a game that would not have looked out of place at your local arcade. Wilmer's lost a bunch of stuff, and you as Fred have to take your club and go find everything and beat up anything that crosses your path. It's basically an excuse to get him out of the house and across a whole bunch of cool looking levels. It has 6 stages, which are a mix of platforming, underwater, and fast vehicle stages. It's a literal blueprint cliche of the genre by the mid-90s, but still, it has enough charm, bright graphics, and catchy tunes to warrant a playthrough. Asterix and the Great Rescue by Courtesan is their first adaptation of this comic series to the Mega Drive. It will be followed by 1995's Asterix and the Power of the Gods, which we'll look at later. In Great Rescue, you as Asterix and Obelix, which you can choose in each level, have to go rescue Getafix and Dogmatics that have been captured by the Romans. I love these characters in comic form, and this game is a bit of a mixed bag overall, with you being able to choose either character, which is always a fun element. The levels are also very short and feel like a lot of the later James Pond games in design. The graphics are nice, with lots of Eurotrash demo scene style effects everywhere, and a cool musical score that does feel a bit out of place in this game, even if it does get that toe tapping. It's a combination of it's better than it should be, but also slightly underwhelming. Nickelodeon's gross out cartoon duo Ren and Stimpy were next, in Stimpy's Invention.
Okay, so your folks may act a little weird when they see you've got Stimpy's Invention, the new Ren and Stimpy game for Sega Genesis. And you can be Ren or Stimpy, and team up for crazy cartoon powers like the Boomerang and Chopper Pilot. Hey, it's cooler than powdered toast, man.
Which was developed by Blue Sky, and is based partly on an episode of the cartoon series. This game, which is, you guessed it, another action platformer where you play Ren and Stimpy at the same time in single player mode, as you attempt to put Stimpy's mutate-o-matic machine back together before it mutates the entire city. In 2-player mode, each controls a character, and it has the same humor and wacky vibe of the second Toe Jam and Earl game, Panic and Funkatron. The range of moves for the characters is impressive. Each one has their own set, plus there's team up moves which are all crazy and funny and add a lot to the gameplay, taking it above your usual run-of-the-mill entry in the genre. The animation is really excellent, the levels are Earthworm Jim style degrees of madness, and the music and sound effects are great. It's a total hidden gem, and sure to please fans of the show. Cool Spot by Virgin Interactive is another high quality game from them, taking the 7-Up mascot and literally making an awesome game out of it, which is quite an achievement. As the Spot, you gotta collect all the cool points in a level and rescue a fellow Spot from a prison cell as well. Why? I don't know, and I don't care. It didn't bother me then, and it still doesn't now, when I'm having this much fun. It's kind of irrelevant, which sums up Cool Spot in a nutshell. The weird collection of levels, bonus stages, because 90s, fantastic animation and sampled sound effects, and a funky music score come together to make it all work in its 11 stages, and make me yearn for when games are actually fun and put a big smile on your face, as opposed to all this modern doom and gloom disconnected multiplayer trash. There was a sequel in 1995. It's an asymmetric game called Spot Goes to Hollywood. It wasn't developed by the same team, and it's kinda just okay, but I'd honestly just skip it. But circling back to my previous trash statement, we had another 2 games published by Flying Edge, which should have you recoiling in terror, with Bart's Nightmare and Spider-Man and the X-Men in Arcade's Revenge. Both games should be surefire wins, based on beloved characters and franchises. Neither really work all that well, and are a combination of decent ideas executed executed in a really super disappointing way. Bart's Nightmare is a mess of minigames where you play Bart Simpson, who's fallen asleep and is having nightmares. You have to retrieve all the lost homework papers in his mind to wake him up. It sounds awesome, but the execution is just off, in the gameplay department especially. There's tons of games which can be played in any order, like the Godzilla run and gun, flying stages, Bartman style, even an itchy and scratchy level. It almost feels like they had tons of ideas for a new Simpsons game, and then some genius in the room said, "Why don't we combine all these ideas for one ultimate game?" It just doesn't work. Despite the cool stages, styles and ideas, it just feels like an absolute mess of disconnected minigames. Spider-Man and the X-Men and Arcade's Revenge is a pretty disappointing game as well, especially considering how these characters were handled separately on the system, which was generally pretty good. The plot is super dumb, and I'm not even going to insult you with it. The game's weird graphic style just feels a bit off on the Mega Drive, which is probably due to the fact that it was a port of a Super Nintendo game that came out about a year earlier. You play Spidey initially until the second level, where you can have access to the X-Men and use Wolverine, Cyclops, Storm and Gambit for the other stages. I don't hate this game, it simply doesn't feel like a Mega Drive game. The stages are just okay, the music is meh, and Arcade the bad guy is one of the dumbest Marvel villains ever created, but all is not lost, fellow believers.
Hear the sound razor-sharp adamantium claws make when they extract their revenge.
The X-Men got another game this year, courtesy of Sega and Western Technologies, that seemed to hit just as the 90s X-Men fever was at peak coolness. I mean, I was collecting the Marvel trading cards and the X-Men comics, soaking up the Fox cartoon every Saturday morning. The X-Men were simply 90s cool to teenage boys. The game finds the X-Men imprisoned in their training simulator, the Danger Room, with the safety switched off as they have to defeat enemies and scenarios from their long checkered past, with Magneto pulling the strings and injecting a virus into the computer mainframe. You can choose who you want to take on a level, with Gambit, Wolverine, Nightcrawler and Cyclops as playable characters, each feeling very different and sporting their own set of mutant skills. Some other characters are also here in supporting roles such as Jean Grey, Rogue and more, either being used as one-off powers or performing various unique tasks to continue the adventure. The game is, and I'm not gonna say this combination of words one more time during this segment, a
action platformer
that, like I said, is a greatest hits of X-Men adventures and bad guys. It can also be played in two-player co-op style, which is probably why it was in such heavy rotation on my system at the time. It's mostly action in the stages, with simple switch flipping and all those cool boss cameos. Each character also is very unique, like I said, and adds to the replayability. Sound is its only weak point. Even back then, we used to make fun of its music and really harsh grating sound effects. It's not gonna win anyone over, that's for sure. It is a good game though. It's two-player action, and the care given to each X-Men's unique feel in the gameplay, and a story which makes it possible for all the best X-Men stories to be represented in a single game. It was followed by a very good sequel, X-Men The Clone Wars, which was also a cool
action platformer,
and a really great follow-up. Next was the Mega Drive's biggest hidden gem of the year, which was McDonald's Treasureland Adventure by those nutcases over at Treasure. Their first ever game completed, but their second game released. But more on that story later, and Treasure themselves when we look at Gunstar Heroes. McDonald's is a game like Cool Spot that has no right to be this good, yet here it is, and it's freaking awesome. You play Ronald McDonald as you go on a treasure hunt in a magical forest. I am not even going to question that, I'm just going to go with it. The game is mostly a
action platformer
split into 4 worlds with lots of short stages, which mix in the inventiveness and stage design, gameplay and graphics, pushing the limit of the system to deliver a unique experience in the
action platformer
genre. Ronald can blast stuff with magic, use his scarf to whip up to other levels, and buy stuff in shops as upgrades RPG style. The levels are gorgeous to look at, with a manic amount of parallax action, all soaking up the Mega Drive color palette, and as per Treasure style, small gameplay variations along the way, including an excellent column style bonus minigame. It's so well made and executed, but was pretty much overlooked upon release and really needs to be part of some sort of Mega Treasure gaming compilation bundle, although the rights will probably make that never happen, but you never know, fingers crossed. And the final two licensed games this year were my favorites, being endlessly swapped out between the two by a couple of the best companies at the time on the system for the
action platformer
genre, Konami and Virgin Interactive. And of course, I'm talking about Tiny Toon Adventures and Aladdin. Tiny Toons Buster's Hidden Treasure was based on the 1990 rebirth of the Tiny Toons cartoon brand on TV, and I never missed an episode. It was cartoon gold, and we really need this kind of cartoon back on TV. Aladdin was, and still is, easily the best movie-length cartoon Disney ever released, in my opinion. Pure quality from start to finish. Buster's Hidden Treasure puts you in the role of Buster Bunny as he has to go to this mysterious island in search of treasure stolen by Montana Max and rescue Babs and various other toons along the way. Aladdin has you as obviously Aladdin as he has to make his way to Jafar and save Princess Jasmine with a little help also from a magic genie. Both games wear their
action platformer
roots proudly and are pretty typical in style and gameplay. Buster has a very sonic vibe to it, allowing you to blast through stages if you so desire at rapid speed, and features 7 areas which you can see on your map with 33 mini stages to complete overall. Aladdin has 10 stages, all taken from pieces of the movie. The gameplay is a little bit slower and requires more precision. You're able to throw apples for distance and use your sword for close quarters combat. Of course, both these games being 90s products, you also get tons of bonus stages for lives and points. Buster has portals hidden all around the stages which can be found and takes them to Wacky Land where you can collect as much items as you can without touching one of the dodo birds. Aladdin has multiple bonus stages, including a dodging sequence with Abu the monkey and genie-style slot machine segments for bonuses. Graphically, they both are very impressive in different ways. Buster pretty much has every single cliche of the
action platformer
stages humanly possible in it, from forests, icelands, lava, factories, caves, swimming. It's got you covered. The animation is good. It's very colorful and complements the cartoon quite well. Aladdin has amazing graphics and animation due to Disney sharing assets from the movie with Virgin. The team up allowed both companies to really push the visuals and style to crazy levels. It's a gorgeous game to look at. Every single level is both companies at the top of their game. Musically, Buster's is your typical Konami fare. It's got little addictive tunes, simple but very well done, with good sound effects. Aladdin sports songs from the movie in chiptune form, like Friend Like Me and A Whole New World. The sound effects are also really top quality. Both games are solid in the gameplay department, accurate and precise, with Aladdin having the edge just in terms of variety, a little bit more than Tiny Toons. Buster's Hidden Treasure is a Konami game that never really gets its due, but it's a must play in the
action platformer
genre. And Aladdin is one of the highest quality games ever released on the Mega Drive in terms of overall production, and really helped to boost the reputation of the licensed game, which was by 1993 getting really dodgy.
Finally, the versus fighting game hit the Mega Drive in full force, sending the biggest arcade hits home, kicking off the genre's mainstream popularity in homes for console and computer gamers everywhere. And let's jump over to SNK, who with the release of this single game changed their gaming trajectory to become one of the biggest makers of the versus genre in the 90s. This was a conversion of Fatal Fury, based on their 1991 Neo Geo MBS arcade fighter hit, and the start of the entire Fury series, and in turn the King of Fighters and the Art of Fighting. The Mega Drive version was published by Takara, who also did the release of SNK's King of the Monsters, with Sega handling the Japanese release. This versus beat 'em up introduced us to classic characters like the Bogard brothers, Joe Higashi, and of course the ever evil and dodgy Geese Howard. And in this first version you can only choose to play one of the 3 heroes. It features story mode and a 2-player versus multiplayer mode as you try to fight your way up the King of the Fighters tournament. All the tropes of modern fighters were being introduced into the versus genre at this period, with diverse movesets and special moves for each character. Fatal Fury also used a multi-level playing field, allowing you to jump from the front to to the back of the screen to escape attacks or launch one on your opponent. It also had backgrounds that altered between rounds as the time of the day progressed. The Mega Drive version has 2 characters missing, but it doesn't really take away much from the fun of the overall experience, and this was the first versus fighting game I actually bought for the system and really played it a ton back then. It's a bit simplistic in gameplay compared to how refined the series would become, but they had to start somewhere. Overall, I think though it's still a pretty good version of this original release. And Konami were up next with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters, a company not known for this style of game, but they jumped on the versus bandwagon just like everyone else. And if this game had come out maybe 1 year later, my guess it would have been much more well refined. But as it stands though, the hate it usually gets is pretty unjustified. Just because it's not another side-scroller just like most Turtles games of that era doesn't mean it's bad. The game has you as the Turtles jumping through Dimension X trying to save Splinter from Krang, who's abducted him. Besides the Turtles, you can also choose other fighters such as Casey Jones and even April O'Neil to use. It's got a story mode and a 2-player versus with tons of moves, specials, and the unique desperation moves that can be used once your energy is almost zero to turn the tides of close battles. Like Fatal Fury, it's a product of its time. The action is a little bit slower than you're probably used to with modern fighters, although the gameplay is decent, but it just doesn't quite nail that addictive quality that you need in this style of game. The graphics are good overall. The music is not as memorable though as your usual Konami outings, but it also features tons of speech samples which do boost the atmosphere. It's not the train wreck people always make it out to be, but with a bit more refinement and speed and gameplay, it could have been a pretty memorable fighter. Next, Sega threw their hats in the ring and joined the versus party with the US developed Sega interactive game Eternal Champions, Sega's answer to the Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter's invasion of the homes. The game was headed up by producer Michael Latham, a former Activision employee, who had worked on the mediocre versus game Tongue of the Fat Man. Sega of Japan was not on board with this game, but Sega of America plowed ahead regardless, confident they could make something in the same vein as Street Fighter 2, but with its own personality. Michael is quoted as saying, "The main goal for this title was to create a rich universe that would allow for sequels and for licensing toys, books, and so on. Eternal succeeded in both these areas. Naturally, I looked at the competition and was influenced by other games, but I think I was far more driven by wanting to fix all the things I'd learned while making the Fat Man game. I also remember playing Karateka by Broderbund, which for its time felt realistic. This desire for authentic martial arts moves will become very important for me. The coolest aspect for me personally about this game was the storyline, which for a fighting game was pretty damn good, and in turn made all the characters much more appealing to play and learn to see their endings and find out their final fate, something you usually don't care about much with a versus game." Michael continued, "Eternal's core design mission was to bring a complex storyline to the genre. From the beginning, I designed the story to be a trilogy, which a friend and fellow game designer Tony Van warned me would curse the project's last installment. Apparently, trilogies don't often make it to their final chapter. It was quite a challenge as storytelling wasn't a strong area for me, but I believe my time working on game designs at Activision helped make me a better storyteller. In the end, I wrote every page of Eternal's design, including all the stories for each of the characters, which resulted in a 450-page document. The storyline goes that important fighters throughout history were pulled out of time moments before their real deaths to fight in a tournament, with the winner getting their life back, is pretty inventive and really gave the game atmosphere that a lot in the genre lacked at the time. But without gameplay, none of this would really matter. Thankfully, Eternal Champions delivered on that as well, with a good mix of Street Fighter style and its own identity, delivering a massively diverse moveset for each one of its original characters as well as special moves." Michael continued, "I was proud of the fact that we based every core character move on a real martial arts style. My associate producer, Eric Wahlberg, was a trained martial artist who worked with the visual artist to ensure we got it right. And for each of the moves, there was a video or book reference. This authenticity was a key component of the game's success. I also think we came up with a lot of original ideas in how our fighting and skill systems worked. Many people were just cloning the competition, but while our team worked really hard to follow convention where it was needed, whenever we got a chance to try something different, we did. The cast of characters was a real drawing point and fun to master. Stage designs were also extremely varied and animated well, with the inclusion of special stage deaths, adding a gore factor to the game as well. Plus the music and sound effects do a great job of selling the action. The game sold extremely well in the West, in particular the US and Europe, despite the fact that Sega Japan did not support the project, which resulted in a sequel that never got made despite impressive sales numbers. It did however get an enhanced Sega CD version, plus 2 spin-offs, the decent Game Gear entry Chicago Syndicate, and the absolutely god-awful Experts, which we'll reluctantly look at later on in this video. And now for a few quick rapid fires with Ultraman, developed by Human, a Japan exclusive based on the Ultraman TV series, and a very mediocre Super Famicom 1990 release. It's absolutely terrible in every sense. Bland graphics, unresponsive controls, and terrible sound. It's easily one of the worst versus fighting games on the entire Mega Drive library. Best of the best is a kickboxing simulator, despite the subtitle being Championship Karate, and is not based on the movie of the same name, but is actually based on a 1992 computer game by Laura Seal. Its slower pace, more strategy style will not be for everyone, but features training modes, a Kumite tournament, and even supports Sega's Activator peripheral. And lastly was another Japan exclusive, Hari Manada, a sumo wrestling game developed by Megasoft, based on a Game Gear Japan exclusive version. It's interesting if only for the subject matter, but is extremely hard to get into due to the language barrier, which hampers what might be an actual decent game.
You win. Perfect. Kano wins. Island. Shoryuken.
93 was one of the biggest years for the Mega Drive as far as the versus genre goes. It saw the double release of Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter 2, two of the biggest, most influential fighters from 1992. Mortal Kombat was a direct port of Midway's 92 arcade release, with Street Fighter 2 Special Champion Edition being a combination of Street Fighter 2 and its two 1992 updates, Champion Edition and Turbo Hyper Fighting, that was released 1 year after its original 1991 debut in the arcades.
Sonic boom.
Popcorn.
Fighting fans were in heaven. I purchased both these games almost immediately after their release and started slapping up anyone who dared pick up the Player 2 controller. The 90s were freaking awesome. Mortal Kombat hit the system first on what became known as Mortal Monday, September 1993, with programming being a co-production between Probe and Acclaim's Grey Team. Street Fighter 2 Special Champion Edition came 2 months later in November 1993, developed by Capcom themselves. Mortal Kombat managed to replicate the digitized graphics style on the Mega Drive quite well, from the fast-paced nature of the action and the backdrops as well. And even with a few small things missing here and there in the backgrounds, it really looked close to the arcade and was pretty impressive for 1993. Street Fighter captured the cartoon-styled flavor of the arcade's graphics quite exceptionally, from character animations to impressive remade animated backgrounds. Both games really brought the look of the arcade home. Gameplay is where they differ drastically. Although both are versus fighters, they both took different approaches. Mortal Kombat is about quick strikes and juggling, which was something new in the genre. Get a character in the air with a big old uppercut, then time a bunch of moves to keep hitting him before he hits the ground. And of course it's known for its fatalities, which were special button combos activated before a character dies to make his end as gruesome as possible, and was one of the arcade's biggest drawing points. It had all 7 characters from the arcade available, plus the bonus Test Your Might stages as well. Street Fighter 2 had all 12 characters for you to choose from, thanks to the Champion Edition, which makes all the boss characters selectable as well. Street Fighter style was combos and stringing them together in quick succession to take out an opponent. When it comes to gameplay, I always preferred it over Mortal. The Mega Drive version played extremely well, and with the use of a 6-button pad made it feel just like the arcade. Plus the added bonus of turbo speed and extra moves, you really felt like you got the ultimate version of Street Fighter 2 at home at that time. It also included all the bonus stages and character endings. They really went all out on the details. Mortal Kombat was a monster seller, outselling the Super NES version 5 times over, with sales of over 2.6 million as opposed to the Super Nintendo's 500,000 sold. Sega wisely decided to include all the blood and fatalities from the arcade, accessible with a simple code. Nintendo opted to censor its version, making it obvious
obviously the less desirable version. The game did end up getting banned in Germany after release when they discovered the hidden code. Street Fighter II Champion Edition ended up becoming Capcom's biggest selling game they ever released on the Mega Drive and Genesis. These games both raised the bar for the fighting genre, not only in the arcades but across all consoles, and opened the floodgate on versus games for the system's remaining years. And now to some RPG and strategy games, which had mostly strategy titles, and very few RPGs except one of the system's best games, but more on that soon. First is a World War II strategy title by Koei called Operation Europe Path to Victory 1939-45, and is part of Koei's historical World War II simulation series, and was first released on the PC-88. You can choose between 6 major World War II real-life battles to take part in, including the Battle of France, the North Africa Campaign, the Battle of Kursk, the Normandy Invasion, the Battle of the Bulge, and the Fight for Berlin. You can choose famous historical generals to command your troops and take part in huge turn-based battles, with tons of strategy on top of that, like the usual resource management, being able to sabotage enemy supply chains, and send special forces in to assassinate generals, and obviously a whole lot more. For a Koei game, it also has a really awesome soundtrack, which their games are generally not known for. Don't dismiss this game at all, it's well worth your time. Next is Pirates Gold by Microprose, an update of their classic 1987 Commodore 64 pirate simulator that is still one of my favorite games of all time, and was done by legend Sid Meier, and this only got a US Genesis release. If you've never played a Pirates game, it's basically an open world pirate simulator. You control everything, meaning you can end the game at any time you want by simply dividing up all your wealth you've accumulated and see where you rank in life. The game gives you a list of goals to attain, but you can forego all that and simply be whatever you want. A pirate, trader, treasure seeker, or all of the above, plus a little bit of diplomacy. You can sail the Caribbean in your ship, visit towns to trade, gossip in local bars, visit the governors and make contracts, sail the seas and battle foes in ship battles, plus sword fight the captains. There is literally so much to this game. This is another one that console gamers generally dismiss without even giving it a chance, and that would be a huge mistake. It's an excellent update of a classic game. Next is a double dose of action games with light RPG elements, with Techno Clash and Gauntlet 4. And I know what you're gonna say, Gauntlet is not an RPG at all, but Gauntlet 4 is something quite different. First off, it was developed in Japan by M2, the Japanese game developers that were formed in 1991. They are mostly known for their excellent re-releases of classic games on modern systems. The Sega Ages series on the Switch for Sega is one such excellent example. Gauntlet 4 is essentially multiple games in one, with 4 main modes. Arcade faithfully brings the Atari original home with 4-player support via the Sega Multitap. Battle mode is a versus deathmatch. Record mode is a single-player variant on the arcade game with a password system, but the crown jewel in my opinion is Quest mode, which turns the series into a full-on action RPG, giving you all new dungeons to explore and bosses to fight, plenty of characters to talk to and buy items from, a character level up system, plus a full story and save option. It is amazing fun. The graphics are excellent and extremely detailed. There is so many options for different playstyles. Quest mode is a brilliant idea that is executed so well, and it features a stunning music score by Japanese composers Hitoshi Sakimoto and Masahara Iwata of Final Fantasy Tactics fame, plus they've done so much more. The other action RPG was Techno Clash by Electronic Arts. It's a weird mix of cyberpunk and fantasy genres. You're a mage that, with the help of a couple of NPC assistants, travels to Earth through a portal with an attempt to rid it of the robot invasion that has ravaged the whole world. There are 7 levels to make your way through, from junkyards and deserts and robot bases. At the start of each one, you can choose an NPC assistant from a wizard or a mercenary to help you. There's tons of weapons and spells that can be attained. You can use your hawk to fly up and gain a view of the local area, and there is plenty of secrets to discover. It's more Gauntlet action orientated, but is still an interesting game to play and was an exclusive for the system. And a quick mention here is for Muten no Sometsu, published by Kodansha as a Japanese only release. It got a full English fan translation though if you're interested in trying it out. It's a super cliche RPG with every conceivable trope of the genre is in this game, and it's probably the reason it never got an official translation, but it's available in English and I thought I'd mention it for the hardcores out there. And back to some rapid fires with the double dose RTS action with Powermonger, published by Electronic Arts, and an adaptation of an Amiga game which is basically Populous with more impressive graphics and action. It still has a very steep learning curve, but if you're willing to put in the time like most of these games, you will be rewarded. I'd still recommend a PC version though over this, just due to controls. It's still a good version of the game if you're interested anyway. The other RTS was Megalomania by Sensible Software, known as Tyrants in the US. It's a bit easier to get into God Simulator as you take civilization through history from cavemen, Rome, World War II and beyond. Out of these two RTSs, I'd recommend this over Powermonger as it's simply easier to get into and has a nice chunk of Sensible Software's unique humor. Our friends over at Koei also delivered another 2 more strategy titles with Genghis Khan 2, a huge turn-based strategy title where you get to conquer Mongolia before taking on the world. Presentation is pretty nice, as is the turn-based battles, which are also presented well for this type of game. If playing Genghis Khan sounds appealing to you, then this is your game. The last Koei game for this year was Nobunaga's Ambition, where you get to play the Japanese warlord and attempt to conquer Japan and become shogun. All the Koei tropes are here: diplomacy, resource management, and turn-based battles. These games usually always come down to whether you find the historical setting appealing, and in this case it's 16th century Japan. It also features use for the Sega mouse. Shining Force 2 was Sega's big RPG of the year, done by Sonic Software Planning, the sequel to their smash hit 1992 turn-based strategy title. Despite the original 2 games' sales and popularity, Sega was still very wary of a sequel, but eventually greenlit it for Sonic Software Planning, but only giving the original budget of the previous game, which put the pressure on the team to deliver a better game with no extra resources. Yes, producer and programmer Hiroyuki Takahashi talking about the pressures of producing this sequel. We were in a really precarious position at that point because we knew that if we couldn't produce another hit, we would have no future. The number of staff we had working on the Shining Force series varied with each game until the Saturn era, during which time the team was pretty settled and didn't change much. We carefully chose our staff from among many candidates, and after Shining Force 2, the core staff remained and grew stronger together. Shining Force 2 was an experimental title where we improved the story and enhanced the game's RPG-ness. The story this time involved a thief who inadvertently unleashes the Demon King Zeal onto the world of Grand Seal, and it's up to you to form a force and attempt to stop him and his invading demon army. Shining 2 is essentially the same game as the original, just with lots of subtle additions and improvements to the overall game design. The big, visually impressive turn-based action returns with lots more graphical flair and details. You can form a team of up to 12 characters out of 20 overall. Many join in story elements, but many more have to be found in secret areas or towns, and you can swap out who's on the team for each giant battle. The story and character elements are greatly expanded with fun, witty dialogue that brings each character to life perfectly. Unlike the previous game, which is very linear in nature, Shining 2 is more open-ended, allowing backtracking and encouraging exploration in the map segments, with an overall much bigger world to explore. The music again in the game is excellent. It's so whimsical and catchy, it instantly puts a smile on your face. Done by Motoaki Takanouchi, who also worked at Climax and Game Arts, and his score really elevates this game. Not that it needed it, but obviously it's very welcome. There's many more additions and improvements, but the bottom line is, if you like the previous entry, then you're gonna be right at home here. It's my favorite turn-based RPG title on the system. Its attention to characters, very easy to understand gameplay, brilliant score, and likable atmosphere just make it a classic of the 16-bit strategy turn-based era.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
let's jump over and check out a bunch of randos. Games that didn't quite fit into any genre this year, or was simply the only one of its kind for 93. And we'll start off with 3 games that were all exclusives to Sega's console: General Chaos, Dashing Desperados, and Haunting. General Chaos was a strange real-time action strategy game published and designed by Electronic Arts that continued their trend at the time for original, inventive titles. Pity they didn't keep that going. The game pits 2 brothers against each other, one named Chaos and the other Havoc, in an attempt to capture each other's capital city, thus ending the game. Besides the map screen selecting which region to attack first, most of the game takes place in single-screen backdrops, where each side battles it out in RTS-style gameplay, and it's glorious fun to behold. Before each battle, you get to choose your team made up of all different skilled soldiers who use different weapons, which makes some teams more defensive and some more aggressive, etc, etc. The action is chaos at its best, filled with hilarious and detailed animation. As you direct your troops around it, can even control single characters if you wish. The campaign mode spans 17 battles in total, but the real fun of this game is in its versus mode, where you can play against your friend, or use the 4-way multi-tap and have a mental LAN party style Saturday afternoon, killing your mates in this crazy original game. It's highly recommended. Next is a weird game, Dashing Desperados, developed by Daddy East, which was a US only release. It's basically if you stole the Sonic 2 split screen versus mode and made a whole game about it. That's Dashing Desperados in a nutshell. It's a platform racing game split screen style, as each one of your cowboys has to try reach the girl Jenny at the end of the stage. It's got power-ups and all types of boosts to add a little bit of variety, but unless you're playing against another real player, it's very limited and gets mundane very quickly. I do admire the attempt, but it really is better suited as a mini game, like in Sonic 2, which was brilliant. Electronic Arts is back with another very original title in Haunting, starring Poltergeist, a comedy horror game that kinda defies genres. Your goal as a ghost is to haunt the Vito family out of every new home they move into, 4 in total, as you blame the father for inadvertently getting you killed. You basically roam the houses, find members of the family, and start haunting objects to get them to freak out. You use ectoplasm to do this, so you gotta be careful not to use too much of it, or you'll be sent straight to hell, where you have to try and escape back to the real world. It sounds pretty grim, but it's very funny and is loaded with wonderful animation and atmosphere throughout the whole game. It plays like nothing else out there. Even now, it's still pretty unique. Although the gameplay is pretty basic, it's just a fun endeavor when people were still experimenting with what game experiences could actually be. Next is the Chaos Engine, as it's known in Europe, or Soldiers of Fortune for its US release, a top-down run-and-gun style game made by the Bitmap brothers, based on the original Amiga release, also published in 1993. In the game, you play a bunch of mercenaries that have to make their way through the steampunk-styled English countryside to destroy a supercomputer that's managed to take over the world. It's fast-paced, detailed shooter at its best, featuring a richly detailed world and gorgeous animation. It's big as well, featuring 4 levels with 4 parts in each, with gameplay involving lots of blasting, picking up keys, and minor puzzle elements to make your way through. At the end of every second level, you get to spend all that cash you picked up to upgrade your character and weapons RPG style. If you play by yourself, you also get to choose a second character for the CPU to control as your assistant, or you can play it in 2-player co-op, which is the way to go for this game. It features beautiful slick graphics and a rocking soundtrack, nowhere in the same league as the Amiga's music tracks, as per usual, but still good nevertheless. It's just straight up arcade action to the max. Another game I'd recommend you check out, it's not an exclusive or anything, but this is the system I played it on, is Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Zombies Ate My Neighbors was released through Konami, but programmed by those fine folks over at LucasArts. This was made right when they were making their point-and-click adventures, somewhere in the middle there, so it was a really odd game to come out, especially like this really console-y kind of thing. Video games and humor usually don't go over very well, but Zombies' relentless references to 1950s B-movies, horror films, and in general science fiction flicks manages to nail it so well. But it's such a fantastic game. It's kind of an homage to kind of like 1950s B-movies, and me and my friends were heavily into this kind of thing, this whole science fiction and old horror movies, and those really, really bad ones, they're like, they're just those terrible mummy movies, and those
Plan 9 from Outer Space, you know, that kind of thing. We were heavily into that, so much so that we used to make our own movies based on those things. We made a mummy movie. We made this one where this guy was like a vampire hunter. We made a whole bunch of trash. They were terrible movies we made, but they were so much fun to make. The basics of the gameplay have you running around various familiar movie genre locations like the family-friendly neighborhoods, shopping malls, ancient pyramids, etc., etc., in an attempt to save all the innocent civilians in each level. But it's never that simple, is it? All the while you're attempting this, you are getting hunted and attacked by every dodgy horror movie villain you can think of. You know, zombies, werewolves, mummies, aliens, creatures from the Black Lagoon, Jason from Friday the 13th, and even the mental case Chucky dolls are just a few of the examples. This game plays out a bit like Gauntlet, with you rushing around looting and saving people. As soon as they all found, a door opens for you to escape, where you'll be graded on your performance before the next level. There's also tons of fun weapons and items to pick up that help you out, like some lab juice that hulks you out for a short amount of time, allowing you to smash the hell out of everything. There are also other things like bazookas and vampire killing crucifixes. This game is pretty massive, featuring 55 levels, so you better call a friend over to help you out, as it also supports 2-player co-op play. I also like the titles of each level, which invoke some sort of parody of a classic genre movie, and it's honestly really fun just to see what the next level is going to be called. The graphics are very colourful and detailed, and the animation is superb. There's absolutely no lack of detail on anything, and it's so much fun to find all the little movie references in every corner of the game. The music is also very well done, capturing that B-movie vibe. If you like this, you should also check out LucasArts' Hoax Adventures on the Sega Saturn. It's basically the same game with a Greek mythology setting. It's a game that has so much personality in the graphics and the music, and it's just super fun to play as well, very addictive. So definitely check out Zombies Ate My Neighbors. This year saw a huge decline in the shoot-'em-up releases, with each preceding year being less and less, as people's taste had switched to the beat-'em-up obsession. There were only a few this year, but the quality was some of the best the system ever saw. Eliminate Down was first up, a Japan exclusive published by Softvision, in a very small run, making it quite rare to find physically. It's a traditional horizontal space shooter. Its gameplay is pretty similar to Toplan's Hellfire, with 3 different configurations of fire available, which you have to switch between as the situation changes, with forward fire, backfire, and a multitude of bombs. There are 8 stages in total, with both bosses and mini-bosses at the midpoints, generally speaking, and lots of upgrades for your 3 weapon sets to pick up. I think the graphics are really gorgeous, with tons of flair and detail, with mechanical and biomechanical style looks to it, like something out of an R-Type game, and it has a pretty good fast-paced soundtrack which keeps the action flowing to a good pace. The game got some really average reviews in the Japanese magazines upon release, but playing this now, I honestly think it rocks, so fire up that emulator and get blasting is all I got to say. Enjoy. Next was Slapfight MD by Toplan, and published exclusively in Japan by Tengen. This is a fantastic shooter release and is actually 2 games in one. You get a conversion of Toplan's original shooter Slapfight that came out in 1986 and was also known as Alcon in the US, and published by Taito in the arcades. And you get Slapfight MD, which is a completely new game with the same mechanics but whole new stages and music. The original also has the option for range music, which is really awesome and better than the original in my opinion, and MD has music by Yuzo Koshiro and is absolutely fantastic as well. Slapfight is also a slow-paced game that plays a bit like Gradius in a sense, where you collect power-ups and decide when you want to equip them. Depending on the level on the right-hand side of the screen will determine the power-up. I loved this game in the arcade as a kid, and this conversion definitely eases up the difficulty just a little bit than the original, plus the bonus of the MD version is just amazing, with 80 continuous stages each. There is a lot of game in there. It was also a limited release, meaning only roughly 5,000 copies were made, making it just like Eliminate Down, a pretty hard game to come across in physical form. Another fantastic shooter was the multi-directional Blastfest Ranger X, published by Sega in all regions. It's an interesting mix of styles, with slight run and gun and even platforming style elements depending on the level, as you control a mech suit with flying and shooting abilities such as regular fire, flamethrower, and guided missiles. You're also accompanied by a motorbike assistant, which can be docked with at any time to increase your firepower and obviously ground speed. The game uses a 6-button control pad to full effect, and it definitely takes a little getting used to the first time you play it, but it's nothing a little practice doesn't resolve. It's got 7 stages with big boss encounters and various small objectives to seek out and destroy. I really love the 80s style vector graphics intros for each level, giving you more mission details, and the graphics themselves in-game are absolutely amazing with tons of animation and on-screen action. I feel it was a cool game that got completely overshadowed upon release due to many other high-profile games hogging the limelight at the time, and the last game here was another Japan exclusive called Battlemania Daigenjo. Is a scrolling shoot 'em up released exclusively in Japan for the Sega Mega Drive by Vic Tokai in 1993. It's a sequel to the excellent original that went under the name Troubleshooter in the West. I describe this game straight off the bat as fun. The tongue-in-cheek approach and the well-balanced difficulty makes you want to just keep playing this till the wee hours of the morning. The characters Maria and Mania are back, taking care of trouble and shooting the hell out of each problem thrown at them in the 9 levels of madness that this game throws at you. The graphics have had a major upgrade from the previous title and are extremely colorful and well animated, as is the backgrounds and the variety of the locations. You again get to select your weapon before each level, which affects the type of smart bomb you also receive, and some are way more useful in certain levels than others, so pick carefully. The bosses are way more elaborate this time and have a treasure feel to them, meaning just when you think you've killed it, it transforms again and starts attacking. It's awesome and totally keeps you on your toes to the bitter end. This game is a bit more challenging than the first one, as the pace is much faster and so are the amount of enemies that they throw at you. The stages also switch themselves up from horizontal to vertical every few levels to add that bit of variety, but just be aware, the vertical scrolling levels are much harder than the horizontal ones. The music is really good, really upbeat tunes, really catchy stuff, but the sound effects are a little bit mediocre, but not enough to take away from anything of the game. As a side note, just make sure you go into the options and set what control style suits you. It makes a big difference to the enjoyment of the game overall. This is an excellent hidden gem of a shoot 'em up from Vic Tokai, who seem to have made a full career out of hidden gems. Whether you hunt down this game on the original Mega Drive version or play it through emulation, you're in for a damn good time.
The new neighbors are moving in. Maybe they'll have someone you can play with.
The only thing better than having a new Sega Genesis would be getting your hands on tons and tons of games. Disney's Beauty and the Beast, and McDonald's Treasureland Adventure.
Do you want to play Sega Genesis?
Sega Genesis and game cartridges sold separately.
Okay, so it's way too hard to recommend just 3 games on the Genesis. There are countless great games on the Genesis, but even though I feel obligated to choose a Sonic game, instead I'm going to give you guys a platformer in Castle Illusion starring Mickey Mouse. I think this game is sublime. The platforming is solid and it's cute, and I think anybody can pick this game up and play it and enjoy it even today. I'm gonna give you a brawler in Streets of Rage 2, okay? Number 1 and number 3 were great, but number 2 really nailed that 2-player arcade beat-em up action, and the soundtrack by Yuzo Koshiro is absolutely epic. And then I'm gonna give you an RPG in Shining Force 2, okay? You gotta play Shining Force 2. It's one of the best RPGs on the Genesis. Hell, it's one of the best RPGs from the 16-bit era, and some people even like it better than Shining Force 3, but I don't know about that. Go play Shining Force 2.
Sports continue to be a huge genre with countless releases. This is just a small sampling of 93's hits and misses. Let's first check out a trio of tennis titles with David Crane's Amazing Tennis, Davis Cup Tennis, and Wimbledon Championship Tennis. David Crane's Amazing Tennis by Absolute was a US-only release by classic Activision game designer David Crane. Unfortunately, it's not as amazing as the title suggests. You got different court settings from clay, grass, and hard court, lots of voice samples and instant replays. The biggest difference here is the angle of play, which is really low behind your character. It's pretty impressive to look at, but for me the angle of play of any sports game either makes or breaks it. It's simply way too low, making the ball distance very difficult to judge from either side properly, which makes it in the end all flash and almost no substance. Davis Cup Tennis, published by Tengen or Domark depending on your region, is a step above Amazing Tennis, but not too much. This game is probably more well remembered for the cheeky magazine advert than the actual game, although Although having said that, it's a decent tennis experience. The camera is pulled back a bit so you can see the court better. Judging the court distance though is still a bit suspect, but not on the levels of amazing. You also got all the options from indoor, grass and hard court, singles and doubles play, and can play for the Davis Cup or just to try to be the world's #1. It has good atmospheric speech samples and sound effects, well animated graphics, making it a mid-tennis game that if you like the sports you'll probably still enjoy. The best tennis game of the year for me though is by far Wimbledon Championship Tennis by Sega Sports, which is by far the best of the bunch and is a real top tier tennis game period on the system. The game sports the Wimbledon license but has no real players. It has multi-tap support so you can play singles, doubles or even 4-player doubles at once, which is very awesome. The angle of play is excellent, pulled out, wide shot, making everything easy to see and judge the distance for different strokes and shot types, and has great sound effects as well. It's a very addictive tennis game that hits all the right arcade style tropes perfectly and definitely delivers the goods. It was followed up by the impressive sequel ATP Tour Championship Tennis in 1995. Next is a triple dose of soccer games, all pretty good in their own right, with Super Kickoff, Sensible Soccer and FIFA International Soccer. All of these games were designed to appeal mostly to a European audience, and at least the first two already were super popular franchises over there. Super Kickoff was designed by the holy trinity of dodgy game developers, being US Gold, Anko, and, heaven forbid, Tiertex. Somehow though, it still turned out to be pretty decent, which is kinda shocking. The series started out on home computers and is probably most well known as an Amiga or an Atari ST game. This version is based on the updated Kickoff 2 version. It's very European centric in terms of themes and settings, with fully customizable teams, none of them real as they had no license. Gameplay is extremely fast to the point where sometimes it feels a bit too fast to be honest, and sports a top-down view and still plays quite well. It's a solid game overall, but isn't going to win any new people over to the world of soccer games. Sensible Soccer, on the other hand, by classic UK developers Sensible Software of Whizball and Cannon Fodder fame, was pretty damn cool and addictive, and was based on the updated 1993 Amiga version of the game. As with Kickoff, it's extremely European centric and has a top-down view with very small but detailed players, giving you a nice big overview of the field. It's fast but not too fast, handles very well with atmospheric sound effects, and is almost as addictive as the Amiga versions, and is definitely the better of the two Euro releases. But the big gun though this year was the launch of the FIFA franchise, a soccer game series that still to this day is a monster by Electronic Arts. With their first release simply titled FIFA International Soccer, the game was designed again from the ground up to appeal to European players, with Electronic Arts focusing on delivering a slightly more unique version of soccer, hence the isometric viewpoint, as to not look like the other two big European soccer games, Kickoff and Sensible. They also signed a 5-year deal with FIFA, making the game feel more official than its rivals, even though the teams and players were fictional, and just based on country names. I wasn't even a massive sports game fan, but I bought this game right after its release and played the living hell out of it. The attention to detail in the player animations, the field of play, was the best I'd ever played in a soccer game to that point, and the usual plethora of options that EA Sports games delivered was all there, with 4-player multi-tap support, various tournament modes including obviously the FIFA World Cup, and the really excellent crowd chanting while playing really took the atmosphere of the stadium right into the game. It was addictive and hit the marks perfectly. Sales wise in the UK, it blew away Electronic Arts expectations and sold over 500,000 copies in 4 weeks and completely sold out. It stayed in the top 10 chart in the UK for most of 1994 as well. Sega Mean Machines magazine described it as the greatest soccer game yet seen, and was followed by a host of sequels on the system. And now a quick look at some random rapid fires with Championship Bowling by Visco, a 10-pin bowling game that got a completely bland makeover for its Western release, making it as generic as humanly possible. The original Japanese version, Boogie Woogie Bowling, is not great in terms of gameplay, but at least that thing had personality. Tecmo Super Bowl by Tecmo is an excellent 16-bit update or sequel to the NES original American American football game with all the flash and addictiveness of that title, and features official player team licenses, excellent gameplay, and got another 2 sequels on the Mega Drive. WWF Royal Rumble is a licensed WWF wrestling game, which main feature is the Royal Rumble tournament, where wrestlers keep entering the ring until the last man is standing, which can have up to 6 players in the ring at once for maximum chaos. It has other tournament modes and a host of 12 classic wrestlers, from the Heartbreak Kid to Hulk Hogan. It's not the system's best wrestler, but it's still tons of fun to play. Boxing Legends of the Ring is a US only release featuring 8 real-life legends from Sugar Ray Leonard to Marvin Hagler. It features a create-your-own boxer mode, career, and battling the legends, and takes a third-person view with impressive graphics and sound. It's definitely not as engaging as any of the Sega Sports boxing series and falls somewhere in the mid-tier boxing experience for the system. And now on over to baseball with Hardball 3, LaRusso Baseball, and Super Baseball 2020. Hardball 3 was a continuation of Accolade's classic baseball series and features full commentary from baseball sports announcer Al Michaels in typical 16-bit hostage negotiation style delivery. It packs in more options than your average EA release, from 26 different ballparks, home run derby modes, instant replays, full team customization, and full season careers or single play. Overall, the gameplay is pretty good and sticks to the original roots, and is another quality game in the series. LaRusso Baseball was one of EA's entries here, and was based on Tony La Russa Ultimate Baseball by SSR, released on the Commodore 64 and DOS in 1991. This was basically a massive 16-bit update of that game. It goes for realism above everything else, with tons of stats to track and options bursting out of the seams. It has a full MLBPA license, so real players, but the teams are still generic names. La Russa himself provides commentary in typical EA Sports style TV presentation, and he was a former player himself turned coach, whose career highlights included leading his team to 3 World Series championship wins. The game is much more slower paced and precise, featuring a full 162 game season, which you can either choose to watch, manage, or get down and dirty and play. It's a very good baseball game that cuts back on all the flash and fancy graphics, but delivers very solid gameplay and the full baseball style experience. Super Baseball 2020, however, is all about flash and speed, and is a port by EA of SNK's arcade game from 1991, and the complete opposite of La Russa. A futuristic baseball game I loved so much in the arcade at that time. It features robots versus humans competing against each other, with 12 crazy teams to choose from. It's one of the fastest baseball games that I've ever played, and has really unique features like earning money as you play for your performance. This cash can then be used at any time during the game to upgrade character skills. It has most but not all of the arcade's flashy big bold graphics, and is very fun to play even if you're not a baseball person. It's one of the best pure arcade style experiences of the sport on the Mega Drive. And the rest of the randoms are here with Jack Nicklaus Power Challenge Golf, based on Accolade's long-running golf series, which started way back in 1988. It's got options like crazy, with 3 different courses, stroke, skins, tournaments, but at the end of the day, like the rest of the series, it's just a big old average experience and not really worth recommending. Summer Challenge, also by Accolade, was a sequel to their previous year's Winter Challenge, giving a big, bold, classic multi-event sports game treatment to many summer events like kayaking, cycling, javelin, archery, with 8 events in total. It's decent but not quite as fun as Winter Challenge, but better than most entries in this type on the Mega Drive. And lastly was Mutant League Football, another futuristic sports game from Electronic Arts, and the start of the very short-lived Mutant League series. It's American football with skeletons, trolls, and a whole host of weird beasties, player deaths, bribing the ref, traps in the field, and all manner of madness. It was very fun to play and uses the Madden engine, and was followed by Mutant League Hockey, my favorite of the two, which we'll look at a lot more closely in 1994.
FIFA International Soccer for Sega Genesis. If it's in the game, EA Sports. It's in the game.
This year had probably the best lineup of military flight simulators out of the entire system's run, And we'll first take a quick rapid-fire look at the odd one out, which was Warp Speed by Accolade, a space combat simulator that has you jumping around quadrants of deep space blasting alien scumbags. You also have to dodge minefields, asteroids, and can also dock at space stations for refueling, repairs, and restocking weapons. It all sounds like a really cool version of Wing Commander, but it's got zero personality, the space combat is extremely dull to say the least, and so are the missions. It's just a massive missed opportunity of a game. But now let's flip on over to the good stuff with F117 Nightstorm by Electronic Arts, another big flight simulator in the style of LHX Attack Chopper, where you get to pilot a US stealth bomber in a series of surgical strike missions. You can choose two modes of play, arcade, which just throws you straight in the action, or the full career mode, which is really how it should be played, with a whole bunch of light story elements sprinkled in as well. There are a total of 30 missions, with a lot of them taking place at night, which forces you to rely on your instruments and navigation to complete missions, which I thought is very cool. The laser targeting system, where you get to guide missiles straight into your targets, is also extremely satisfying. The graphics are similar to LHX and are a bit slow by today's standards, but it's not meant to be an arcade action experience, so there's no real issue from me anyway. It also features very good sound effects and speech samples, which boost the atmosphere greatly, and overall it's a recommended game if you like slower, more stealthy flight simulators, and it was also another exclusive game by Electronic Arts for the system. MiG-29 Fighter Pilot, on the other hand, published by Domark, was a much faster, yet still very realistic in style MiG-29 jet simulator. There are 5 big missions to partake in, all in and around the Middle East. The game is considered a continuation of the 1990 game MiG-29 Fulcrum, which was released on DOS and the Amiga. The missions are pretty fun, from destroying Scud missiles to escorting submarines and taking out enemy control centers. You have to take off and land your plane also, giving it a full rounded flight sim style experience, and also features 3D polygon graphics, which you can select a host of outside views on the fly, and is all presented really well with great cockpit graphics, good sound effects, and fast solid gameplay that doesn't get boring, as long as you like this genre of game, of course. Overall, it's probably the most realistic flight simulator on the system.
In mid-93, the Mega Drive and Genesis got F-15 Strike Eagle 2 from Microprose, kings of the flight sim style at that time. Their back catalogue of this genre is one of the best any company has ever released. Strike Eagle 2 is the sequel to the 1985 original, and the sequel was released on DOS in 1989, but this Mega Drive version is based on the updated and enhanced 1991 Amiga version. This version goes for the old-style full-on simulation-style gameplay, with main cockpit view and multiple selectable outside views. You get to take on many missions in the usual dodgy theatre of operation that these games take place in, such as Libya, Vietnam, the Persian Gulf, etc, etc. There are obviously main objectives and side missions as well to take out for bonuses. You have to deal with not only air-based attacks in the form of MiGs and other fighters, but also land-based artillery fire, warships, and enemy bases. Navigation is pretty simple, with an arrow for your main objective, which is selected, and a nifty map to jump back and forth to. With the Mega Drive controller having obviously less buttons than a standard keyboard, things have been dialed back slightly to give it a bit more of an arcadey vibe, even though it still feels overall very simulation in style. There are nifty options like a time warp feature, which speeds up travel from one location to the other, and multiple difficulty settings determining whether you have to actually land or take off your plane, amongst many other factors. The graphics overall are pretty good, with both internal and outside views, and some really satisfying explosions with some good music from Matt Furness, who did many excellent Commodore 64 tunes before moving into 16-bit with some great stuff like the Alien 3 and the Terminator soundtracks. The missions are satisfying and big with plenty to do, but this game is definitely not going to be for everybody. Even though the action has been amped up a notch, it's still a slow-paced game, much like the PC or Amiga counterparts, and rewards the long play, which I really like. Overall, it's a pretty good conversion and a great continuation of the 80s original. With great success, a sequel will always follow. Jungle Strike hit the Genesis 1 year after Desert in 1993.
pretty much cementing the series' legacy for the foreseeable future. Mark and John were both back, with Mark again on programming and using Desert's excellent bass engine, and John taking on lead designer and director for the game, as he explains his role. This included devising specific gameplay missions to creating the storyline, and collaborating with Mark Posen to implement the levels and new features. The plot this time has Kill Bubba's son teaming up with a South American drug lord, Carlos Ortega, in a mad attempt to nuke Washington DC. Kill Bubba as revenge for his dad's death in the original Desert Strike, and Ortega as payback for the US interfering with his lucrative drug trade. It was another plot steeped in facts, with a real tongue-in-cheek delivery, and was very topical for the time. Jungle took everything that made Desert so memorable and amplified it by 200%. There were now a massive amount of varied locations, from Washington DC, snow-capped mountains, jungle swamps, and massive enemy compounds. It truly opened up the variety in a huge way. Gameplay was pretty much exactly the same though. Do mini missions that lead up to the big level story point. Side missions include rescuing pilots, which again makes them available to choose later as co-pilots. You had your map to strategize your attack and manage resources. All these things were still available. The biggest change, however, was the opportunity to jump into multiple vehicles, which let you ride a motorbike, man an experimental hovercraft, and even jump into the seat of a F-117 stealth bomber. They all had their unique learning curves to adjust to, but were really fun additions to the gameplay. The hovercraft and bomber especially, with the fast maneuvering and the slow, precise bombing runs of the F-117. It was a welcome addition to give a little break from all that chopper action. Having said all that, this game is definitely much harder than Desert, and you'll have to use all your skills you learn from it if you ever want to see this game all the way to the end. Overall, the graphics were vastly improved, with tons of variety and lots of great cinematic cutscenes. The level design was clever and fun to explore. The music this time by Brian Schmidt, who had worked with Rob Hubbard on the original, was now lead, and he does a great remix of the original, as well as some other great topical tunes. The gameplay was on point, with the extra vehicles adding that nice touch of variety. For me, overall, personally, it's still my favorite of the entire series. And here's John on what him and Mark wanted to achieve with this sequel. We wanted to take what players liked about Desert and give them a wide variety of locations, missions, and vehicles. Desert took place in one environment, so in Jungle we wanted to give players a chance to visit multiple other terrains and control a variety of vehicles and different weapons. Overall, the game sold over 500,000 copies initially and was another well-received game in the press. It was a massive success for EA yet again, which obviously set in motion the immediate third game in the series. And let's zoom on over to some racing titles and start with Lotus 2 Rex is a 1993 release made by Gremlin Graphics and published by Electronic Arts. The game itself is a port of a popular Amiga racing series, in particular Lotus 3, with the addition of a level editor or Rex, Race Environment Construction System. The game graphically is almost the same as the previous Mega Drive release, Lotus Turbo Challenge, which is also a great game worth playing. Unlike the first game, this one is loaded with options, from the course editor, time attack, championship modes, and lots more. There's a bunch of fast, fun tunes to choose from as well, Outrun style, but none of the music matches quite up to the Amiga versions, unfortunately. The level editor is very impressive, and I love all the different types of weather conditions. It's definitely a very enhanced addition over Lotus 3 on the Amiga. Overall though, it's still a quick and fast racer that plays well, with a wealth of options and diverse courses to tackle, and enough to keep you racing for a long time to come. And next is Outrun 2019, developed by Japanese company Hertz, and was a futuristic spin-off of the Outrun series. Not by anyone's real purpose though, as the game was simply designed as a futuristic racer called Junkers High on the Mega CD, before being moved over to the Mega Drive. Hertz then got permission to use the Outrun license by Sega, and the game was retitled very late into production. The game itself is modeled after Outrun though in design, with point-to-point time segments which break into branching paths so you can choose your own way, and also includes a turbo boost similar to Turbo Outrun as you blast through futuristic cities and landscapes. I really didn't like this game when I initially played it, because of the Outrun name attached to it, which seemed like an afterthought, which it was, but it's actually quite a fun game with some really fast and intense solid gameplay, and if you can ignore the Outrun name and take it for what it is, simply a cool futuristic racer, and you'll have a lot of fun with it. So next was F1, or Formula 1 in the US, which was released in 1993 by Domark. F1 is a full Formula 1 simulator that has all the 12 courses from the F1 season, as well as licensed drivers and cars, with the exception of Senna, who was licensed to his own game by Sega, which we saw earlier. F1 is a spiritual sequel to Vroom, an Amiga and PC F1 game that was released in 1991. The graphics on this game are quite amazing, using a combination of 2D sprites and 3D polygon graphics to the max, without the need for extra cartridge acceleration. It's fast-paced and captures the F1 feel extremely well, not only from the looks, but the gameplay is perfect, requiring you to actually use the brakes intelligently to fly around these amazing courses. The sound effects capture that whine of the engine, and you even have the option to turn on turbo mode, which compresses the screen down, therefore increasing the speed of the game to ridiculous levels. It's totally unnecessary, so just stick with the regular mode, which is plenty fast. It's the #1 Formula game on the system and is hands down a must-play racer. And lastly, some rapid-fire looks with the first Micro Machines game by Codemasters to hit the system. Fast top-down racing, which emphasizes versus and party-style gameplay with multiple vehicles like boats, cars, trucks, and many more. These games are not really my favorite because they are really meant to be enjoyed as party games with friends. Single player though, they are decent experiences, but are definitely not anywhere near as much fun. Nigel Mansell's World Championship Racing by Gremlin Graphics is a very average F1 simulator featuring the world champ at the time, Nigel Mansell. The game offers lots of options and customization, but the racing itself feels very stiff and mechanical to race and just isn't that enjoyable. Just go and play the crazy excellent F1, which we looked at earlier. It's by far the best Formula 1 game on the system, hands down. Metal Fangs by Sega's R&D 2 was a Japan exclusive futuristic hovercar style racer. It's a really odd mix of management, destruction style gameplay. You don't actually race, well, sort of, but control a group of racers which can jump between at any time and take control of the car and manage them. It's a pretty odd mix of gameplay, and the actual racing is just too basic in the end, but the cool cyberpunk visuals and sound definitely make it a curiosity game for those that are so inclined. And lastly was Double Clutch by ASCII, which was a top-down racer published specifically for PAL regions and is an okay, if not very forgettable addition to the crowded subgenre on this system. There's just much better games of this type on the Mega Drive, which makes it kind of not really worth bothering with. And now on over to a bunch of arcade conversions. And first we'll check out Chicky Chicky Boys, also known as Mega Twins, a port of a 1990 Capcom side-scrolling action platformer. This game is heavily inspired by some of the later Wonder Boy games, with the same style in terms of level design, shops to upgrade your character, and even some shoot-'em-up style stages for variety. It's visually bright and colourful, which is much like the arcade with good bopping music, with the only negative being the lack of a two-player option, with you now having to choose either the Magician or Barbarian version of the twins. Despite that, it's still an extremely fun arcade style experience, not to be missed. Next was one of my all-time favorite arcade races, Super Off-Road, originally published by Leland Corporation in 1989. It was an isometric multiplayer styled racer with a crazy physics engine allowing your truck to bounce its way through track after track and have a little help from a crazy turbo boost function, which just added to its arcade racing stylings. The original arcade version had 8 tracks, but this Mega Drive version doubles that to 16, which gives it a ton of exclusives. Plus it has all the old shop upgrades are here to pimp out your truck and buy more turbo boosts, of course. It features a 2-player versus mode with NPCs in the mix to round out the experience, and was published through Accolade's Ballistic label, with Virgin Games handling the European release. Next was Sega's G-Lock, a massive Sega flight combat tycoon experience brought to the Mega Drive from the 1990 original. This game was like a spin-off of Afterburner, except mostly from a first-person perspective, although occasionally it did pull out to a third-person Afterburner style. The same basic gameplay is still intact in destroying a set number of air or ground targets to move on, with 16 different levels in total in this Mega Drive version. Considering what they were trying to do and convert here, I think they actually did a pretty good job, despite popular opinion at that time and even now. Gameplay is ultra simple, but sometimes that's all you really want. It does also sport a fantastic fantastic rocking soundtrack by the ever-reliable Matt Furness, and is a great alternative, at least in my opinion, to the Afterburner 2 conversion on the system. SNK's massive kaiju beat-em-up was next with this conversion of King of the Monsters. This was always a fan favorite with me and my friends to slap each other up with, and with this Mega Drive version, despite being scaled back, with most notably having 2 kaiju characters missing from the roster, it still manages to bring the fun style of the arcade to the home intact. The game can be best described as a wrestling game with giant monsters and 4 different world cities as the rings, as you not only try to destroy your opponent, but as much as the backdrop city as well. And even with the cut down features and scaled back sound effects, it still delivers the core fun of the arcade straight to the Mega Drive. And now on over to a few quick rapid fire reviews with Paperboy 2, technically not an arcade conversion, but a console and home computer sequel to the 1980s arcade original published by Tengen. Gameplay is almost exactly the same, with the addition of 2 sides of the road being available, and being able to pick between either Paperboy or Papergirl. It's good solid fun like the original, but just don't expect too much. Race Driving, also published by Tengen, is a sequel to the hard driving arcade game we looked at earlier. It offers more tracks and different vehicles to choose from, but the same issues arrive in the fact that without the sit-down full car realistic cabinet style, the game is pretty bland playing it on a controller, and lacks all that arcade game's personality. And lastly is Double Dragon 3, and you thought the DD games couldn't get much worse on the Mega Drive. Well, you were wrong. This time though, it was based on an absolute dumpster fire of the third arcade game, which really meant that this arcade port had no chance in hell of being good. It's just plain terrible overall on every sense. Just avoid it at all costs. One of the biggest conversions of the year was Lethal Enforcers, based on Konami's insanely popular 1992 cop light gun shooter that was one of the most popular arcades of that year. Konami decided to go all out on this conversion, producing its own light guns just for this game called Justifiers. Big, satisfying Magnum-style guns, perfect for a bit of punk corpsing action. They were also able to keep the arcade's addictive 2-player action, which was the icing on the cake. Visually, the digitized graphics take a little bit of a hit, but it's still very faithful in looks and sound, offering the same quick-paced action followed by insane boss battles across all the urban crime settings. A truly great conversion followed by a western-themed sequel we'll look at later, and a very good enhanced Sega CD version as well. And now on over to 2 Japan exclusives to finish off the arcades, with Snow Brothers up first, a port of an extremely popular 1990 arcade game by Toplan. Best part is Toplan actually handled the Mega Drive port themselves, which results in an absolutely fantastic game. The game itself is a conversion as well as a bit of a remix. If you've never played it, its gameplay is very similar to something like Bubble Bobble, a 2-player fast-paced action platformer. This Mega Drive version sports tons of extra levels, over 20 in total in fact, newly added cutscenes to give the game much more of a story, and lots of additional music as well. It truly is the best version of this game out there, enhancing the already great arcade, and it's just such a shame it was a Japan-only release, published through Japan's Tengen division. And speaking of that company, they also decided for no apparent reason to remake Marble Madness, again for the Mega Drive, this time an exclusive version for Japan only. The original 1991 Electronic Arts version we looked at earlier is pretty damn good, but this was aiming to be even closer to the arcade as humanly possible, and even supports the Sega mouse as a control option. It's definitely a slightly more faithful version if you really want to get nitpicky about it, but either version I feel is pretty damn good. So whichever one you decide to try out, the Mega Drive has you covered. The pinball genre was back with an interesting mix of styles, and we'll start with Dragon's Revenge, a sequel to the excellent Gothic pinball game we looked at earlier, Dragon's Fury, or Devil's Crash MD as it's known in Japan. This was not made by the original team, but licensed out to Tengen to be released in the West. It still ended up getting a Japanese release though. The game keeps the fantasy Gothic stylings of the original, with your goal is to defeat a dragon that's enslaved 3 different heroes. There are multiple parts to the table, as you have to free all 3 heroes in order to face off against the dragon in the end. The graphics are pretty good and detailed, with a lot going on, and the tunes are pretty decent, but not quite as good as the original. The game generally got above average reviews upon release, and it's seen as a good but not great pinball game. I think it's pretty decent, but I'd still much rather play the original Mega Drive version over this if I had the choice. Virtual Pinball by Electronic Arts was next, a game developed by Bill Budge, who did the original game Pinball Construction Set in 1982, published by Electronic Arts as well. This game is basically a spiritual successor. The game is 2 programs in one. You get the constructor mode where you can build your own fantasy pinball table to your liking and play it with 10 different save game slots for 10 different creations, or you can just jump right in and play pinball where there are over 20 different tables for you to try out. Like a lot of early constructor style games, it's overall pretty limited when it really comes down to it. There's lots of themes and parts to choose from, but the tables all feel samely and a bit bland. Anyone that used to try out these style of game making programs during the 80s and early 90s, you probably know exactly what I mean. Whether it was this or Gary Kitchener's Game Maker or even Shoot 'em Up Construction Kit, you were very limited in the end, and overall the game you made will always be only average at best. I still admire the attempt to do something different, and if you really love the idea of making games, then I'd say it's still kind of worth a try. But the best pinball release this year by far was Sega's own Sonic Spinball, a game whose sheer existence is solely based on Sega of Japan not being able to finish Sonic 3 for the lucrative December 93 holiday season. Sonic 2 had dominated the charts the previous year and pretty much cemented Sonic as Sega's mascot and the most recognizable character they had. Not having Sonic 3 out was a huge blow, so plans had to be made, and it took the form of releasing 2 Sonic spin-off games to keep the character in the public eye, with the double dose combo releases of Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, which was a reskin of the Japan-only release Puyo Puyo, and we'll be looking at that in more detail pretty soon, and Sonic Spinball, a pinball-inspired game based on some of the most popular levels from Sonic 2, namely the Casino Night Zone stages.
It's Sonic. It's pinball. It's new Sonic Spinball.
Sega of America had less than a year to produce the game, with the Sega Technical Institute taking up the challenge, headed up by Peter Morowick, who also went on to make the brilliant Comic Zone for the Genesis in 1995. Peter is quoted as saying, "Once Sonic Team communicated that they would miss that window, somebody at HQ must have asked whether a smaller, simpler Sonic-related title could be developed. The marketing research folks indicated that Sonic's casino levels were amongst the favorites, birthing the idea for the overall direction. I honestly don't know who came up with that, but it sounded fun and doable, so STR jumped on it. The game itself is pinball with Sonic as the ball, with 4 big multi-tiered tables to play through, as you blast Sonic around with the flippers, destroying Robotnik's mechanized creatures and trying to farm the hidden Chaos Emeralds in each level." Peter further elaborated, "We were given a pretty free rein to brainstorm. Everyone understood that we couldn't and shouldn't try to compete with the mainline Sonic franchise, so some departure was expected. I enjoyed the casino levels, but I was also really inspired by an Amiga game of the day called Pinball Dreams, which was about the nicest pinball game I'd ever seen. I envisioned more of the real pinball mechanics brought into Sonic's world and felt it presented a truly unique proposition. Each level comprised of a boss character and required Sonic to also flip switches to access new areas, and featured bonus stages just like the mainline games. The game's short development window really put pressure on the team. I felt honored but also quite overwhelmed. Development time was short and Sonic Team set the quality bar very high, so we had our work cut out for us.
ピンボールゲームに挑戦だ。アメリカ生まれのファンキーアクション、Sonic Spinball!
The team chose to program the entire game in C language instead of assembly, which was very unusual, but sped up development time tenfold. And within just over 2 months, they already had an over 80% complete game. Quite the feat by any means, especially considering the quality of the game overall. But there was a final hurdle thrown at them literally at the 11th hour. It was quite a fiasco. We were virtually code released, having a little party in the conference room, when Hirokazu Yasuhara, the lead designer on Sonic Team, casually asked whether we acquired rights to use the title song. Everyone assumed Sega owned the Sonic 2 theme, which we had adapted for Spinball, where in fact it was a one-shot license from a Japanese band, Dreams Come True. So Howard Drossen, our composer, was tasked to create a brand new theme in something like 2 hours. Overall, Sonic Spinball is an amazing game and probably one of the best spin-off games ever released for this character. It doesn't feel like extended Sonic 2 levels, but a fully fleshed out game
game that perfectly captures all the Sonic vibes of the previous entries. The game ended up selling pretty well, with Sonic's popularity at an all-time high, with generally good reviews by the press, with the biggest criticism being that the game may be considered a little too short compared to the mainline games. Regardless, I love this game and feel it shouldn't be overlooked, and is one of the best pinball games on the system overall, so check it out.
Sega Genesis and game cartridge, sold separately.
And another small genre that got a couple of releases was the puzzle games. And let's start with Columns 3 by Sega, released in Japan and US only. It's your same dual color matching Tetris style gameplay as seen in previous entries, just with better graphics and some really funky cool music, and a light story mode added in as well. What separates this from other puzzlers of the time though is the massive amount of multiplayer options included, truly turning it into a party game, and can even have up to 5 people battling it out against each other in really chaotic matches. If you're playing it in single player, it still delivers the goods, but don't expect anything new. It's really a multiplayer showcase, so if that appeals to you, then it's a great game to check out. And the other puzzler was Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, another Tetris styled affair, and the game that I mentioned earlier that was part of Sega's plan for 2 spin-off games to fill the gap until Sonic 3's release. With Puyo Puyo not getting an international release and remaining a Japan-only game, Sega of America decided to reskin it into a Dr. Robotnik spin-off game. It was both a remix of Puyo Puyo and it tied into the new adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon series that hadn't actually aired yet. Robotnik's appearance and some of the henchmen are also based on the TV show of that name. Gameplay is the same as Puyo Puyo, where you verse a henchman in bean color matching versus action. It also has a 2-player versus mode and a practice mode if you're really useless at these kind of games. A lot of the music is still the same as Puyo Puyo. Some of them have been remixed or even modified, but most still remain the same tunes and vibe, which is fine because it was great in the first place and matches even well with the reskin. Just like the title it's based on, it's really fun and addictive, and even though English countries never got to see Puyo Puyo in its original form, it still exists in this one and is a very enjoyable puzzler in every sense. And now let's check out a cool mix of scrolling beat-em-ups released this year, and start with a double dose of Toads, Battletoads that is, with the double release of Battletoads Double Dragon, The Ultimate Team, and Battletoads, both conversions of 2 rare games originally for the NES. Both games are simple 16-bit upgrades of those originals, with improved graphics and sound, but both feel gameplay-wise 100% like the NES original games. It's a bit strange playing them on the Mega Drive, that's for sure. Battletoads is a port of the 1991 NES original scrolling beat-em-up, which came out to try and cash in on the insane popularity of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at the time. The game can be played in both single or 2-player co-op as you take the Toads and try to rescue a space princess from the Dark Queen. The game doesn't take itself too seriously, from the humorous cutscenes to the wacky action, with lots of tongue-in-cheek animation on display. Simple gameplay with easy-to-learn action with lots of weapons and multiple gameplay switches from scrolling horizontal action, vertical rope sections, frustrating vehicle stages, and a whole lot more. There's never a dull moment, that's for sure. If you like the NES original, it's a pretty good upgrade. We also got the bizarreness that was Battletoads Double Dragon The Ultimate Team, a crossover game combining Technos' Double Dragon and Rare's Battletoads. Because, why not? It is again another multi-gameplay styled experience, with scrolling beat-em-up action featuring many gameplay switches, but the main part is still straight up slapping up action. Billy and Jimmy from Double Dragon are playable characters, as well as the 3 Toads, and it supports 1 or 2-player gameplay. There is 0 Double Dragon gameplay here though. It's 100% like the original Battletoads, just with more moves and lots more weapons. Billy and Jimmy have all their signature moves from the first 3 Double Dragon games, but it still plays and feels 100% like Battletoads. Both games are pretty good looking with some decent animation and very NES sounding music. Battletoads got average reviews, with Ultimate Team Up getting absolutely massacred in the reviews, to the point that they actually cancelled most of the international versions of Ultimate Team Up, leaving only a US and Brazilian release for that title. But I feel both are quite fun, with Battletoads being much more superior, with just much better balanced gameplay overall. If you played the original NES versions, there's no real reason to play these besides graphical upgrades. Next is a quick look at Cyborg Justice by Novatrade, a 1 or 2 player sci-fi scroller that always seems to be forgotten on the system. It has you as a human who's crash landed on an alien world inhabited by AI robots. They remove your brain from your dead body and put it in a robot to make you their slave. But humans don't take that kind of nonsense, so the scrolling beat 'em up action begins over the 5 levels of the game. The most unique part is that you can customize your robot to suit your tastes. Every body part can be swapped out, and it's not simple cosmetics. They all play a part in how the robot feels and the weapons it's used, and on top of the brawling action, you can also take down foes' parts and attach them to yourselves to change your weapons or physical power, which is very cool. The graphics generally are quite good, although it has some very generic sci-fi backdrops and standard tunes, but the gameplay is varied enough with hundreds of character customization combinations, and the 2-player action make it something you'll definitely want to investigate. Next was Amazing Saga, as it's known in Japan and Europe, or Amazing Saga Mutant Fighter in the US, published by Sega or Victor Kai. It was based on a manga series that ran from 1991 to 92, with the story being aliens invade Earth, sending the survivors underground, where Dr. Kabuto creates the Mazinger suit to help battle the aliens and win back Earth. This game is also pretty fun, and like Cyborg Justice, it has also been mostly completely forgotten. It has 6 levels with multiple parts, which include scrolling beat-em up action and mid-level style bosses. It then jumps into these huge one-on-one versus style brawls when you fight the main bosses, which play out completely differently than the rest of the game and is really fun. The variety in the stages that take place all over the world, and the constant gameplay switches, coupled with the fact that the enemies don't overstay their welcome and die quickly, which keeps the pace fast. It's another obscure Mega Drive gem that's worth seeking out. And on over to a big release in Golden Axe 3, which curiously only got a Japan physical, besides a digital Sega channel release in 1996. Because I had a modded Mega Drive, I was able to buy this and play it back then, and my initial reaction was kind of disappointing. But after playing it for a while with friends, it became clear very quickly that what this game lacks in visual style of the previous entries, it more than makes up for it in the details. The Prince of Darkness is still in the Golden Axe and cursed the land's most acclaimed warriors. One, however, didn't get cursed and sets out to free the heroes and take back the Golden Axe. The game features a whole new set of characters with 4 to choose from in the main game, and an extra one for the versus brawling mode. 2 are basically Axe Battler and Tyrus Flare with new moves, but the others are Kronos, a panther-styled human that's very fast and nimble, and the opposite of that was a giant wrestler styled brute named Proud Kragger, who's super slow but does mega damage. They all, as per Golden Axe rules, have different elemental magics that can be used to help with the bosses or hordes of scumbags. Different mounts are also all over the place for extra firepower, plus midget kicking is back to help fill up those magic bars. The action itself feels pretty good and satisfying with lots of moves and the unique team-up moves in 2-player, which is pretty neat. Even though the game has 8 stages, which is a lot, there's way more than that, due to the fact that at many points you can choose your path through to the next level, meaning there's tons of ways to go, with lots to see, making the replayability very hard to see everything the game has to offer. According to rumors, Sega cancelled this game for its international release due to quality. They felt it just wasn't good enough, even though they had already commissioned Boris Vallejo and he had completed the awesome international cover for the game. I personally think it's a pretty cool entry. I don't know what they were thinking. Definitely don't dismiss it too quickly. Visually, it's not as impressive as 1 or 2, who were basically trying to replicate a far superior arcade look. This just does its own thing, and it's another cool recommendation to try out. But my personal favorite game for the genre in '93 has to go to Splatterhouse 3, the 3rd installment in Namco's scrolling beat-em-up horror saga. It wasn't a simple retread of the previous game either, adding in its own unique mechanics to make the series go forward. The story has Rick and Jennifer now married with their son living in peace. However, his house gets invaded by monsters seeking revenge for Part 2's Face Off. The Dark One needs to sacrifice a psychic child to take over the world. Guess what? Rick's son is psychic. The possessed mask also returns to help Rick save his family. It's a plot pretty much ripped from a straight-to VHS horror movie from the 80s, and I absolutely love it. The gameplay this time around throws in exploration elements, meaning you have a map of the mansion and an X marks your destination, but you can make your way there any way you want. Rick has tons of brawling and wrestling style moves and is way more nimble this time. You can also juice yourself up, and
unleash the power of the mask to go into a full rage mode, which does some huge damage on enemies for a limited time. And talking about time, it's constantly ticking down on each floor of the house, but what it means is you can still finish a level even if the time runs out, but it subtly changes the plot of the game. During levels, digitized cutscenes appear showing situations happening, and if you don't make it on time, terrible things happen. For example, your wife Jennifer can literally die on the first level if you take too long, leading to, if completed, the 4 multiple different endings. The action and graphics are gory and very satisfying. I love the digitized graphics for the cutscenes, and the sound effects are meaty and highlight, with the music very reminiscent of Part 2's very awesome soundtrack. The game is also a hidden feature on the pretty cool 2010 Xbox 360 release, Splatterhouse, which I really enjoyed if you want to play it that way. Another great entry in the series, and an exclusive for the system, but also unfortunately the last entry in 16-bit form.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
1993 was an epic year for the platform action genre, with some of the biggest titles the system ever saw. So let's not hold back and jump straight into 2 heavy hitter classics, with Flashback and Another World, both made by French development house Delphine Software, who were formed in 1988 in Paris, France. They quickly, over the course of only a couple of years, carved out a reputation for games with distinct cinematic flair and really excellent storytelling. Before these 2 classics, they released Future Wars in 1989, a time-traveling point-and-click adventure game, Operation Stealth, a James Bond-style adventure, and renamed with a license ironically to 007 James Bond: The Stealth Affair in the US, and the excellent Cruise for a Corpse, a murder mystery point-and-click adventure affair with very cinematic vibes. Another World, also known as Out of This World in the US, was originally designed and released for the Amiga in 1991 by Delphine, but was converted to the Mega Drive by Interplay. And Flashback, the quest for identity, was built from the ground up on the Mega Drive, with the Amiga version still being released first in 1992. But as designer Paul Cousset has quoted as saying, "The best version for me is the Mega Drive version. The game was created for this platform." So let's first dive into Another World, which, like Flashback and a lot of Delphine's games, used rotoscoping techniques to get the animation to look beyond what everybody else was doing at that time, and gave their games a very unique, surreal cinematic vibe. The game was designed and programmed by one person, namely Eric Chahi, over a 2-year period, and is a cinematic adventure action game where you play a physicist named Lester, who, while experimenting with some particle acceleration, gets accidentally sent to another world thanks to a random lightning strike on the lab facility. The game blurs the lines between cinematic cutscenes and gameplay seamlessly, almost to the point where you don't realize that you're actually in control of the action. It was well beyond its time in that regard, as was the minimalistic style that, without any tedious long tutorials, you kinda just instinctively know what to do and go with it. Here's what Eric had to say about the console version's development. "The game was more difficult on consoles than on microcomputers because Interplay really wanted the player to have value for money. A console game is expensive, which implied that a game must have a long lifespan as well. That's why a guard has been added in the prison at the bottom of the lift, and lethal steam jets appear in the maze-like ventilation system. All of this with a very limited time. Over the game's 14 stages, which feel on purpose just like one big level in a sense. Although this Mega Drive version has codes to jump to sections once completed, you're trying to escape the planet and essentially death itself, which comes at the drop of a hat. The game does require a little bit of trial and error, so dying is pretty normal, and thanks to its really cinematic approach, it's even kinda rewarding and fun in a Dragon's Lair style to see your death animations. The game has light platform action sections and lots of little puzzles as you and an alien friend try to escape from the whole prison facility. The game plays exceptionally well on this system, with graphics that are unlike anything else really seen on the Mega Drive up to that point and really beyond. As Eric mentioned, this version also features a lot more little extra touches to extend the gameplay due to the original Amiga version being considered a little bit too short. Plus there's also a bit more of a continuous arrangement strange soundtrack which really builds up the atmosphere in the background. It's a classic game for a reason and is definitely a must-play gaming experience.
Cet homme vient de subir un choc d'une violence inouïe. Tous ses repères ont disparu. Pour lui, rien ne sera jamais plus comme avant. Trop rapide, trop réel. Cet homme n'était pas encore prêt. Flashback sur Mega Drive. C'est plus fort que toi.
Flashback also hit the Mega Drive in 1993, published by US Gold and headed up by Paul Cousset, a game that almost felt like the next extension of Another World, while also being its own thing, mixing action, platforming, exploration, and fantastic storytelling into its massive galaxy-hopping adventure. You play Conrad, who has to try to recover his memory when he basically uncovers a plot involving aliens impersonating themselves into the government and attempting to take over Earth. In terms of inspiration, the game takes elements from some of sci-fi's best movies: Blade Runner, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Total Recall, Alien, The Running Man, and so much more. Gameplay is pretty varied. It borrows a lot from Prince of Persia, with its rotoscoped characters and action style that takes a bit of getting used to, but it's also so much more than that, always adding new little twists and additions to the gameplay to keep it interesting, and taking the plot and settings in very diverse directions, from lush jungle planets to concrete cityscapes, deadly game shows, and alien planets. It goes all the way, accompanied by wonderful polygon-style cutscenes similar to Another World, expanding the story richly. Sometimes action is the focus, other times puzzle solving using items you found, or even mission-based quests to make money to further the adventure, and talking to people and really soaking up the incredible atmosphere. It's definitely not an easy game. The difficulty ramps up pretty high, but each new level feels like something special, and it's almost irresistible not to see what comes next. Gorgeous animation and level settings, good sound effects with sparse but again atmospheric use of music segments, and controls that are a bit challenging at first but with practice becomes second nature pretty quickly. It was the full package. The game was a huge hit at the time, and as of making this video, it still holds the Guinness Book of World Records for best-selling French game of all time. It spawned a sequel in 1996 called Fade to Black on DOS and the PSX, and took the full 3D route. It hasn't aged anywhere near as well as this, although I did play it in the 90s and I really enjoyed it when it was originally released. Delphine themselves only released one more game on the Mega Drive after Flashback, my guilty pleasure game, Shaq Fu. You either love it or hate it, but we'll still be having a look at it in the 1994 segment. Now over to some rapid fires of companies trying to make their own versions of Sonic. First up is Tinhead by Microprose UK. It was only released in the US, however. It's a straight up Euro platformer, very Amiga-esque graphics, lots of short stages with tons of things to collect, and a really stiff challenge. It hits all the European platformer tropes, but it's still a very well made, if just unoriginal game. And on the opposite end was Awesome Possum by Tengen, their attempt at Sonic, which is a huge mess of a game. Super floaty controls, an extremely erratic frame rate, the super annoying repeated speech samples, and the smash you over the head environmental message make it a pretty unbearable game to play. And lastly was Socket, Vic Tokai's attempt at Sonic, and it's super blatant. Speedy fast levels broken up by more exploration platforming. It feels like a cheap knockoff though. The speedy sections are way too fast, making enemies almost impossible to see, and the exploration sections are super bland, and it's just another one to simply avoid. Next, we got two games by a UK company called Vectordine. They developed James Pond 3 and Rolo to the Rescue, and both were published by Electronic Arts. Both games are action platformers, which look like they are definitely using the same game engine, because gameplay and graphics style-wise they are very similar, made even more obvious when I played these both back to back for these reviews. In James Pond 3 Operation Starfish, you have to again stop Dr. Maybe as he started mining all the cheese off the moon and selling it off to fund
his global domination plans. In Rolo to the Rescue, you play an elephant Rolo who has to rescue all his animal friends that have been captured by poachers. James is a much faster game than previous entries, clearly taking its cues from Sonic like many games of this era. It has an overworld map to its 100 plus levels. It features tons of little gadgets that can be used like dynamite or spring shoes to navigate all these levels. You can also rescue a frog sidekick who can be used to jump up to unreachable areas. Rolo has a similar look and vibe. As you rescue animals, they become playable characters that you can switch between and using their unique abilities to complete levels. For example, a rabbit can jump high, a beaver can swim, and a squirrel can climb up objects. It also has an overworld map with over 60 plus levels in total. Both games also feature tons of secret areas to be discovered.
Rolo to the rescue! Wo sonst kriegt man noch so viel Elefant für die Mark? Capisce? Die schönsten Pausen sind Sega!
And now over to one of my guests' favorite games.
Shinobi 3, the Ninja Master himself. You had The Revenge of Shinobi, Shadow Dancer, if you want to include that. Some people do, some people don't. I personally don't care. Because I'm talking about Shinobi 3. What a great game, and I never knew it existed until the Wii Virtual Console. What? Well, look, I had a Super Nintendo growing up, and I had a Master System back in the day as well, but I never had a Mega Drive itself. So I missed a lot of his great games. Sure, I had Sonic to play with friends, but not many of them had the Shinobi games. When it came onto the Wii Virtual Console around 2006 or 5 or whatever it was at the time, I played it because I had heard the name Shinobi, and I was curious to play the game Shinobi. When I played the third one for the first time, it blew my mind. I couldn't believe how great a game it was and what I was missing out on. I thought it was fantastic because I love ninjas. If you know me, you know I love ninjas. I love the Ninja Turtles. I love the last Ninja game on the Commodore 64. I love ninjas. Everything about ninjas I love. So this is a perfect game for me to play. And if I was a kid playing this, I would have loved it so much. But I never had a Mega Drive. Now, I have all the Shinobi games on the Mega Drive, sitting there nicely on my shelf, looking beautiful and bright. Yeah, I love them. I love the box arts. I love everything about these releases. You can run and jump and spray out all your shurikens to the enemies around you. Like a big bonfire of shurikens coming down at them, exploding onto them. What a fun game. It had stealth, it had climbing, it had everything you want to do in a ninja game. It had superpowers that would explode onto the screen. It was exciting. Look how excited I am just talking about how exciting Shinobi 3 is, being a ninja master in himself. What I love also about this game is how you get the horse riding levels. It changes it up. It reminds me of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when you go onto like the surfboards and stuff like that in the sewer. Still a surfing, but with horses on back. You're on the horse's back. You're doing all different types of things in this game compared to the previous games because it changes it up that much to make it a little bit more varied in the overall scheme of things. That's Shinobi 3. It's the pinnacle of the series for me. Yes, people do prefer The Revenge of Shinobi. No questions there because it's also a great game. They're both great games. For me, it's Shinobi 3 though. It's literally my favorite game to play on the Mega Drive. Once I found it, I couldn't believe it was there the whole time, but I've been missing out for so long. Everything, all these elements, mystical elements come together. And you feel like you are a ninja, stealth moding throughout the levels. And that's what you want. You want to feel like a ninja. And that's what this game does. It makes you feel like you are a ninja. And that's all I've ever wanted to be, was a ninja. If you know me at all, growing up, all you know of me is that I've always just wanted to be a ninja. This makes me feel like a ninja. And that's why I bloody love this game.
ToeJam and Earl Panic and Funkatron was the sequel to the unexpected cult hit from 1991. This one, however, takes a more traditional side-scroller view as opposed to the first top angle, and was suggested by Sega as they felt the game would sell better from this perspective. And ultimately it did. Johnson and Busango were both back for this sequel. The game has ToeJam and Earl home on the planet of Funkatron. It's now being overrun by annoying humans who stowed away on their spaceship when they escaped Earth. They are now running amok and destroying everything as per usual. ToeJam and Earl are therefore blamed, so it's up to them to set things right by capturing all the humans and sending them back to Earth. Although it resembles a side-scrolling platform game, there is a lot of nuances and bizarreness to the gameplay thrown
in to keep the game completely fresh and interesting. All the wacky humor is intact, as are the multitude of strange gadgets to use. The animation and sound design is really excellent, as is the variety in their levels and the sheer amount of interaction with the environment, which sports 17 levels in total. You can play it solo or as in the original in 2-player co-op, which is really the way to play these games. This game is often seen as inferior to the original, but as a pure game player I have to disagree with this 100%. I find it extremely fun and charming, and is a well-worthy sequel that ended up selling even better than the original, and it still remains in sequel form anyway as Sega exclusive. Next was Cosmic Spacehead by Codemasters, a very unique game mixing two elements that shouldn't really work that well, but they do: the action platform genre and a point-and-click adventure. Cosmic itself was a remake or update of a 1992 NES game called Linus Spacehead's Cosmic Crusade. In the game, you gotta help Cosmic reach Earth and take photos as evidence, because nobody believed he actually found this magical world called Earth. Gameplay is one part point-and-click adventure game where you talk to people for information, gather items, and solve puzzles. There's also traditional side-scrolling action platform elements and a few other variations and little mini-games added into the mix. It has really nice, colorful graphics and complimentary music, with game design that gets better the further you get into the game, in both the action and the adventure elements. And everything is set at a pretty easy level, so you'll always be making progress all the time. It's a good title that shouldn't be overlooked. And next was Bob, published by Electronic Arts and developed by Grey Matter, the Canadian software house that produced the excellent Infiltrator 1 and 2 in the 80s, some of my favorite games. This one is also known by the much cooler title in Japan as Space Funky Bob. It's essentially a run-and-gun styled action platformer where you have to escape a hostile planet you crash landed on after taking your dad's car out for a spin. This game is a lot of fun to play, with pretty satisfying action and level design. You can blast all manner of aliens and pick up and use a variety of gadgets to navigate the levels. Ammo is not infinite, so you have to be more precise and less trigger happy through its 45 levels in total, which are spread out over 3 big hub worlds, linked by an overworld map. It has nice, well-animated characters and satisfying action, and some big old boss battles. It's not the most original game, but everything in it just does and accomplishes pretty well. Rocket Knight Adventures burst onto the Sega Genesis and Mega Drive in 1993, courtesy of Konami. If you know your 16-bit or arcade history, the late 80s to mid-90s was Konami's golden period as far as arcade and console gaming goes. It's almost like they could do no wrong. Tiny Toon Adventures, The Simpsons Arcade, any of the Turtles games, Sunset Riders, etc., etc. Konami were an unstoppable force in 8, 16, and arcade scenes, and Rocket Knight hit right in the middle of all this golden gaming chaos. This game was a total blind bar for me in 1993. I had seen a small preview in a gaming magazine, but knew very little about the game. But that Konami logo gave me enough confidence to pick it up from a dodgy gaming shop I used to frequent in Durban, South Africa, in an alley called London House Arcade, which ironically had no arcades, but just a bunch of gaming shops run by questionable individuals selling bootleg console games for prices normal people could actually afford. I bought a lot of games there. Rocket Knight was a platform action game, although platforming is just a small part of the gameplay, and the fast-paced action nature was where the game really shines. It was directed by Nobuya Nakazato, who'd also worked on the PS1 classic Vandal Hearts, which I absolutely love, and Contra 3 Alien Wars, amongst a host of other absolute gems. Unlike many Genesis games up till that point, which were variations on Super NES versions, Rocket Knight was the first time Konami made a Sega exclusive from the ground up, and wow, was it impressive. Every single programming trick was thrown at Sega's system to push it to the limit, in not only visual terms, but with the FM sound chip getting one of the best soundtracks of the Genesis 16-bit era, so much so that I actually bought the vinyl soundtrack many years later. Rocket Knight was really something special, and part of a trilogy of exclusive Genesis classics that us Sega owners really got to revel in. And now onto the actual game itself, which from the moment you slap it in till the time you turn it off just puts a big smile on your face. In Rocket Knight you play Sparkster, a possum trying to stop an invasion of a pig army on the land of Elhorn. Equipped with a trusty sword and a jetpack, he sets out to get things sorted. The game is made up of 7 stages in total with multiple parts to each. Gameplay switches are around every corner of this game, from the rock'em sock'em robot bashing, shoot 'em up sequences, platform action, and of course our minecart section, because what's a 90s game without a minecart section? The bosses are the real highlight, showcasing extreme originality in design and gameplay, but also a visual treat like something out of some sort of demented treasure game. Rocket Knight's simple jump, slice and boost mechanic make every gameplay switch feel unique to play, and they all highlight a different part of the gameplay to enjoy. The difficulty is also well balanced, going from a walk in the park to challenging without being too annoying. Graphically, it truly is a feast for the eyes. Multiple parallax scrolling effects, wonderfully animated sprites, and it's extremely colorful to say the least. The music never misses a beat and features a who's who of Konami soundtrack kings and queens, delivering a score that perfectly captures each level it's designed for and puts to rest the bad Genesis FM sound theory, as it really comes down to actual programming skills at the end of the day. Like with everything else, it's sublime and worth buying the soundtrack for without a second thought. Rocket Knight is the full 16-bit package, visually stunning with brilliant level and boss designs. If you've never played it, then please add it to your backlog. You will not be disappointed. And over to Namco and their exclusive US-only Genesis release of Rolling Thunder 3, the third game in this action platformer series that started its life way back in 1986 in the arcades. This game ticks all the Rolling Thunder boxes without straying far from the original's formula, as you play Agent J as he tries to take down the Geldra terrorist organization. Before each stage you can pick your weapons and then proceed to the action with its 10 stages that mix it up between traditional run and gun action platformer segments and vehicle-based action, with motorbikes and jet ski stages that play a lot like Daddy East's classic arcade game Sly Spark. The game got average reviews at the time, but I kinda like it. Its simple styled arcade action is fun and challenging, and the vehicle stages are a blast to play. It's surprising it only got a US release, especially considering the history of this series, and due to its low production run, it can be pretty pricey game to try to pick up now. And next was Blades of Vengeance, which was a fantasy action platformer published by Electronic Arts, where you can pick between 3 different characters, their cliche Amazon, Barbarian and Wizard, before you set off on your quest. The game can be played in either 1 or 2 player co-op style and bears a pretty close resemblance to the classic arcade game Kadash. Each level is broken up into 3 stages with a boss at the end of each one. There's a lot of secret areas also to find, shops to visit at the end of each level to spend your loot on weapons and armor. And overall I quite like the nice variety in the levels, but overall you've seen this all before a million times. That doesn't really detract from the overall vibe though, and if platform action hack and slashes like Rastan or Kadash are your jam, then you'll have a really good time with this Mega Drive exclusive. And back to a few more rapid fires with Snake Rattle and Roll by Rare, a port of their older NES game. It's not exactly a platformer, but it does have platform elements. You eat pellets to grow yourself and take out enemies. It's a pretty weird game and hard to describe. If you played the NES original version though, there's no real reason to play this besides a graphical facelift. Fantastic Dizzy by Codemasters was another European game that mixes platforming, adventuring, puzzle solving in typical Dizzy style. It's quite a fun, varied game on the system and sticks to its original 8-bit roots with a nice 16-bit look. Aero the Acrobat by Sunsoft is a fun action platformer taking place at an amusement park as you try to save it from a mad scientist. Gameplay is pretty varied and so are all the levels. It's also received a pretty good sequel in 1995. Chuck Rock 2 Son of Chuck was the core design sequel to Chuck Rock. It features 6 stages that are pretty varied with some nice graphics and some really big bosses as you take Chuck Jr. and smash everything with his club. It's a well-made sequel with plenty plenty of variety. Goofy's Hysterical History Tour, a Disney game which they licensed out to Absolute, which was a huge mistake, resulting in a boring, slow, and really painful platformer that you should stay well clear of. It only got a US release. And lastly was Strider 2, which was developed by Tiertex. Basically, it had no hope. Capcom would later release the real Strider 2, so play that instead. This one is terrible. Dodgy level design, controls, and just a plain fundamental lack of understanding what made the first original game so cool, which results in a huge dumpster fire of game development from classic Tiertex. Next is a trio of games from classic UK software houses, namely Psygnosis and Core Designs. So let's first check out Wolfchild by Core, an action platformer where a guy uses his father's experimental formula to turn himself into a werewolf to take revenge on a terrorist organization for killing his family. You have two different forms, human, which is weak with a simple melee attack, but if you collect some energy you can transform into a werewolf where you now can shoot projectiles, and you can also collect other power upgrades. The game features 9 stages spread out over the island compound with lots of hidden secrets and plenty of bosses to take out. It's quite a tough game though that requires precise action and execution to survive. It has a very good soundtrack, really detailed graphics with a nice use of parallax scrolling. It was also released in an enhanced Mega CD version featuring an animated intro, extended levels, and CD quality music. Wiz and Liz from Psygnosis is a pretty odd game where your goal is to rescue a bunch of rabbits on a distant planet. The game can be played in 1 or 2 player mode, which splits the screen in 2 player. You have to race around and pick up the rabbits as fast as possible, while all on a timer. Plus there is tons of mini games within the short but very frantic levels. There's 56 stages in total. It's a wacky, fast game in the style of an early arcade game. Simple gameplay but quite addictive with nice visuals and fun music. It's definitely very different from most other Mega Drive releases. The other game published by Psygnosis was Pugsy, which was developed by Traveler's Tales, who would do an impressive amount of work for Sega over the next few years. Pugsy was based on a character that first appeared in an Amiga demo. The demo group was hired to make the game, but it just simply didn't work out and Traveler's Tales took over. It's a very good mix of action, puzzle, and platformer elements, with lots of physics-based puzzles to complement all that action. As Pugsy the alien, you crash land on a weird planet, and all the parts of your spaceship are stolen, so you have to gather them all back and escape the weird world. The game's puzzles are very clever, as you can use most items in multiple ways. For example, a gun can be used to shoot enemies, you can also throw it like a projectile to hit enemies and even activate switches, or you can simply throw it to the ground or use it to get extra height to jump up to a platform. The whole game is filled with these sorts of situations. The 50 plus levels are short but packed with gameplay, with lots of secrets, mini games, and big old bosses, plus alternate routes through levels. Being based on an Amiga game like all these European releases, it has a very cool Amiga graphic look and another fantastic soundtrack from the ever reliable Matt Furness. This was a game I skipped over back in the day because of the odd looking character and weird name. It really put me off, but playing it now I realize you can't judge a game by its dodgy cover, and it's actually very good and well worth seeking out. And this one also has an enhanced Sega CD version available as well. Sunsoft were up next with the US only release of Blaster Master 2, a sequel to their 1988 NES game. This sequel was made entirely by Sunsoft's US division, as the original Famicom release wasn't very popular in Japan, but proved to be very popular in the West. I've never played the original for any real length of time, so I'm just taking this game as a standalone and not trying to do any comparisons. You again have access to a very versatile tank and have to stop some aliens from digging their way to the Earth's core, throwing the world off its axis and killing humanity. Over its 8 levels you'll be flipping through multiple viewpoints from the classic side-scrolling action variety, top-down maze sections, and on-foot run-and-gun platformer segments. Everything blends together extremely well here, and I love the colourful graphic style and fitting music. I can't honestly say if it's better or worse than the original, as my time with the original has been pretty small, but as it stands, it's a very enjoyable game with a big challenge ahead and a cool world to explore. And over to Accolade, the darlings of the computer gaming scene from the mid-80s at their start. Their console game output output, however, was all over the place in terms of quality, which brings us to one of their most divisive franchises, and the release of Bubsy Claws Encounters of the Third Kind, a game often dismissed as being absolutely awful, which is completely unjustified. Having said that, it's got a lot of issues. This was Accolade's Sonic character, as you play Bubsy, a bobcat, and you have to stop a bunch of aliens from stealing yarn balls. Bubsy's got the biggest collection, so the stakes are high for him. It's a pretty standard, at that point, action platformer, collecting yarn, dodging and stomping on enemies, seeking out secret areas, fast running speed, but its biggest difference in gameplay is the gliding technique, letting you fly across its 16 levels or take the more traditional fast on foot route. Levels are very big and open-ended, letting you really explore them or just beeline it to the end Sonic style. The level variety here is pretty good. Bubsy has tons of speech samples, making him both very endearing and also annoying at the same time. Gliding leads to plenty of unintentional deaths unless you know the level layout, and the controls are pretty floaty even when the character is grounded. It's a real mixed bag of a game, but it's definitely not the train wreck people want you to believe. That title is definitely reserved for Bubsy 3D on the PS1. The game sold very well and even got a sequel, which we'll also look at later. Buying Gunstar Heroes in '93 and slapping it in the Mega Drive was a mind-blowing experience back then. All-out arcade quality run-and-gun action of the highest quality, with a two-player co-op option. Everyone's faces lit up and the smiles never subsided any time this game was put on, no matter how many times we played it. But let's back up a little bit to the creation of Japanese game developer Treasure, who were officially formed in Tokyo, Japan in 1992. Founded by Masato Maegawa himself and the rest of the team, all former Konami employees that got disillusioned by the company's reliance on making endless sequels and licensed games, and not embracing originality anymore. Maegawa and his team had all in some capacity worked on a bunch of the company's best early 90s releases, including The Simpsons Arcade and Axelay and Contra 3 on the Super Famicom. Gunstar's development began while they were all still at Konami in 1991, when the team would meet up after work at local Tokyo coffee bars and plan the production, which had the anything goes attitude, and nothing was out of the question, which results in the run and guns gameplay, including horizontal shoot 'em up segments, classic 90s minecart action, multi-tiered bosses, melee combat, and board game elements all appearing and working in unison. Maegawa is quoted as saying, "We had only just established our new company, Treasure, so we were really keen, above all else, to do something that we liked and something that was our forte. Gunstar Heroes was that game. We approached the project with a concept of anything goes, and we incorporated many types of separate, ambitious ideas in that concept." The team officially defected from Konami in 1992, and the 10-month production started on Gunstar. The 18 people working at the time were split into two teams. They managed to sign a deal with Sega for 2 games, a licensed romp called McDonald's Treasureland Adventure, and after working on this title for several months, Sega knew they were onto a good thing and approved Gunstar's production as well, even though nobody really thought it was going to amount to anything, except Treasure, of course. Maegawa said, "There was nothing missing from the final version of Gunstar Heroes. It ended up exactly as we first planned it. Everything that was in our original specification and proposal to Sega was packed into the game that was eventually sold to players." The game clocked in at 16 megabits, but they managed to compress it down to 8 for the final release. Half the team worked on McDonald's and the other half Gunstar, with Treasureland being completed first but released second, as the company wanted Gunstar to be their debut, unlicensed, original, and basically crazy. Everything that people love about Treasure to this day. Gunstar Heroes is essentially a run and gun, with you getting to pick your initial weapons and whether you want to play the game with a free shot, which is movement and shooting at the same time, or fixed options stopping while shooting in all directions. And the best part is being able to play it in 2-player co-op without any compromise to speed or game performance. And if you've seen this game in action, you'll understand that is a very impressive accomplishment. The weapons are extremely diverse, with 4 main types to use, and the excellent option of combining any of those together to make another subset of weapon grade madness. Not only is blasting stuff on the table, but brute force melee attacks packs are also there, and the switches in gameplay are pretty fast and frequent over the game's 7 stages, which the first 4 you being able to choose where you want to start. Miyagawa said, because we had this concept of anything goes, we decided that if it was fun and interesting, we would put anything into the mix. And because of that, Gunstar Heroes ended up having shooting, action, and fighting elements. The graphics, like all Treasure games, are taken to the next level, allowing for the most experimental, color-infused combinations that push the Mega Drive to its max, but seem to do it with ease, which just proves how powerful the hardware was when placed in capable hands, of course. The music and sound effects combined so well to complement the frantic nature and atmosphere created by Non. Miyagawa said, he always without fail waits for all the levels of the game to be designed so that he can experience the movement of the whole game, and then he begins his composition. And that's how he was when he worked on Gunstar Heroes. Gunstar was released in 1993 on the system after a 10-month development period was complete. Sega gave them free reign to make whatever they wanted, which was the complete opposite of Konami. Their only input was changing its name from Lunatic Gunstar to Gunstar Heroes, which I think is a better choice overall. Both the US and Japan only ordered a small print run, with Japan ordering 10,000 copies of the game. It sold out in both regions instantly, despite the fact that the game only got a really small advertising campaign. More copies were manufactured, with it ended up selling roughly 70,000 units in Japan and over 200,000 copies in the West. It never received a Mega Drive sequel, but in 2005 Gunstar Super Heroes hit the Game Boy Advance by Treasure and published by Sega, and was extremely well received. Miyagawa is quoted as saying, summing up Gunstar Heroes production, "We had just established Treasure. We were of one mind in thinking, at last we can make the exact kind of game we love. We were completely absorbed in making our game and all thoroughly enjoying the project. That's what I remember foremost about making Gunstar Heroes."
Sega were the current kings of the 16-bit market, but rumblings and rumors put Sony as a new rival with a console they were busy working on. Rumored to be released in Japan by year's end of 1994, Sega needed to act quick. The new CD-based format was about to become the future of gaming.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
It was another massive release schedule this year for the Mega Drive, slightly less than the previous year, with many publishers behind the scenes looking into and starting to develop for the upcoming new systems, the Sega Saturn and Sony PlayStation, both launching at the end of the year in Japan at least. Sega of America was not convinced the Saturn would be well received in the US simply due to the high cost of manufacturing it, therefore a big price tag for the consumer, so they devised the cheaper 32X, a halfway point in price and power, as an add-on for the Genesis. After all, the massive installer base was there, so why not exploit it?
So maybe you should have waited for that bigger, better game of tomorrow. Game salesmen say no, buy today, upgrade tomorrow.
Just about everything out today is upgradable, and they're watching out for you in that respect. They're making a space for that march of technology.
It launched in November and was relatively successful, selling 600,000 units by year's end, but the underlying feeling was Sega fans were holding back somewhat. With the impending release of the next generation Saturn, why bother buying an add-on now? Another massive innovation that barely ever gets any mention was the Sega Channel, also released worldwide this year, which was a way to hook your Genesis or Mega Drive up to a cable set-top box and download full retail games for a monthly subscription, something that was way ahead of its time, but proved very successful overall with over 500,000 subscribers in the US alone, and eventually ended up shutting down after 4 years of service in 1998 and the bitter end of the Mega Drive's life cycle.
Huh? Sega!
So my game recommendation for the Sega Genesis is kind of a cheesy cop-out, but I really do think everybody should play Sonic the Hedgehog at least once in their life. The only question is which one to play, and my personal answer to that is how much time do you have? If you're somebody that already knows, okay, I'm getting into this stuff, never played the Genesis before, I want to do this, then I would just do them in order, 1, 2, and 3, and kind of experience the evolution of it the way that we did growing up getting these games one at a time. But if you're not sure if you like any of these and you really just don't have the time to spend, start with 3 for one reason only. You can save your progress. So that way you don't have to start from the beginning every time and just play the same levels over and over. If you want to just experience a Sonic game and wander around in it, Sonic 3 is the perfect one for that. And it's easily accessible, so it's not like it's a rare, expensive game or anything like that. But while it might be a cop-out, that's definitely my go-to because at the time, that was just such a massive game changer. And it was the first time Nintendo's Super Mario was ever truly challenged. At that time, in that moment, Sonic was just one of the coolest games you could play.
So let's start off this year with a look at a couple of running guns. Let's start with Mega Turrican was released on the Mega Drive and Genesis in 1994 and was designed by those fine folks at Factor 5, responsible for classics like Indiana Jones's Greatest Adventures on the Super NES and Rogue Squadron on the GameCube, to name a few. It was a game in the Turrican series made exclusively for the Mega Drive and took advantage of all its power to make an excellent run-and-gun style game with its big bosses and varied gameplay. It was a stunning 16-bit game to behold. The game was actually completed in 1993 and Factor 5 couldn't find a publisher, so in the meantime Neon Studios was allowed to do a port of Mega Turrican to the Amiga and retitled it Turrican 3, and that was released in 1993. The Mega Drive version eventually secured a distributor in 1994 through Data East, and it was finally released. The Mega Drive version retains all the factors that made Turrican such a great series to begin with. Massive sprawling levels to explore with secrets everywhere, big power-ups and screen killer bombs, and a grappling hook which is a bit weird to use initially, but it's very useful for jumping up and climbing to unreachable places. It's just such a blast to explore these massive levels and find new power-ups around every corner. It just makes it such a fun game to play. As with the entire series, you can still morph into the blade and bounce around just causing utter havoc, which is awesome, as well as reach through those really narrow passageways to get new loot. The controls work really well. The hook, like I said earlier, takes a bit of practice, but works well once you get the hang of it. The graphics are excellent, colorful, and just full of detail, and the sheer variety of the levels and enemies is quite astounding. The music is pretty good as well, although not as good as the Amiga version, which is to be expected. I mean, Commodore just knew how to make amazing sound chips for their systems. But if you're looking for more awesome Turrican music, check out Chris Hulsbeck's Turrican Soundtrack Anthology album for more awesome tunes. Overall, this is a must-play 16-bit running gun game. And the other game is a personal favorite of one of my guests, and I'll let Todd take it away.
So, the second game that I'm going to recommend is the opposite end, and that is Contra Hard Corps. Man, this game is hard. Oh boy, is Contra Hard Corps hard? Yeah, it is dang hard, man. It's a Contra game on a Mega Drive. The Mega Drive has fast elements to the processing anyway, so everything on screen goes even faster than it would on a Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo Contra game is great, but this is fast. This is like on steroids. This is Contra on steroids. Mate, you gotta have your wits about you. You can't just be sitting still. You gotta be like me. You gotta be all over the place. From your left to your right, to your ups, to your downs, to your angles, to your angles, to your bottom angles. They're gonna come for you from every direction. You gotta dodge all those bullets. You've gotta be there everywhere. You've gotta be all over the place, just like me. You gotta be all over the place. For me, this is a great manacle game because you're there in the moment. You're gonna get to the end without getting hit at all. Not a relaxing game. A satisfying game once you know how to beat the game. You can only beat the game if you know how to beat the game. Here in Australia, we actually got Probotector. We didn't get Hard Corps because apparently the Germans didn't like killing people on screen in a video game. So the Germans at the time really had a good market share, I guess, in video games. So the whole European version was Probotector. So of course, because we follow in Australia the PAL European version, we here also got Probotector. I didn't even know that it was the same game for years after I started collecting, because it had a completely different name and it had robots in one version. I had no idea they were the same properties. Contra. And that's what I love to play. The actual version, Contra.
And now let's check out some racing games and start strong with my favorite racer of the year, which was Virtua Racing by Sega. Was based on Yu Suzuki's 3D arcade game from 1992 and was the first to kick off Sega's Virtua series, all different polygon-based games like Virtua Fighter and Virtua Cop. To even have the audacity to try and bring this game to the Mega Drive in the first place is why I love Sega so much. They didn't care, they were gonna do it, and they had the plan. And in order for this 3D powerhouse of a game to be playable on the system, they ended up designing a very expensive chip with the name of the Sega Virtual Processor chip on board every single cart to make everything possible. You can think of it as Sega's Super FX chip, but it's just way more impressive. Virtua Racing is an amazing achievement on a 16-bit system considering the limitations, and is an extremely impressive representation of this arcade giant. The game itself is a 3D F1 arcade racer with 3 fantasy courses to choose from, with varying difficulty, as well as having the option to jump between 3 different viewpoints on the fly, which is an impressive option to still have in this version. Plus, it even supports a 2-player mode. The big over-the-top courses are presented extremely well and move at a cracking pace, with the different views actually being useful in the driving gameplay. The music is your usual arcadey Sega jams, but that outrun-styled racing the clock to get to the checkpoint styled gameplay is alive and well and is addictive as ever on this brilliant arcade conversion. And another racing game from Sega was a continuation of the classic Outrun series, another arcade conversion in Outrunners, converted 1 year after the arcade's debut and was a Japan and US exclusive. It's not in the same league as Virtua Racing, unfortunately, and it is in essence a pretty disappointing conversion. Having played the arcade version quite extensively for a documentary I made about a year ago, I feel Outrunners cuts so many corners and details that it's barely a shell of the arcade in the end. They also tried to capture the split screen look of the arcade for the 2-player style racing that it's known for, but being only able to play it in 4 split screen is pretty annoying. It's not a total disaster, the music is pretty good with some nice interpretations of the classics and new tracks. The drifting is kind of fun in short bursts, but overall it just feels like it could have been just so much better. Data East ended up publishing the game in the US, which should tell you something when Sega themselves didn't even bother to do it. And after that, it'll be almost a decade until we got to see the return of the franchise, but damn, was that well worth the wait. And next up we had a double dose of arcade simulation-styled IndyCar games, with Mario Andretti Racing by Electronic Arts and Newman Haas IndyCar featuring Nigel Mansell by Gremlin Graphics. Andretti is a licensed game endorsed by Indy 500 champion Mario Andretti. This game is an absolute option fest in a PC simulation gaming style, giving you the option of 3 different cars to choose from: Sprint, Stock, and IndyCar. Plus a massive career mode is also available. There are 15 tracks overall, car customization, and also features multiple camera angles for the racing, which was very unusual in 16-bit style games. It's a good deep racer on the system, and if you're looking for more than just hitting the gas and disregarding the brakes, then you may want to check this one out. Newman Haas IndyCar was also licensed, featuring Nigel Mansell, the multi-talented racer who managed to win multiple IndyCar and Formula 1 world titles. This game gives the illusion of being a deep sim in style, but in reality it's a very arcadey game and feels a lot like the Super Monaco games, just not quite as good. It's got basic car customization, multiple tracks from all over the world, a 2-player split screen mode, but it's simply not in the same league as, say, Formula 1 that we looked at earlier. But overall it's a competent racer without being anything special. Next was Top Gear 2, also by Gremlin Graphics, a US exclusive racer, and the only Top Gear game to make it to the system. It's an arcade style racer though, through and through, and is very much in the same mold as Gremlin Graphics' own excellent Lotus game series. This game is quite fun to play and features 64 point-to-point tracks packs in 16 different countries all over the world. You win cash and can upgrade your car in a very basic fashion, and it also has a split screen versus mode and multiple weather conditions to contend with, and it's a pretty fun ride, and if you like your game simple and straight to the point, then you'll probably enjoy it. Skitching by Electronic Arts was up next, the game I've previously described in other videos as the most 90s game ever made on any system. First up, it's a rollerblading racing game with a road rash brawling aspect. Features cops you have to avoid. It takes place initially in the northwestern US, Washington area, has lots of characters in flannel, sporting attitudes, and has a rock grunge style soundtrack. It is mega 90s. The game spans 12 US cities as you try to survive till the end of each race. As long as you place in the top 5, you advance to the next leg. You can grab onto the backs of cars to slingshot yourself off with speed boost, beat up other rollerbladers. With a plethora of road rash style weapons, you can pull off tricks during the race, which will add to the amount of money you'll earn if you manage to survive to the end of the race. Plus you can buy equipment and upgrades for your gear at a local shop. This game is really cool and underappreciated. It's a complementary game really to the Road Rash series, and although it's not as good as that, it's still pretty good in its own right, and is another in a long line of Electronic Arts exclusive games on the Mega Drive. And we'll finish off races here with a bunch of rapid fire looks with Micro Machines 2, again by Codemasters, and a European and Australian exclusive release. The US version was ultimately cancelled. It's just a bit of more of everything, more tracks, more cars, the same multiplayer style racing. Again, I'm just not a huge fan of this series for the same reasons I mentioned in the first game review, but if you are a fan of the original, then this is just more of what you'll want. It was followed by 2 more sequels with Tournament 96 and Military in 95 and 96 respectively. Combat Cars by Accolade was also a top-down styled arcade racer with full-on weapons thrown into the mix, and has a much better feel to the racing action, actually giving you a chance even if you don't know the courses. It takes a few races before the weapon aspects fully kick in, but overall I like it way more than the Micro Machines games, which nobody else is going to agree with, and that's perfectly okay. It's a very overlooked game in this style of racing. Rock'n'Roll Racing was next, published by Interplay. It was an isometric futuristic racer with weapons, with the gimmick being that it features real music tracks such as Paranoid by Black Sabbath and Radar Love by Golden Earring, plus lots more. You get multiple characters to choose from, it moves really fast and is pretty fun, but the actual music tracks sound dodgy at best. The Mega Drive is capable of so much more musically, and when the whole hook of your game is the music, you'd think they'll put that extra bit of attention into it, but apparently not. Still, besides those shortcomings, it still is a fun game to play, regardless. And lastly was Kawasaki Superbikes, developed by Lancor and published by Domark, the same team that did the excellent Formula 1. It's a pretty good first-person motorbike racer and is using the same engine as that previous racer. It has very fast 3D style graphics and sprites mixed together. It plays extremely well, and motorbike races are always harder to get right, I feel, than car-based games, but they nail that feeling right on perfectly. It's a good one overall and is well worth looking out for. And let's go over to the light gun genre, which really didn't get enough attention on this system in my opinion. And we'll be having a look at Lethal Enforcers 2 and Body Count.
Lethal Enforcers 2 Gunfighters
was an arcade conversion of their sequel to their 1992 arcade smash, Lethal Enforcers, swapping out the setting this time from the gritty urban gangland world to the wild wild west and all the cliches that entails. It featured 5 stages, not including multiple minigames like bottle shooting or showdowns. Scenarios included bank robberies, stagecoach heists, train robberies, you name the cliche, it's probably in here. The sequel was nowhere near as popular in the arcades or even at home than the original was, but that doesn't really mean anything. In retrospect now, it actually is pretty damn fun to play. It's compatible again with Konami's Justifier light gun, no Menacer support, and can still be played with a controller both in 1 and 2 player modes. The graphics are not as impressive as the first, probably due to the colors used making the digitized graphics really pop out, but if you're playing this on a real CRT with a Justifier, it not only looks cool but plays like a dream, with some awesome Konami styled Sunset Riders music to add to the flavor, and just overall tons of great atmosphere. The other light gun game was Body Count, a European exclusive game that supported the Menacer and even the Sega mouse for its alien invasion shooting action. The game also has 5 stages as you blast your way through alien scum in this on-rails romp, using machine guns, grenade launchers, and even smart bombs, as you have to take out a set number of enemies per scene before it moves on, almost like the original Operation Wolf. It must be said though that this game reminds me heavily of SNK's 1989 game
Beastbusters. I think it's just the setting overall. I really love the art style in this game. It is so European in flavor with some really good tunes, and also works well with a controller if you have no Menacer. My only criticism is that your regular machine gun fire is just simply too weak, making it slightly frustrating to kill anything if you run out of special ammo or don't have any upgrades. Still, it's well made and is another cool game by those versatile folks over at Probe.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Sports games were still being published in droves, and once again this is just a sample of 94's output. And we'll start off with some dueling tennis games from the two biggest companies in Mega Drive sports then, Electronic Arts and Codemasters. EA had IMG International Tour Tennis and Codemasters had Pete Sampras Tennis. Let's start with IMG. A game like anything by EA Sports is loaded with options and ways to play, and features 32 real tennis pros, past and present, allowing you to basically play fantasy matchups of your favorite players, from Bjorn Borg to Ivan Lendl. You have 16 international tournaments, a full career mode, 4-player action if you have a 4-way tap, singles and doubles play, and so much more. Unfortunately, it all just doesn't add up in the end in the gameplay department. It feels very awkward to play and judge the ball distance. The game overall feels very lifeless, and EA were usually extremely good at atmosphere. This game has almost none. You can set your play also to automatic in the option, meaning you don't actually control the player but only the racket swing. Is really odd and feels like compensation for dodgy gameplay. And I've played multiple tennis games before that have this option, and I feel like none of it really works. It's just very disappointing overall. Despite all the attention to detail, it falls completely flat in the end. Codemasters' entry, on the other hand, Pete Sampras Tennis, is absolutely brilliant, and I'd say it's the Mega Drive's best tennis game. The game was endorsed by Pete Sampras, the tennis king who won 64 career titles, including Wimbledon 7 times and the US Open 5 times. The timing for his endorsement was pretty much perfect. This game gives you all the options you could want and wraps it up in a very atmospheric, arcadey fun tennis experience. Besides Pete himself, everything else is fantasy. You can play in courts all over the world, from grass to clay, in 18 different locations, all vaguely resembling real tournaments from around the world without the licenses. The angle of play is pretty much perfect, and judging the ball distance does take a little bit of practice, but is not hard and isn't the mess that IMG is. Tons of moves, dives, ball control, and really excellent sound effects as well. The best part is that it uses Codemasters J-Cart, which has 2 extra controller ports, allowing 4-player doubles matches without having to buy the extra 4-player tap that IMG needs you to use. Codemasters basically just destroyed EA at their own game, and was followed up by Pete Sampras Tennis 96 in 1995, another brilliant tennis game. They basically crowned Codemasters kings of the sport on the Mega Drive. Next, EA took on Sega for dueling golf releases. Fortunately for golf fans, both are really quality titles, with EA's PGA European Tour and Pebble Beach Golf Links by T&E Soft, published by Sega. PGA European Tour was a spin-off of the mainline series that also saw a Part 3 released this year, and is really great, but I've honestly got nothing really to add to it, besides that if you like 1 and 2, you'll definitely enjoy Part 3 as well. European Tour gives a bit of a different angle on the sport, focusing completely on the European golf scene, with 50 Euro players from Bernhard Langer to Ian Woosnam. You also get 5 real European courses, which are all varied in look and difficulty. It still has all the celebrity commenting on each hole, the excellent atmospheric sound effects, same tight gameplay, and overall slick presentation. And if you want a bit of variety to your regular series, then this is a must get.
internet. The Sega published offering by Golf King's T&E Soft was Pebble Beach Golf Links, based on a 1992 golf game on the Japanese computer, the PC-98. This is a well put together and playing golf simulator. Not quite PGA level, but still really playable and fun in its own right. Like the name suggests, this game only has one course, Pebble Beach, which I'd usually cite as a major issue, but the gameplay is really deep, allowing you to replay this course many times before mastering it or really getting bored. It's got stroke, skin, match, and full-on tournament play, and battery backup to save everything, plus whole flybys and instant replays. It has a bit of everything really. It's a much slower, more meticulous game to play, not one that you can really button mash your way through. This is also a completely different game to T&E Soft's Saturn Pebble Beach Golf Links that came out in 1995. This unfortunately has no Craig Stadler FMV,
just forget this hole and go on to the next one,
but is still a solid golf experience. And some quick rapid fires next with Winter Olympics, a multi-event sports game based on the 1994 Lillehammer Winter Games. Unfortunately, it's made by Tiertex, a UK company known for their schlocky products. This is a complete mess with 10 events that play and look terrible, and is a total dumpster fire of a game. Just play Accolade's Winter Challenge instead, it's vastly superior. Tecmo Super Hockey was a US exclusive ice hockey game that tries hard to beat EA's NHL series but fails miserably. It's awkward to play, the angle of action feels a little off, and it just simply isn't fun and is far too simplistic. Just play EA's NHL series instead. Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker was a European and Australian exclusive based on the 1991 Amiga version of this snooker game by the late great C64 programming legend Archie McLean. It's actually a pretty good 3D snooker game that can even be played with the Sega mouse. Besides the dumb cartoony sound effect for the ball going into the pocket, it's a very cool realistic version of the game and is definitely worth playing if the sport interests you, of course. And now over to Mutant League Hockey, the continuation of the Mutant League series of monster horror sports games by Electronic Arts. With football done, hockey was next, and the game was made using the NHL 94 engine. These games are just ultra fun to play. They throw out all the tropes and give you essentially a great sports game. This one, ice hockey, and layer it with tons of details, humor, and bucket loads of violence. The arenas themselves are all loaded with traps like landmines and pits. Characters can even get blown away. Fighting has its own mini game, and there's tons of weapons to choose like chainsaws and axes. Plus it supports 4-way player action with a tap. I like all the different groups of mutants you can choose, robots, skeletons, and trolls. The coaches say the most bizarrest things. A cool aspect is that the corpses of the dead players actually stay on the ice and basically become tripping hazards. They really went all out. If you want a really off-the-wall version of hockey, you can't get much better than this. It was unfortunately the end of the series. The third installment, Basketball, was never published. Greatest Heavyweights was another boxing game by Sega using their Evander Holyfield engine. This one lets you play as 8 classic world champion boxers of your choice, with everyone from Muhammad Ali, Rocky Marciano, and Joe Louis, each with their own stats, pros and cons, and special moves. It's got all the regular modes such as exhibition, tournament, and a full career mode where you can design your own character and work your way through to becoming the world champ. I like that you can taunt your opponents. The game moves at quite a fast pace, which is sometimes an issue with boxing games. The fake 3D ring of Evander works really well, and the sound effects, which are absolutely integral to a boxing game, are solid and satisfying. And they even managed to get legend Michael Buffer to do his infamous "Let's Get Ready to Rumble" line, which is great. It's another awesome boxing game on the system. World Series Baseball, also by Sega, was a baseball game I played the heck out of back in the 90s. This game just hit all the right marks to make it very addictive and enjoyable. Unlike most Sega sports titles, this featured the full MLB players and teams license, with the roster being based on the 94 season. The game featured Sega's sports talk commentary, which was pretty diverse, but ultimately hilarious to listen to, as the presenter usually sounded like a badly edited hostage negotiation video.
Welcome to the game between the Braves and the White Sox.
It works as a simulation and arcade game, as it has enough trading and league options, plus a full career mode, which is an epic undertaking. The graphics are very good, giving you a much more realistic view of the action with great
great animation and really rapid gameplay. This, in my personal opinion, is the best baseball game on the system, and it was followed by 3 more sequels to grace the Mega Drive. Rugby World Cup 95 was developed by EA's UK division based on the tournament held in South Africa of that year, which my former country actually won. It was EA's first rugby game, and they did a really fantastic job first time out. As you can see, it's plainly obvious it was using the FIFA engine as its base, which was obviously a really great idea to build from. It features 30 international teams and has the Rugby World Cup license, friendly games, World Cup, and of course league play, and all of it is very good overall, only if you understand the rules of the sport, which is its weakness. Just like cricket, you'll have a really tough time making heads or tails of it if you don't know the basic rules, which makes this game only really for fans of the sport at the end of the day. The graphics are detailed, the sound effects are great, and you can even use the 4-way tap to have you and 3 friends play characters on one team or on opposing teams together at the same time, which is a pretty awesome thing. Next Generation magazine is quoted as saying in their review of the game, Rugby World Cup 95 is a quality sports game, serving as a welcome to the sport of rugby. Oh, and not to mention, the game is damn fun. And the last slew of sports games to check out was a bunch of basketball games. And we'll go through these pretty quickly, starting with Barkley's Shut Up and Jam by Accolade, a very average attempt at a sports game, throwing things into an urban street basketball vibe, and features NBA MVP himself, Charles Barkley. I like all the settings, and the characters are generally interesting, but when it comes down to it, the graphics and animation are extremely lackluster, and it just feels very mechanical to play, which ultimately saps the fun factor. Somehow it was popular enough to get a sequel made, which was exclusive to the system in 1995. Jam It by Virgin Interactive was also a street-styled basketball game, but in the one-on-one nature. I actually really like this one. It's got a lot of cheesy 90s attitude, a roster of hilariously cliche characters, all digitized into the game, and if you watch this channel, you know I love digitized graphics, and a ton of smack talk speech samples. You basically place bets on each match. When your money runs out, it's game over. The street court locations are pretty cool. I love the close-up animation on dunks or defense, and it features a massive amount of variation, games based on the one-on-one rules to try out. If you're not a fan of that full team style play of other basketball games, then this might be just what you're looking for. Double Dribble, the playoff edition, also known as Hyper Dunk in Europe and Japan, was a really poor follow-up by Konami to their excellent 80s original. The angle on the action makes it really hard to judge depth at times, and the AI seems like it doesn't know what it's doing half the time, plus it's just very boring to play. The only interesting feature is you can link 2 4-way taps to the game, making 8 players on-screen playable at once, which is honestly an extremely impressive feat, but being able to find 8 people to play this though would be even more impressive. Konami were really gold on the Mega Drive. This one though was one of their very rare misses on the system.
Jam.
You knew it was coming. Not only was it one of the most popular arcades of the 90s, but one of the best-selling console games of that year. It was the one, the only, NBA Jam. This game was released in every region and almost every system of that era. Whether you like sports games or not, it really didn't matter. It probably was something you played at some point. It was that big. Based on the Midway 1993 arcade smash hit basketball 2-on-2 game, this one was converted by Iguana Entertainment, known predominantly for doing sports games. They really nailed every single aspect of what made this arcade so popular and transported it to the Mega Drive in an almost perfect way. If you've never played it, it's a very arcadey basketball game, fast-paced and extremely over-the-top in the best possible way. Even in its arcade state, it still managed to get the NBA license. 27 NBA teams and 2 real players in each team representing them. Most of the regular basketball rules are ignored in this game, making it move at a fever pitch without any interruptions. Plus you get a turbo button and crazy over-the-top dunk moves and a 4-player multi-tap support to bring that full arcade multiplayer experience home. The game was the biggest selling Genesis game of the year in North America, as well as this version outselling their rival Super Nintendo with a total of 1.9 million Genesis cartridges
cartridges sold, not counting the rest of the world. And although there were multiple sequels on the system, this version still remains my favorite basketball game on the Mega Drive, hands down.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
With the continued dominance of beat-em-ups and platformers, the shoot-em-ups literally almost faded out of existence on the system, with fewer releases every year. Here's the last of the big shoot-em-up releases. And let's start with my favorite, which is Subterranea by a company called Zyrinx. Zyrinx themselves were a video game development company formed in 1992 in Copenhagen, Denmark. All members of the team were ex-Amiga European demo sceners from the 80s and 90s, which explains all the crazy effects and tricks they were able to pull off on a stock Mega Drive for their 2 releases. Their final game as a company was the futuristic racer Scorcher on the Sega Saturn, and were dissolved in 1998 after their publisher went bankrupt. And back to Subterranea, which puts you in the shoes of a pilot trying to rescue miners trapped in these caverns after an alien attack. It's a multi-directional shoot-em-up mixed with gravity or inertia-based gameplay of the late 70s to mid-80s, and always reminded me of the C64 game Thrust. There are 9 massive levels in total, with you having to rescue and blast alien scumbags away and avoid smashing your ship to pieces, plus take out massive boss monsters as well, and don't forget about picking up fuel or else you're dead in the water. It has multiple difficulty modes which you're gonna need, because this game is not easy, but it's a challenge and it's very satisfying. Zyrinx themselves didn't even have an official development kit to make the game, they simply hacked a few Amigas together until Sega bought the game and published it. Graphically, it's extremely gorgeous to look at, with so much detail going on and smooth scrolling effects, coupled with an amazing soundtrack by Amiga demo scener Jess Picard, who went on to work on the Hitman and Assassin's Creed series of games. This game unfortunately bombed in sales in both the US and Europe, but was one of the most highly reviewed games on the system across the board, so don't sleep on this awesome gem. It's a brilliant mix of gravity-based gameplay and shoot-em-up action. And over to 2 quick looks now with Grindstormer, developed by Toplan, based on their arcade release and published by Tengen. It's a slow-paced shooter fest, similar in style to one of their first games, Slapfight. It's a downgraded version obviously of the arcade, but it's still very enjoyable in my opinion. It got absolutely destroyed in the press at the time unnecessarily, and that should be ignored. If you like Toplan's bullet hell style and their slow methodic gameplay, then you're definitely going to enjoy it. Viewpoint was a conversion of ICOM's 1992 Neo Geo arcade release, an impressive looking isometric shooter that usually gets described as an update of Sega's Zaxxon, and was a US exclusive release. It's a decent conversion that suffers from a lot of slowdown all over the place, but it's still quite a fun game to play overall. It's not the best version out there, but it's still an above average shooter. And the last one here was Panorama Cotton by Success, and published by Sunsoft exclusively for Japan. An extremely visually impressive 3D styled Space Harrier game with a surreal shoot-em-up look and feel. This was the 3rd Cotton game, which were traditional horizontal shooters, but this one taking on the fake 3D style look. You have regular fire and various magic attacks, just like in the 2D versions, with 5 very diverse looking stages in terms of not only visually, but requiring different gameplay methods to survive as well. The gameplay is really good, with stunning visuals and cute, cheerful music that is hard not to like. Roughly only 4,000 copies of this game were originally made, making it extremely rare. Although the company Strictly Limited Games did release the game physically, only 1,500 Mega Drive copies were made. There is also an English fan translation available to play, the original version in English, but I've only ever played personally this Japanese version, so I can't really say much about it.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
back to the old 16-bit staple, the platformer, and we'll start with 3 European-made games, Flink, Second Samurai, and Bubble and Squeak. The Misadventures of Flink was a Psygnosis published game, with it also getting a US release by Vic Tokai, but only the Sega CD version. This is a visually stunning game by the German team Thalion. They also made Lionheart, an Amiga game from 1993 that's a real sight to behold. It's very much in the same style as that game, with just a much more cutesy angle instead. You have to save an island from an evil wizard who's captured all 4 sorcerers and their power crystals. You can jump on enemies' heads, throw objects at them, and use spells with limited magic energy. Plus you can find scrolls detail ingredients to new spells, which you can gather and make in its 62 levels. It's extremely well made with great production values. Another published Psygnosis release was Second Samurai by Vivid Image, a sequel to First Samurai, a game I played a lot on my Commodore 64 in the early 90s. This only got a European Mega Drive release based on the Amiga original. This time there's an option for 2-player simultaneous action. It's mostly hack and slash and light platforming as you collect all the souls in each level. You have kung fu moves just like in the original game, and can also obtain a sword for slicing and dicing as your character travels through time after the main bad guy, the Demon King. There's tons of scrolling action sections, plenty of boss characters to take out. It's a pretty fun, enjoyable sequel that would have made a really good arcade game. And lastly was Bubble and Squeak, published by Sunsoft and developed by Audiogenic, based on another Amiga original game. This is a very cool platformer, cue 'em up. Squeak is an alien cat and he gets help from a kid from Earth called Bubble to save his home planet. You control Bubble in the traditional sense as he collects items and shoots stars at enemies. Squeak will follow you around and you can use his skills to navigate the levels. For example, he can throw you up to higher places, you can ride him like a vehicle and use him as a weapon to kill enemies and collect out of reach objects. Visually, it's very vibrant, with extremely clever level design and some nice music. It's another forgotten game from the latter Mega Drive library. And over to a couple of Japanese exclusives, well, at least in physical form, with Pulseman and Monster World 4. Pulseman was an excellent action platformer from Game Freak, their second and last Mega Drive release. This game did get a digital Sega Channel release in the West in 1995, but was still a Japan-only physical release. There's 6 stages in total, and 3 of them are open to you right at the beginning, which I always like as an option in games. This is just pure fun. It's fast, quick action mixed with platforming, and is generally pretty easy to play, just like their previous game, and has a cool, fun Arkanoid-style bonus stage and some impressive boss encounters. If you like this genre, this is a must-play. Monster World 4 by Westone is another entry in the Wonder Boy series or universe, and the last by Westone themselves. This was a Japan-only release, but has since received English digital versions in the last few years as of making this. You play Asha, a girl who sets out on a quest to release 4 spirits and free her land from darkness. It has light RPG elements and upgrades and armors and shields, quick moves with jumps and dashes. It's a total hidden gem of not only the Mega Drive games library, but also a Wonder Boy game. It has lovely detailed graphics and atmospheric music with very addictive and progressive gameplay and levels. Why this didn't get an English release is super odd, but thankfully there's a lot of modern ways to play this one now in English at your disposal, including the Mega Drive Genesis mini version. And let's jump back to some more rapid fire looks. High Seas Havoc, or Captain Lang as it's known in Japan, is a Data East release Sonic clone with mascot in tow and speedy platformer action. It's got nice graphics and sound, and if you're looking for an alternative to the Blue Hedgehog, you could do a lot worse. Another Sonic mascot wannabe was Zool, a port of a 1992 Amiga release. It's Euro platformer cliche land from Gremlin Graphics. It runs faster than the original, but the mundane collecting everything gameplay gets tiring real fast. Accolades smashed us over the head again with another Bubsy game, Bubsy 2, their Sonic character, only 1,000 times more annoying. The floaty gameplay and headache-inducing level design return yet again, but it's an okay game and really doesn't deserve the utter hate it usually conjures up. Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel is the sequel to Sunsoft's underrated Aero the Acrobat. Lots of platforming action and gameplay switches in its 15 levels, and it's a worthy, although completely different playing sequel than its predecessor. And lastly was Joe and Mac by Takara, a port of the Data East Caveman platformer. It's an average conversion, but still supports the game's best feature, which is its excellent 2-player co-op action.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Bash Tishby presents
Castlevania Bloodlines by Konami was next, another one of their exclusive Mega Drive versions for the system, and also an origin story for the Castlevania franchise. It's also known as Vampire Killers in Japan and the New Generation in PAL regions.
Introducing Castlevania Bloodlines for Sega Genesis, the most horrifying vampire hunt ever. 2 new heroes, plus hordes of evil enemies and ghastly ghouls. It's intense adventure from Konami.
This was the first Castlevania game developed on a Sega system, and the team wisely decided to tailor-make this entry to the Mega Drive strengths, which results in a much faster action-orientated entry in the series. The story has a female vampire who gets resurrected by an ancient witch. Once she's back, she goes about trying to resurrect her long-dead uncle, Dracula. 2 distant descendants of the Belmont vampire hunting clan, John and Eric, set out to stop her, each having their own specific default weapon, such as a whip and a spear to master. And depending on the characters used, there are alternate ways through certain levels that add some extra replayability to the mix. Not only are their main weapons used for action, but you also use it to traverse certain sections of the levels, such as swinging with the whip and vaulting up to higher areas with the spear, hence taking your character in new directions. The game's setting is Europe and is spread across 6 countries with multiple levels in each, including sub-bosses and obviously main bosses to defeat. You'll travel through Romania, Greece, Italy, Germany, France, and finally England. You'll have the ability to upgrade your main weapon multiple times and add 3 special weapons, such as an axe, boomerang, and holy water. It's a game graphically that just does not let up. Just when you think you've seen the most impressive trick it has to offer in terms of bosses or environments, it outdoes itself in the next level. You can tell the team at Konami knew their way around the system and were exploiting all types of loopholes to bring the grand scale of this game to life. The music score as well by Michiru Yamane, her first Castlevania game she worked on, is brilliant. It's a mixture of classical music and rock overtones. It's simply excellent from start to finish. She later went on to do Symphony of the Night soundtrack on the PS1, which is one of the all-time video game greats in my opinion. If you want to play this game on real hardware, just make sure you get a Genesis or a Japanese version. They are uncensored. The PAL release New Generation has Missing Blood and various other changes, besides having the worst name of the 3. Overall, it's a great game in the series that usually gets overlooked. Just don't make that mistake. And the other game from Konami was Sparkster, the sequel to Rocket Knight Adventures, and has you trying to stop an evil king from taking over the land, and you also have to rescue your princess girlfriend. It follows on the same lines as the original with lots of gameplay switches mixed into its action platformer shooter formula of the original. It features 6 stages in total with an accompanying boss fight for each one for good measure, and features multiple endings depending on the difficulty and all the secret items you've collected along the way. This game is a bit of an odd one, at least for me. I find it very strange how the US and European versions don't even mention Rocket Knight Adventures at all and just go with the name Sparkster. It's almost like they're trying to hide it, especially considering how popular the original was. Also, the graphics design in the game feel a little bit off. Why change the look and style? It's just simply nowhere near as good as the original, for me anyway. And it almost feels like Konami assigned the Mega Drive B team to this one and the veterans went off and did something else, which is odd considering how beloved the original was. I'm not sure what happened here, but as it stands, it's still a good game generally speaking across the board, but as a sequel to an absolute classic, it's pretty damn underwhelming. Next is a trio of even more forgotten Mega Drive releases that seem to have slipped into the void, with Generations Lost, Mega Man The Wily Wars, and Prince of Persia. Generations Lost was a science fiction action platformer developed by Pacific Softscape. Most of the team working on it previously made the X-Men game, but they were unable to secure the rights for the sequel, so Pacific Softscape was formed, and Generations Lost was the first and only game they ever made. The game itself is a mix of X-Men, with it feeling very much like that in terms of action, music and sound effects, and Flashback with its cinematic flair, animation and puzzle solving. You have a gauntlet which can be used to shoot enemies and act as a whip to swing up to different areas as you go on a quest to discover the origins of your tribe. It's an interesting game with really terrible cover art which probably made many people pass it over, but if you're a fan of the previously mentioned games, you're probably going to want to check this one out. Mega Man The Wily Wars, published by Capcom, was a compilation and update to the first 3 Mega Man NES games with enhanced graphics and remixed music, with the big bonus being if you manage to complete all 3 of the games, you get access to the exclusive Wily Tower, where you have to take out 3 new bosses in their own levels before reaching Wily in the tower for the final showdown. The game was outsourced by Capcom and was apparently a big mess, and Capcom themselves had to step up and finish the game properly for its release, which it got a European and Japanese physical. The US version was ultimately cancelled, but would show up later in 1995 on the Sega channel in digital form. If you're a Mega Man fan, you'll definitely enjoy this, but if not, it's probably not going to really win you over to the franchise. Prince of Persia, the classic early 90s DOS-era action platformer, also hit the Mega Drive courtesy of Domark, a completely new version of the game made from the ground up using the original game's source code and a completely different port than 1992's Mega CD Victor version. The story is basically Aladdin, as you have to fight your way out of a palace dungeon all the way up to the princess, who's been forced to marry the evil Jafar. It's an action platformer in its best sense, with fluid rotoscope animation, really detailed upgraded graphics and sound, and is all about precision jumping and swordplay action. Domark put a lot of effort into this port, but it should be noted that the latter European released version of this game is the one you want to get, as it features extra animation, 4 additional levels to the game, and a full music soundtrack in-game over the US version. So definitely play that one if you're interested for the full experience. I think because of the earlier Mega CD version, lots of people glossed over this or never even knew it was a superior Mega Drive release. Prince of Persia 2 was also 90% complete on the Mega Drive, set for a 1996 release by Psygnosis, but was cancelled at the last minute. A full dumped version is available online to try out, with an excellent updated version of that from Linku, who did the recent awesome Hayato's Journey on the system, which I covered in my new series Sega 100%. And some more platformer rapid fires with Normie's Beach Baby-Rama by Electronic Arts, which is probably their most obscure game they ever released on the system. 29 levels of very stiff and unresponsive controls as you attempt to rescue a bunch of beach babe that have been abducted by aliens. It's simply not that good. Bubba and Sticks by Core Design is a clever, really good looking puzzle style platformer that is quite unlike anything else on the system. Figuring out how to do the puzzles in action is pretty rewarding. It's a bit of a hidden gem. Boogerman by Interplay is not as good as their Earthworm Jim series, but this action platformer is still oozing quality in sound and animation, and despite the ridiculous 90s juvenile humor, it's still a well-made game overall. 3 Ninjas Kick Back is a loose to say the least adaptation of the third Ninjas movie, published by Sony ImageSoft, who managed to publish another forgettable platformer that only got a US release, and for good reason. It's nowhere near as bad as the usual Sony published garbage on the Mega Drive, but it's still a hard pass. Marco's Magic Football is a painful Domark release that was released on every single system you can think of at the time, which nobody asked for. The finicky gameplay just destroys the overall fun immediately. And I'll hand it over to Todd to tell you about a really strange Australian exclusive by Sunsoft.
Do you remember that trickle effect that I was talking about before? The Japanese got all the good stuff, oh yeah, and down to us Australians eventually got some of the stuff that was up above us. But there are a few things that we actually, I think, got here but were exclusive. Now, it's a game that I've never played, but I've heard that this game called Days Before Christmas was an Australian exclusive.
Days Before Christmas was released in 1994 by Sunsoft USA, an Australian exclusive Mega Drive game. It was an action platformer where you had to help Santa Claus save Christmas through 24 levels of action. The reason for its obscurity is that Sunsoft's US division went bankrupt at the time. Reprints of the games were cancelled, and as was the full US release.
I never knew about it until a few years ago, because because it's a game that people say, you know what, that's a game that was never released anywhere else. So finally, us Australians got a game that was never released anywhere, and now I really gotta pay for it because it was never released anywhere. If I want a copy of the game, I gotta pay an arm and a leg to get the game because it costs that much now to get, because it was so exclusive that it's so expensive to buy. And I'm not gonna give up my arm or my leg or even my mouth to buy the game because I really want this game, but I can't afford that kind of money to buy it.
As of making this video, Days Before Christmas currently goes for just over $1,000. So good luck on earning that one.
This is the story of Earthworm Jim video game. In outer space, a sweet evil cyclone lost a queen cyberspace suit while it smooshes. Bring in that slimy Earthworm Jim, and blammo! He becomes a superpowered hero. He takes out that precious dog. Then that stupid worm goes onto the planet X. He even tries mucus spongy jumping.
And if that doesn't stop him, maybe the battle with Queen festering sweaty slug for a butt will. Earthworm Jim from the
The madness of Earthworm Jim was next, developed by Shiny and published by Virgin Interactive, headed up by programmer Dave Perry. It used the same techniques they had mastered in games like Cool Spot and Aladdin, hand-drawing the animation and digitizing it into the game. You control Jim, an earthworm that's using an alien suit to go rescue a princess. The story is super wacky, and I really broke it down to its basics, otherwise we'll be here all day. This all takes place over 7 mainline levels where all the platforming and shooter action takes place, plus 7 different crazy mini games and 3D styled racing sections between levels and boss fights. There is a massive amount of content packed into this game, and what separates Jim from all the other games in this oversaturated genre was humor, level design and sound. Humor is literally everywhere, in the levels themselves and every wacky character he meets. Riding hamsters like vehicles, launching cows into space, the sound effects all feel just right, and there's just tons of samples, and they're all very good. The level appropriate music is great, and the overall levels themselves are very well designed, with every single one of them adding some little small new gameplay element into the mix, with the mini games themselves feeling like actual levels with really clever and unique gameplay mechanics. Earthworm Jim's overall philosophy can be rounded up by this quote from designer Dave Perry. The trick to making these work was in the use of a very flexible game engine strategy combined with an animation technology we called Animotion. I was convinced the engine could make just about any game, which allowed the designers and artists at Shiny Entertainment to get really creative. We'd often experiment to find a mechanic we liked, and then build a level around it. For Earthworm Jim, that meant the game changed constantly. Like 1 minute you bouncing puppies, the next you're in a submarine, and next you riding a hamster. It was simply a fantastic game that helped to really breathe some life into a genre that in 8 and 16-bit form was almost completely worn out by 1994. And another one that did exactly the same thing on the Mega Drive was Dynamite Headdy by the ever-lovable group Treasure, one of 2 games that are released for the system this year, and we'll get to their Japan exclusive soon. This game also managed to inject a lot of life into a flatlining genre with its dementedly colorful and unique level designs, the excellent switchable head feature that has about 18 different variations which gives you unique abilities throughout the game, and another epic varied Treasure music score. It's basically McDonald's Treasureland dialed up to 1000%, and that game was already mental as it was. There's also tons of awesome sound effects and lots of really high quality speech samples. I love all the options the multiple heads gives you, and it makes every part of every level potentially feel quite different depending on the head you currently have. There's also loads of mini games and secret areas to discover. Everything in this game is super strange and wonderful, which was probably the game's ultimate downfall for Western audiences. It's basically crazy levels of Japanese before it was really mainstream, so I think it was totally overlooked and wasn't really a big seller despite being very well received in the press. It is top-notch Treasure in Mega Drive form, and overall a top 10 game in the platform action genre for the system. The wait was finally over. Sega not only delivered the next mainline Sonic entry, but a bonus game as well, which in itself could turn certain previous Sonic games into something brand new. 1994 gave us the mad combination of Sonic 3, released in February of that year, and the lock-on technology of Sonic & Knuckles in October of the same year. Two games that could be played and enjoyed separately, but when combined basically made the ultimate Sonic game in 16-bit form, and a high point and end to the original series. The Sega marketing machine was in full swing for this duo, with Sega rebranding Groundhog Day, its US release, as Hedgehog Day, and over in Europe they got the Flavor of the Month pop band Right Said Fred to create a song to promote the game. The expectations were very high, to say the least. Both games were a combination of two teams, the Sega Technical Institute and Sonic Team, with Hirokazu Yasuhara back as director for both and Yuji Naka as producer. Originally designed as one game, the massive new level design and scope proved to be too big even for the 34 megabit cartridges of the time, and would have proven to be too expensive to manufacture en masse anyway, so everyone agreed to split Sonic 3 into two different games, which in turn gave time to manufacture the new lock-on cartridge for the end of the year, making it possible to combine both games to get the full experience of Sonic 3, the way they had all originally planned it. Like I'd mentioned before, by 1994, platforming game fatigue was a real thing. We were all pretty burnt out on the genre, and that upcoming Sega Saturn was looking mighty fine. So when I got Sonic 3 not long after its launch, I was slightly disappointed. Not really with the game, let's be clear, but with the genre tropes in general. I enjoyed it, but it simply wasn't what Sonic and Part 2 were to me a few years earlier. Having said that, playing Sonic 3 now, some 30 odd years later, it truly is a masterclass of platforming. It makes the Super Nintendo overrated all-flash Donkey Kong Country series seem like a really overhyped product that hasn't really aged all that well, despite what the Nintendo fanboy propaganda videos will tell you. Sonic 3 takes place over 6 levels split into 2 parts each, and visually gets more stunning and impressive as each level passes. And although there were less stages, they were far grander in scope with tons more secrets, and the game still had Tails as a second player sidekick, plus 2 different types of mini-games. The game also introduced Knuckles, the conflicted bad guy slash hero that is manipulated by Robotnik. In Sonic 3 you get to see only half his story, but with Sonic & Knuckles you get to see the entire event from his point of view, and it changes some of the meaning of the cutscenes. The game also has the 2-player split-screen competitive mode from Part 2, and also features an excellent save feature which not only saves your levels you get to, but also all the Chaos Emeralds you collect. Visually in this one there's some amazing zones. Angel Island with its burning forests, Ice Cap Zone with its awesome color scheme, and the crazy design and visual detail of the Carnival Night Zone is gorgeous to look at. The music is also excellent as always, originally done by Michael Jackson and his sound team, as he was a huge Sonic fan. The entire soundtrack though had to be redone and reworked not long before the launch, as Jackson got into a lot of legal issues that Sega didn't want to be associated with. It's still said that a lot of his work is still mixed into the game. Regardless, it's another top tier Sonic score. I'm so glad I got to revisit this again properly all these years later with a fresh perspective, devoid of my platforming fatigue. Nowadays it's more third person open world fatigue, and the game gets even better with that all important lock-on mechanic, but more on that pretty soon. So now let's jump over to October's release of Sonic & Knuckles, which lets you choose either character to play the game through. There's no Tails for 2-player to join in this one though. The game, like Sonic 3, also consists of 6 zones with 2 parts in each, with much bigger levels and plenty more secrets and hidden areas to find, plus some different bonus stages. Knuckles can climb up objects and uses gliding technique, which makes playing these levels as him or Sonic genuinely quite different, and the levels themselves get better and better and more visually impressive as this game goes on. Its greatest asset though is in the lock-on technology. What this does is allow Sonic, Sonic 2 and 3 all to be plugged into the top half, and alters these games or opens up new features. If you plug in Sonic, you basically get access to some of the mini games. Plug in Sonic 2 and you can now play the entire game with Knuckles as the main character. and plug in Sonic 3, and it combines both games to make Sonic 3 and Knuckles, which is basically the full package Sonic 3 experience. There is literally a laundry list of all the extra tweaks and additions to these combinations, but they would require a complete separate video just to mention everything. Both these releases though are excellent, and combining them is Sega's ultimate swan song to the character in 16-bit form, and was really a brilliant way to end it, at least from the mainline Sonic series.
Where do the stars of Sega Sonic 3 go when the game's over?
Sonic? Are you guys in there?
No, they're at McDonald's, where Sonic launches with a push of a button and tails flies who knows how high. 4 fearless toys, one with each Sonic 3 Happy Meal you buy.
As a kid, I never played imports, and I didn't even know bootlegs existed until late in the 16-bit era, when I occasionally would see ads for game copiers in the back of magazines.
So like I mentioned earlier, South Africa was just a bootleg paradise. You could buy anything, so regions were completely irrelevant. Bootleg games were available in regular stores. You could go buy them anywhere.
But once again, I think this comes down to region and where the big cities were near you. Because I lived sort of near New York City when I was a kid, but way too far to just pop in over the weekend, and I wouldn't have even known what game stores to go to.
The bootlegging we do now is all in the ROM files. Downloading the ROM file is basically our new bootlegging, and I don't mind doing that either. But I personally prefer to have the official game sitting here on my shelf to pull off whenever I want, to put into the cartridge slot, pick up the controller, the big, black, 3-button Mega Drive controller, and play a game officially on a CRT. And if you can't do that, you can still actually bootleg with no storage space needed, only on the hard drive to play those ROMs onto your computer or an EverDrive cartridge.
You had to go out of your way a little bit. You had to know like certain areas. I used to go to this place called London House Arcade in Durban in South Africa, and it was basically a bootleg paradise. There were like 3 or 4 shops set up all in a row almost, and you could buy whatever you wanted there, like in terms of video games.
So I was really stuck with whatever I had locally. We had none of that. I have heard plenty of stories from my friends around the US who grew up in LA or right in New York City, where they would have these shops that did offer bootlegs and did offer some games from other regions and would teach you how to play it with Game Genie. But for me personally, where I lived, I had zero experience with any of that.
All the import stuff, Japanese stuff that wasn't translated, but you could still buy it and play it. Official stuff, there was even official stuff in there, but 90% of it was bootleg. So it was really, you could play anything, and you could also, that's the place where I mainly got all my systems in the 90s, was from those kinds of places, because they would import the actual official system long before they would actually get released. In South Africa, most of the stuff didn't actually get officially released.
Made simple these days, completely. Much easier than it was back in those days. So bootlegging has evolved. Much better, but to be honest, it still looks pretty good for $5. I can't complain. I still got it, but I know it's a bootleg, and I would never sell it to anybody.
But now, looking back and playing some of the games from other regions, I think it's pretty awesome, and I certainly had a good time experiencing what could have been back then. But I do also think that we had such a huge library of awesome games that I had everything that I probably would have wanted at that time back then.
The Mega Drive actually did, but very few systems actually got officially released. I bought a Japanese import Saturn just after my Mega Drive days, and that I had to import. N64 I had to import. All these things that Super Famicom, I never actually had one, but there was a guy that had one in a shop. I was tempted to buy that, but I had so many Mega Drive games, it just seemed pointless at that point, and I was just about to move on to the Saturn. But you know, I had access to everything just because of that whole bootleg import scene that was going on at the time, so that was actually pretty cool. Next is a set of games I'm putting under the simulation genre, but they are mostly military action vehicle games with light strategy elements. And first up is Super Battleship, published by Mindscape, and another US exclusive release. This game both surprised me initially and that quickly turned to disappointment, unfortunately. The cool part of the game is that it's actually 2 games in one. The 2 modes are a simplistic representation of the board game, which really needed a bit more pizzazz, and is just way too basic overall. It also features a turn-based strategy mode where you can take on a series of naval missions, from like escorting ships to hunting down certain carriers. This is actually very intriguing and almost works, except the strategy aspect is almost non-existent, making it into a tedious game of checkers. This is a really interesting concept that just needed a bit more time to fine-tune both modes, and it probably would have been really good. Another massive disappointment next was the European and Australian exclusive version of Gunship, based on Microprose's excellent helicopter simulation series from the 80s and 90s, now published by US Gold. It turns the once beloved series into a mindless shooter, but still tries to pretend that there's some sort of sim aspect going on, which there really isn't. You get these really boring on-rails cockpit views, blasting stuff endlessly until you literally fall asleep. It then switches to some really poor attempts at choplifter gameplay. In the side-scrolling sections, both modes don't work well at all, and it's quite surprising this was actually play-tested and physically released. I'm guessing they were banking on the Gunship name to sell it. A US version was planned, but was ultimately cancelled. And now onto the good stuff, mercifully, with the release of Red Zone, the other fantastic game by developer Zyrinx. This game takes the form of a top-down helicopter action strategy game, and also switches to an overview on-foot segments for some close-quarter shooting action. Your goal overall, as usual, is to stop some Russian mad dictator from trying to take over the world through a series of missions, 9 overall, with multiple objectives. This game plays a bit like EA's Urban Strike, which we'll be looking at pretty soon here, with some really fancy visuals doing all sorts of tricks the Mega Drive shouldn't be able to do without extra hardware, but it does it in this game. You have your map screen with mission details, supply locations and pickups, with the 3D style rotating top view approach to the action for the helicopter Apache sections, which are excellent and play really well. Once you reach your target though, you can choose one of 3 characters to infiltrate a base and start doing some on-foot damage. Again, the visuals are extremely impressive, having an almost 3D style to the top view action, looking like the PS1 or Saturn game loaded. Both modes are cool. There's a lot of strategy involved also, by planning your route carefully, not wasting supplies, and not simply running gunning the on-foot sections. The well-implemented gameplay, visual trickery, including some really impressive FMV style cutscenes, and a really good soundtrack make this a great game that not many people got to play because of its much later release date. And next was Battletech, developed by Malibu, based on a FASA board game series that also saw some excellent PC simulation games released as well under the Mech Warrior name. They both share the same futuristic mech universe. Battletech was a US exclusive in this Genesis version. This is an asymmetric strategy game where you pilot a Mad Catz mech trying to bring stability to the universe by blowing the opposing mech clans away. The game is spread across 5 levels, each taking place on a different planet. It plays very much like EA's Strike games, with missions at the beginning with multiple objectives, equipping out your mech, then off to the action. It's very arcadey in nature, with a massive selection of weapons to switch between as you take out each objective. It also has a crazy 2-player co-op mode that will either instill fits of laughter from you and your friend, or it will end your friendship instantly, with one person controlling the mech and the second player controlling the guns. It can be seriously chaotic. Overall, it's a cool game with a decent amount of strategy, as well with some really nice graphics and good complementary sound effects, and is another overlooked gem on the system. And lastly, we have the final release in Electronic Arts' Epic Strike series. Urban Strike was released in 1994 on the Sega Genesis. For the 3rd year in a row, the series was back on your TVs with all the helicopter action you could handle. The team of Posen and Manley delivered their 3rd game together for Electronic Arts. The story for this one took place in the then future of 2001, with a failed president-elect millionaire, H.R. Malone, trying to sway the American public opinion to his ideal through his various media outlets he owns. All the while, he's secretly building a weapon which he wants to use to send the US government into chaos and then swoop in and seize control. The big twist being that Malone is actually Carlos Ortega from Jungle Strike, who survived and got plastic surgery.
You know, that old chestnut. Urban ticked all the boxes of a strike game at that point, but somehow it just seemed all too samely. For me, strike fatigue had set in when I originally bought this game, and played a few levels and then just stopped. It was a case of too many games in far too short a time span. But in retrospect though, Urban is quite a good game. It's my least favorite of the 16 bits, no doubt, but overall it still delivers a great cinematic action strategy experience, just not as memorable as the ones that came before. The gameplay is exactly the same as the previous titles, so we'll move on to the setting, which as the name suggests takes place over many urban areas. Big cities such as Hawaii, Las Vegas, Mexico, San Francisco, and New York all make an appearance with 10 massive levels overall to tackle. The one major difference with Urban now was letting you exit the helicopter for a series of on-foot run-and-gun styled missions. According to Mark, EA insisted on these being in the game, which he wasn't all that jazzed about. I didn't like the direction EA was pushing for it. EA was pushing for the player to exit the vehicle and interact on the ground. A bad idea in my view. These missions, like the helicopter stages, were asymmetric in nature, with you having a gun and rockets to take out turrets, terrorists, and blow up targets of interest. I really liked the change up in gameplay, but overall it felt a bit awkward controlling your player, and the gameplay felt like it was always whoever shot first would win. A bit unbalanced and clunky. I think having on-foot missions was a cool idea. It just doesn't quite come together as well as you'd hope. Overall, I think this game is still good and ends the 16-bit trilogy well. It's not the best of the three, but the bar was set pretty high from the start. The graphics are great, there's a real nice variety to the levels, just like Jungle Strike. The music, this time by Don Baker, a EA sound veteran who also worked on the entire Road Rash series, delivers the goods with a familiar but still engaging soundtrack. And John's story overall sort of predicted the future in so many ways, including the in-game Twin Towers attack that took place in 2001, game time, and became an actual reality in 2001, many years later. The reviews overall were still good, but most publications had the same opinion, with Next Generation magazines summing things up quite neatly, saying, with all the great scenery, Urban Strike should be the best strike game yet, but there's nothing new in the gameplay department, which is a shame. This ultimately led the series to go on hiatus for a good few years. And back to slapping up your friends versus style, and we'll dive into the heavy hitters first. And it was another epic clash between Midway and Capcom. With the release of Super Street Fighter II, the new challenges by Capcom launched in Japan in June. And Midway dropping Mortal Kombat 2 simultaneously worldwide in September. It was 1993's best versus games at home 1 year later to glorious results. The new challenges was the fourth entry in the Street Fighter II series in the arcades, but only the second and last released on the Mega Drive, with Midway's Mortal 2 being the second arcade game and Mega Drive game, with two more to follow on the system, with Mortal Kombat 3 and Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 finishing its Mega Drive run. Both games arcade-wise were powerhouses in terms of popularity and tech specs, with the new challenges in particular now running on Capcom's CPS2 board as opposed to the rest of the series' CPS1 roots. Both of them really pushed the Mega Drive's boundaries in terms of graphics and sound, and were impressive conversions, pulled off by both companies. Capcom themselves handled the new challenges on the Mega Drive, and Probe did another excellent job with their Mortal 2 port. And I had both of these games back in the day, and to say our house was a hotspot for versus action was a bit of an understatement. So let's jump into the major new features for both releases. New challenges came on a whopping 40 megabit cartridge, the biggest that was ever used for the system, and exceeded the console's capacity. Capcom devised a bank switching mapper that allowed the extra memory to be accessed without melting down the system, so to speak. But like I mentioned earlier with the Sonic 3 situation, this in turn made the game very expensive to manufacture, and the end sale price was hiked up significantly, something Sega decided to avoid with Sonic 3. All that extra memory though was put to very good use, with 4 new characters added to the series, with Cammy, T-Hawk, Fei Long and DJ, plus all the classic characters returning with some extra moves as well, new backgrounds for the new characters, tons more speech samples were added over Champion Edition, plus 3 bonus stages, 5 different modes including versus, group battles, tournaments, and a whole lot more. Plus the graphics were completely redone from the ground up, getting it much closer to the CPS2 look of the arcade. Despite its higher cost, it was a huge seller on the system and topped the US sales charts for 2 months straight until Mortal 2's release. The Genesis version ended up outselling the Super NES counterpart and ended up with sales of just over 2 million units worldwide sold. The Mortal Kombat 2 launch was hyped beyond belief. Acclaim reported to have spent over $10 million on its global marketing campaign for its home console launch. The biggest additions to Mortal 2 were now having 12 playable characters off the bat with many more hidden variations. It launched with all the blood and fatalities available by default without codes, and the Genesis version had multiple hidden Easter eggs and some different victory poses. Again, the US Genesis version outsold the Super Nintendo version, with 1.78 million Genesis copies sold as opposed to 1.5 million Super Nintendo copies sold. It was another monster hit for the franchise, and in my opinion, the best Mortal game on the Mega Drive. As long as you ignore the dumb as hell abilities, it was a phenomenal game. The new Challengers was also Street Fighter 2 at its Mega Drive best. Even though I probably played Champion Edition a little bit more in retrospect, it was a much improved and refined fighter, and both deserve a place in any Mega Drive/Genesis Versus collection.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And over to a trio of wrestling-style releases with King of the Monsters 2, WWF Raw, and Saturday Night Slam Masters. King of the Monsters 2 was another Takara conversion of an SNK arcade game. This is a pretty weird conversion, or I should really say it's a reinterpretation, which is the better word. The original arcade is more of a scrolling beat-em-up, but this Genesis game turns it strictly into a one-on-one versus game, like the first game in the series. So if you're a fan of that particular arcade game, you're probably not gonna like this, but as a pure wrestling style one-on-one, it's a bit of mindless fun, but I still recommend you go play the original arcade version instead. WWF Raw, developed by Sculpture Software, was the sequel to WWF Royal Rumble, and a more realistic version of wrestling in game form, before Acclaim changed direction and did the over-the-top WWF the arcade game. It's a pretty fun game that moves very fast with a new grappling system and supports up to 4 players to make that Royal Rumble mode a hell of a lot more fun with a bunch of friends. It features a huge roster of 13 players, including fan favorites like The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels, plus a few of those quickly forgotten wrestlers from that specific period. Why, oh why did Doink appear in so many games? He was so terrible, seriously. And the last wrestling game was Capcom's Saturday Night Slam Masters, a wrestling game that feels more like a scrolling beat-em-up and is based on their own arcade game. This one mixes a bit of Street Fighter and Final Fight mechanics into its gameplay for a fresh take on some of the tried and tested wrestling tropes. It features a lot of knockoff wrestler characters, plus Mark Hagar from Final Fight as well. The Mega Drive version also had a few exclusive features, like allowing the full roster of characters to be selected, including all the bosses, and has an exclusive death mode as well. It's fun, it's not the best, but if you love wrestling and Capcom, it's definitely worth a try. SNK arcade games were getting converted at an insane rate. There's a bunch more, starting with another Takara port, this time of Fatal Fury 2, based on the Neo Geo 1992 arcade game. You got 8 players to choose from, and it retains its 2 lanes of attack from the arcade. It's another dialed back version by Takara, and feels slow and not as exciting as the likes of Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. Although it has big colorful graphics and some pretty mediocre sound effects, it could never compete, at least in the home versions. The arcades was a completely different story though. Still, it's a good fighter, but there are better available on the system, including 1995 Sega CD version of the enhanced arcade game Fatal Fury Special, The Art of Fighting based on SNK's 1992 arcade, and part of the same fighting universe as Fatal Fury and The King of the Fighters also got converted by SNK themselves this time, and ends up falling into the same realm as Fatal 2. It's a decent version of the arcade, although lots of details are missing, including the arcade's crazy zoom-in effects, which was its main selling point. Also of note is that this game is super difficult. Even when I owned it in the 90s and I was at my peak beat-em-up skill level, it was still very hard to get anywhere in it. And Takara were also back for SNK's Samurai Showdown conversion based on their 1993 arcade hit. This was always a really fun game to play in the arcades, I think especially because of the weapons included and the extra blood. It made it super fun. The Mega Drive version is dialed back as expected, losing again the cool zoom-in effects and a lot of audio and visual cues. It's still the most fun to play on the system out of the three that we've just looked at in my opinion. A Sega CD version was also released, which is the better of the two again, but in the case of all three of these, though they are competent versions, you should just go and play the arcade versions because that's the real way to go. And now to a few quick versus looks, and we'll start with World Heroes, a port of the SNK arcade original. It was essentially a Street Fighter clone of that time, with wacky historical characters. The arcade was okay, but it's definitely not SNK's best. But if controlling Rasputin the monk doing kung fu in a one-on-one versus deathmatch situation sounds cool to you, then World Heroes is your game. The Double Dragon Mega Drive dumpster fire finally comes to a merciful close with Double Dragon 5 Shadow 4, a miserable Mortal Kombat knockoff that tied directly into the terrible cartoon series of that time. Awful characters and chunky gameplay make it one of the worst Double Dragon games ever made. Brutal Paws of Fury is a horrendous versus fighting game, and whoever thought that making a versus game with a human-like hybrid animals has got some serious issues. Not sure who this game was aimed at, but it falls flat in every area. And the final insult to the versus genre came this year with Accolade's Balls 3D, a laughable attempt at a video game. That feels more like an Amiga Demo Scene compilation reel. Flashy visuals and tons of digitized audio, but zero gameplay. It's almost as bad as Rise of the Robots. Almost. Shaq Fu was next by Delphine Software, the French team that gave us classics such as Flashback and Another World. This was their first attempt at a versus game, and it was headed up by a basketball celebrity at the time, Shaquille O'Neal. I bought this game in the 90s as I was a huge versus fan and a Delphine fan as well, and despite what the internet and attention-seeking YouTuber videos will tell you, this is not the worst game ever made. In fact, it's actually quite good. The game employs Delphine's excellent rotoscope techniques for its amazingly smooth animation and some truly gorgeous looking backdrop settings. The story is you as Shaq travels to another world through a portal in Japan to stop a sorcerer from sacrificing a kid so he can enter the Earth realm and destroy it. It's pure B-movie nonsense of the best kind. The game was designed on the Mega Drive first as per Delphine's love for the system, with the Genesis version featuring 5 more playable characters and 3 more stages than the Super Nintendo counterpart, making its story mode way more superior overall. In the story version you can only play as Shaq, but in versus and tournaments all the characters are available to play with. I feel because of the really ridiculous story elements and the versus genre being saturated all at once on the home market, this game was used as a punching bag to make a point, which it really didn't deserve. Draw your attention please to Rise of the Robots instead. The music has tones of Flashback, the sound effects are quite good, the animation is absolutely amazing, the gameplay feels a little bit odd at first like all Delphine's games, but with practice you'll soon get a sense of its style and its overall entertainment value. Not the best versus game ever made, of course, far from it, but it definitely doesn't deserve the hate it gets. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers by Banpresto was another game based on this popular TV series. This one a one-on-one versus affair, and not to be confused with the scrolling beat-em-up or the Sega CD FMV delight. Unfortunately, even as a big fan of the subject matter, this is a shallow game. Pick your ranger and go to fight against Rita's henchmen. The battles are in 2 parts, with a human-sized ranger battles, defeat that character, and it'll be transformed into Megazord mode, and you have to slap it out in your giant mech. The gameplay is very surface level, the graphics and sound are average at best, and it does the thing I hate most about these types of games, aka every character's energy bar takes forever to go down, making each match feel like an endless, boring tug of war. Play the dodgy Sega CD FMV game instead. It's bad, but it's unapologetically entertaining nonetheless. Atlus were next with a Japanese exclusive, Goketsuji Ichizoku, known as Power Instinct in the West, as the Super Nintendo version actually saw a US release. This is an underrated gem, and the first in this entire long-running Versus series. There's a tournament held to see who can replace the 78-year-old granny boss and take over this weird farting clan. It doesn't take itself too seriously at all, but gameplay-wise, it's totally on point in every respect. It's fast, it's responsive, the levels are massive and can be smashed through to extend the areas. The moves are super cool and easy to pull off. It has a lot of wacky characters. The music and sound effects are meaty. Like all Atlus games, it's pure Japanese 100%, which probably got it passed over for release due to it just being a little bit too weird for the average gamer. Check it out though, you seriously won't be disappointed. And the final Versus game released was another Japanese exclusive by Treasure called Yu Yu Hakusho, based on the anime of the same name. Brazil did actually end up getting a release of this in 1999 under the Yu Yu Hakusho Sunset Fighters name. It's both a Versus one-on-one and also a 4-player styled Versus brawler all rolled into one. You have multiple planes to move between, Fatal Fury style, and the 4-player Versus mode feels like a precursor to Treasure's own Versus mode in the Saturn release of Guardian Heroes. Overall, it's quite a fun game. It feels very original, and the tournament 4-player mode is where it really becomes something quite insane. If you're open to trying something different like all Treasure games, then here it is.
Sonic Series Seishin Saku, Sonic and Knuckles, lock on! Sonic 2, Sonic 3 を Knuckles で play. Sonic and Knuckles, 全世界同時発売.
And the final game to look at here wasn't Versus, but due to the lack of other scrolling beat-em-ups this year, here's a look at Sega's final entry in the original Rage trilogy, Streets of Rage 3. Developed mostly internally at Sega of Japan, with their CS1 and 3 teams doing most of the game, and Yuzo Koshiro's Ancient Studios taking a backseat on this one, besides doing music contributions. It's a game that's garnered a lot of mixed reactions, both then and still now. It honestly had a pretty hard path to follow, considering Rage 2 is almost a perfect scrolling beat-em-up, but the English and Japanese versions of this game are quite different, and are one of the main reasons for its conflicting reputation, and we'll be looking at most of these in more detail. The plot for both games is different. Who knows why? But it is. Which for this type of game would actually be meaningless, but considering it adds a lot of story elements and multiple endings into the mix, it does actually make a difference. In Japan, it's all about the return of Mr. X and him setting up bombs all over the city. And in the English plot, it has city officials being replaced by robots to take over the city. Why this was necessary to change is quite baffling to say the least. Gameplay is again on point with Axel, Blaze, Skate, and the new character Zan, available to select off the bat, with a few secret characters as well to unlock, such as Roo, you guessed it, a fighting kangaroo, because why not? The returning characters all have extra moves, with Zan having a bionic arm able to electrocute enemies and jet boost around the screen. Character-wise, all the colours of the main characters' clothes have been changed for the Western versions, where the original Japanese versions all have their Streets of Rage 2 garbs. Many of the female hooker characters are now fully clothed, and the funky gay boss character Ash from level 1 is completely removed from the Western game as to not offend anybody, which is laughable considering today's modern gaming climate. The major gameplay change is really in the speed at which the game is played. It's basically way faster, but also lacks some of the satisfying impact of beating enemies up of the previous games, but with the addition of the extra rechargeable bar, allowing you to use your special moves as much as you want without losing energy, as long as the bar's charge, is a very cool addition. The biggest change though, and the one that I just don't like, was the difficulty. It was ramped up significantly for the Western releases and also added way more enemies into the mix. It makes certain levels of this game absolutely tedious and a slog to play through, and was another completely unnecessary thing to mess with in the first place. Graphics and sound wise, it's divisive to say the least. The graphics are top tier for the most part, great animation and really large level designs, not as memorable as the previous games, but still very good overall. The sound effects are extremely meaty and just as good as the previous entries. The music, however, is a real mixed bag, done again by legends Yuzo Koshiro and Motohiro Kawashima. It's super experimental and is techno, house, acid and a whole lot more rolled into one. There are some really great tracks in here, but a lot of them just are too weird and fall flat completely. Music is obviously very subjective, more than most entertainment, but everyone has their own opinions. But I feel it's just not in the same league as the first two, but again, it's still better than most 16-bit games in retrospect. Other minor changes include some voice samples that are different, and the fact that if you select easy mode in the Western version, which by the way is not that easy at all, you can only play up to level 5 as opposed to all 8 levels of the real game. Another slap in the face difficulty wise for unknown reasons. Overall, I'd honestly recommend you seriously go play the original Japanese release of this. It's vastly superior in almost every way. The Western versions are really quite annoying to play through on multiple levels, especially the difficulty, which really just saps the fun out of everything. It's still a solid entry in the series, but probably not the way it should have ended in 16-bit form. The puzzle genre got some really great releases this year, starting with Lemmings 2: The Tribes, based on the Amiga original puzzle game and published by Psygnosis. If you've never played a Lemmings game, you simply have to guide the creatures to the exit using a variety of different abilities you can assign them, and essentially guide the troop to safety. Hit the wrong thing and the Lemmings fall or meet some really grisly deaths. This sequel actually has a story mode where each tribe of Lemmings on your island has a piece of the talisman which you need to reunite to escape your world, which is falling apart. It has over 120 levels and 50 different skills you can assign the Lemmings, and it also supports the Sega mouse, giving the original Amiga feel and making it much easier to play in my opinion. It's a top quality conversion of this game. Lost Vikings was next, published by Interplay, and this was a combination of action platform puzzle game. Your Vikings have been plucked out of town by an evil entity who is collecting different life forms. It's up to you and the 2 other playable Viking characters to jump through different time zones and make it back home in one piece. You can switch between the 3 Vikings on the fly. Each has a skill set that can be used to overcome the puzzles and escape a stage. You have to obviously use a combination of all of them to escape. One Viking is really fast and can jump, one has weapons abilities, and the other has a shield for protection and deflection. There is 6 different time zones and 42 levels in total. Because this Mega Drive version came out a couple years after the original, it has 5 extra stages not present in the original release, and has really wonderful colorful graphics, really clever puzzle design and gameplay, and great music by the always reliable Matt Furness. SS Lucifer Man Overboard was next, published by Codemasters, based on the Amiga original game Sink or Swim. This game is literally a combination of both games we just looked at. You play Kevin Codner, a marine rescue guy who has to save all the passengers on the doom-sinking ship, the SS Lucifer. You basically have to guide the passengers to the exit in each part of the ship, Lemming style. You can run around solving minor puzzles and open doors and areas as you clear an exit path, just like in Lost Vikings. It really is a perfect mix of both games, and is extremely addictive and fun to play, and was a European and Australian exclusive. A US version was advertised, but again it was cancelled. And the last puzzler was Puyo Puyo 2, a Japan exclusive puzzler by Compile, a continuation of their popular puzzle series and based on a Sega arcade release. This is a very fun game in the Tetris style, matching coloured slimes as you go against your rival, trying to overwhelm his side of the screen with more slimes. I really prefer this series way more than the Tetris games. They are very similar of course, but the wacky Japanese characters, fun presentation and really happy-go-lucky music always make them a joy to play, and if this style of block matching gameplay is your jam, then this is another great entry to seek out. And over to the crazy world of the licensed game, where with a roll of a dice you never knew what you were gonna get. First up though is an awesome crossover called RoboCop vs Terminator by Virgin Interactive. When I first heard about this as a kid, I couldn't believe they were actually making this game. These two 80s movie universes were crossing over in video game form, and the end result was just making me super happy. If you didn't know, RoboCop vs Terminator the game is loosely based on a series of Dark Horse comics. In the game, you find out that RoboCop is partly responsible for the creation of Skynet, the crazy supercomputer that ends up nuking the world as seen in Terminator 2. So in the game, RoboCop has to set things right by destroying Skynet once and for all. It's a mixture of platforming and run and gun elements that has you blasting through 10 levels of punks, robots, and Terminators. Gameplay is basic, just shoot and kill everything you come across, with the occasional level tasking you with saving a few hostages. And it's a fun, mindless endeavor that feels like an old arcade game in design. There's plenty of weapons also available, from RoboCop's movie pistol, laser guns, sniper rifles, and grenade guns, and so much more, with the grenade gun being my personal favorite, as you can guide the grenades around the screen after launch and take out guys off screen. I like all the variations on the locations as well, with the streets of Detroit, the OCP offices, junkyards, the Terminator base, etc. It's always pretty fun to see what's going to come up next. The animation is excellent, as you can tell. The game is running off Dave Perry's Aladdin engine, which came out 1 year earlier. The music is also spot on, with a really weird blend of industrial fused soundtrack styles that just seems right for this game. This is just great for when you're in that right mood, you know, sick of thinking and just want to blow stuff up. And now over to Star Trek The Next Generation, Echoes from the Past. Developed by Spectrum Holobyte, who did a lot of really cool games, including the film noir-esque Intrigue on the Commodore 64 and the excellent Star Trek Final Unity on DOS a year later. The game is a pretty good interpretation of the TV series, with many gameplay styles giving you a full run of the Star Trek flavor. The plot involves a missing Romulan ship that disappears along the neutral zone and an artifact known as the Integrated Field De-Randomizer, which allows the user to reshape matter or energy, as the plot has you bouncing all over the universe, investigating it and putting pieces of the puzzle together. The game has 3 main modes: the Bridge of the Enterprise, which is basically the hub and connects everything with conversations, navigation, computer information, etc. is all handled. There's ship-to-ship combat, which takes place on a grid as you duke it out with an enemy. And lastly is the top-view orientated away mission sections, where you can choose up to 4 characters to make up the team to beam down to planets. Most characters have different skill sets, which you can use to get tasks done or blast aliens. The game overall offers a lot of variety, and it definitely captures the spirit of the show very, very well. If you're a Trekkie, it is a must-play. Next was Jurassic Park Rampage Edition, the second Park game to hit the Mega Drive, and again developed by Blue Sky Software. The first game was made and launched as the film hit the cinemas, and Sega wanted to repeat its massive financial success by launching this sequel as Jurassic Park hit home video. You play Grant as he goes back to the island to stop the InGen scientists from collecting dino samples, as the Costa Rican military is actively blowing up the island. The game again lets you choose between Grant and a Velociraptor. This time the raptor is simply trying to escape the island to lay its eggs. It has a few new moves and a rage mode, which makes it invincible for a certain amount of time and able to kill anything instantly. Grant this time can pick up tons of deadly weapons such as rifles, shotguns, flamethrowers, rocket launchers, and more, allowing you to kill anything that you come across, unlike the first game where stunning and knocking everything out was the order of the day. Besides those differences, the game also lets you choose between 3 levels in the beginning, which I always really like. The levels are also much bigger, whether that's a good thing or not, and the pace is much faster because gameplay is mostly action based, and the graphic style is quite different. It's not 100% digitized this time. It's a good variation on the original, much more action focused and less adventure, so depending on what you're looking for here, Rampage may or may not be what you're looking for. And over to another quick set of rapid fires with the Pirates of Darkwater, published by Sunsoft and based on the 90s cartoon. It's your standard action action platformer, letting you choose between the 3 main characters for each level, and has decent graphics, music, and sound effects, but is still pretty forgettable due to unoriginality. But having said that, it's still a decent adventure game. Beavis and Butthead was next, based on the MTV animated series. It's a very cool atmospheric interpretation of the cartoon show, part adventure, game puzzle solving, and part action with lots of digitized speech and funny situations. It's quite well done, and if you're a fan of the show, you no doubt will enjoy it. Virtual Bart by Acclaim is pretty similar to Bart's Nightmare, a big old collection of wacky Simpsons minigames. There's definitely fun to be had here overall, but like Bart's Nightmare, it just doesn't feel like any of this links together in any cohesive way. Bishoujo Senshi Sailor Moon is a Japanese exclusive Sailor Moon game based on the popular anime series. It's a pretty straightforward scrolling beat 'em up. It's not that bad. It ultimately, like a lot of these games, becomes tedious very quickly, but if you're a super fan of the show, it's obviously definitely worth a look. And over to a few quick looks at 3 Marvel-related releases, and start with The Incredible Hulk, developed by Probe, the best of the bunch here. It's a really slickly made action platformer with very satisfying destruction and Hulk moves, lots of clever little puzzle elements, and a good use of collecting Gamma capsules to boost Hulk's abilities, and him to actually revert back to Bruce Banner, for example, to fit through small spaces. Plus, this game is loaded with tons and tons of secret areas, with solid graphics and stages, some really meaty sound effects, and yet another toe-tapping Matt Furniss music score. And next was Maximum Carnage by Acclaim, a side-scrolling beat-em-up for the most part, although there are slight variations. You can choose to play either Venom or Spider-Man, but unfortunately it only is a one-player game, which is a big miss here, as these types of games are just so much more fun as 2-player affairs. The levels are very generic and forgettable. The music is by the one-hit wonder band Green Jelly from the 90s, and it's kind of whiny and annoying for the most part. The sound effects are quite good though, but it just gets a little bit too tiresome after a while, and it's another forgettable attempt by Acclaim. It's only really worth playing if you're a die-hard scrolling beat-em-up or Spider-Man fan. Wolverine Adamantium Rage was also by Acclaim, and another botched attempt, unfortunately. The positives here are the sound effects are great, and the music, for the most part anyway, is really catchy and fits the game very well. Gameplay is absolutely painful at best. Wolverine is super floaty and awkward to control. It's really hard to even hit anything, and the weird lag delay makes it very hard to control him properly. The levels are also way too long and absolutely bore you to death. This could have easily been something great by Acclaim, but somehow they managed to botch up even the most simplistic of aspects. Just go play one of the X-Men games instead. And over to Warner Brothers for a bunch of adaptations of Looney and Tiny Toon characters. First up was Sylvester and Tweety in Cagey Capers, a pretty cool adaptation of that classic cartoon starring Sylvester and Tweety. You play Sylvester the cat as you try to catch Tweety Bird and eat him. It's a chase platformer with a little bit of puzzle solving, and it's not really like anything else in the system. You follow an arrow after Tweety Bird, dodging and avoiding obstacles, sometimes solving little bits of puzzles to get you through to the next area of the chase. The levels themselves are all based on various cartoon episodes, with many of the side characters also appearing as enemies or bosses. The graphics are extremely impressive and silky smooth, with some good tunes and sound effects, and it ended up becoming Time Warner Interactive's best-selling video game they ever released. Next was Taz Escape from Mars, published by Sega, a sequel to the previous Taz game, although this did not tie into the TV series at all, and just features Taz himself, who gets abducted by Marvin the Martian and put into his Martian zoo. Taz basically has to escape and get back to Earth. The gameplay is exactly the same as the first game, with spinning and lots of platforming, plus tons of stuff to eat to give you different types of powers. The space levels are pretty cool looking as well, and the Earth locations, which feature lots of cameos such as Yosemite Sam, Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner, are also excellent. The music is a slight step up from the first game, but that's really not saying much. It's still kind of grating. Basically, if you like the first game, it's exactly the same, just with a new setting. If you didn't, this is not going to win you over in any sort of way. And those fine folks over at Konami gave us a double dose of 90s tunes with Tiny Toon Adventures Acme All-Stars and the Animaniacs game. Acme All-Stars was a sports game, or multiple to be exact, featuring both soccer and basketball, plus a host of mini-games in its story mode. In the game, Acme University is holding a sports tournament to determine the best Acme Acres team. You can choose your tunes based on all the Tiny Toon characters, and they all have their own stats and special moves. The best part is you can also play this game with up to 4 players at once using a Sega Tap. Both the basketball and the soccer portions are very well done and fun to play, plus the 3 minigames, which include a crazy styled obstacle course, a little bowling mini game, and a version of Whack-A-Mole or Total Riot to play as well. It has really great graphics and sound design and is a total hidden gem on the system. Animaniacs was an action puzzle platformer, taking all the satirical nature of the show and mashing it into game form with excellent results.
Say your prayers, Varmint.
Chili. Need this.
Run wild with the Animaniacs in Hollywood on your Sega Genesis and Super NES. Collect props and scripts before Pinky and the Brain take over the world. It's Konami's Animaniacs video game.
I give it 4 stars.
I give it 5.
You play all 3 Warners, Yakko, Wacko and Dot, and can switch between them on the fly to solve puzzles and situations. The Warners basically want to open up their own pop culture shop and sell stuff, so they travel across the Warner Brothers lot, stealing memorabilia from different movie sets. There are 5 in total, and 4 are open at the beginning, so you can choose whichever you want. In the end, you'll face off against Pinky and the Brain, as they are the main game bosses. Each level is also a parody of a movie. It features very clever game design, nice graphics and music as always, and it's just a well put together and thought out Konami game that totally understands its wacky subject matter. Another rapid fire look at some bottom of the barrel licensed schlock with No Escape, based on the movie that I know as Escape from Absalom, which obviously sounds way cooler. The game, however, is another Sony ImageSoft scrap heap that only got a US release. The rotoscoping of the characters destroys the gameplay as everything lags so dramatically, leading to endlessly frustrating gameplay. Instrument of Chaos, starring young Indiana Jones, is as terrible as the TV show it was based on. It's a dodgy action platformer with ropey gameplay mechanics and low-level visuals and sound. Just go and play LucasArts' Fate of Atlantis instead. The Lawnmower Man by Time Warner, based on the VR-themed movie, is actually a surprisingly good game, mixing in on-rail 3D segments and 2D run-and-gun gameplay and a whole lot more. It's a very good itch of the movie and is well worth seeking out. And back to our friends at Sony ImageSoft, oh boy. And their attempt at Frankenstein, based on the mediocre movie that had just come out starring Bob De Niro. It's cumbersome and unresponsive, with rotoscoping characters almost the same as No Escape. It's super painful to play. The Tick was based on a TV show of the same name. It nails the look and sound of its subject, but the boring, drawn-out levels and overpowered henchmen make it a real slog to play. And lastly was Tom and Jerry Frantic Antics, apparently based on a movie I never knew existed. I'll save both you and I a bit of time here. It's trash. And lastly for licensed games was Disney, and they weren't messing about, giving us 5 releases on the Mega Drive alone. All these games were collaborations with various companies to generally good results. The weakest of the bunch was a collaboration with Hi-Tech, Mickey's Ultimate Challenge. It's actually not really a terrible game, it's just that it's clearly made for young children, and is made up of a series of mini-games. As Mickey travels this weird fantasy world as he's having a dream at night. There's really not much else to say here. The next Mickey game, yes, there were 3 this year, was The Great Circus Mystery starring Mickey and Minnie by the masters at Capcom. A pretty fun 1 or 2 player platformer. It's part of a series that was popular on the Super Nintendo. I've never actually played those, so I can't make any comparisons here. But as a standalone Mickey adventure, it's charming and quite enjoyable, using all your gadgets for different levels as you investigate this dodgy circus. This was a very low-key release for Capcom on the system for whatever reason, but I think it's quite well done overall. The best Mickey game though was Mickey Mania by Traveler's Tales, another very well-made product in both visuals, sound and gameplay from those European masters. I actually owned the Mega CD version of this in the 90s and it was definitely a firm favorite. Most of the levels are taken from the classic shorts era of Mickey's career, including the iconic original cartoon Steamboat Willie in all its black and white glory. It's a highly recommended Disney game that just oozes quality and personality. And the final two were based on Disney full-length animated movies with The Jungle Book and The Lion King. The Jungle Book was another Virgin Interactive collaboration and turned out to be high quality as usual with stunning animation and sound design. I love the rendition of bare necessities in this game. It's mostly a standard collect-em-up action platformer and follows the plot of the movie and extends it in certain places as well. Plus the gameplay is on point. And the last was The Lion King, based at that time on Disney's newest movie, and this was a Virgin and Westwood co-production and is just as impressive as the previous year's Aladdin game. It's an action platformer where you get to play two different versions of Simba, both young and old, with different move sets. There's some nice variations in the gameplay and very impressive visuals throughout. It has a couple little mini games as well with Timon and Pumbaa, and features many songs from the movie. My only gripe with this game, as most of you will obviously already know this, it is hard. In fact, it is damn hard, and considering the demographic, it's a little bit bizarre they were so brutal about it. But then again, most 8 and 16-bit games were pretty tough back then, so it's not that surprising. But it's just something you should be aware of if you've never played this before, because I swear controllers will be broken. And a quick round of rapid fire reviews, and start with Echo the Tides of Time, a fantastic sequel to Echo the Dolphin, and another great action adventure game in the same mold, and features tons more levels, some extremely gorgeous graphics, 3D styled bonus stages, and an epic face-off at the end with an alien hive. This, like the first game, often gets criticized for being too hard, but I managed to beat both of these games as a kid, so that's simply not true. And if you like the first one, I feel like this one's even better. Zero Tolerance by Accolade was a first-person shooter and a pretty impressive feat to pull off on the Mega Drive considering its 1988 technology at that point. It runs pretty smoothly and is a pretty addictive game. You could even link up two Mega Drives together via a link cable and play the game in co-op mode. Pac-Man 2 The New Adventures by Namco was a US exclusive and was a point-and-click styled adventure game with some other weird gameplay additions. It was received poorly in sales and reviews at the time, which was pretty unjust, and the bizarre US marketing campaign for the game didn't help at all. And on top of all that, naming it Pac-Man 2 was also pretty misleading, making it sound like a direct sequel to the Maze Dot Gobbling arcade original. This game is definitely something you would not expect, and I mean that in a good way. Psycho Pinball was a European and Australian exclusive pinball game by Codemasters, and a pretty damn good one as well, featuring 4 unique tables and fantastic graphics, music and design, making it one of the Mega Drive's best in this genre. A US version was advertised but was ultimately cancelled. There were a lot less in this genre this year, but every angle was covered with some really stellar titles, from real-time, management, and turn-based action. It was covered very well. So let's jump over to Koei for some of their last games released on the Mega Drive and look at Liberty or Death and Uncharted Waters: New Horizons. Liberty or Death is another in their historical simulation series of turn-based titles, this one set during the American Revolutionary War. You can choose to be the Americans or the British, where you have to defeat each one's armies through 13 colonies. It is soaking in a historical detail from characters, settings, politics, and is a fascinating journey filled with options for diplomacy, troop management, big battles, and military affairs. It's a really deep game that, if you learn how to play it, will provide months of tactical and turn-based action. It's very impressive. Uncharted Waters: New Horizons is the sequel to their previous release, which was basically a Japanese version of Microprose Pirates. New Horizons doesn't stray far and is basically a massive DLC patch for the original. Everything from the first is here, plus more. Trading, exploration, RPG mechanics, ship battles. Raising your fame in either trade, piracy, or adventure will unlock new events and progress the main storyline. It's super open-ended, just like Pirates, and is overall a really fun game to play if you're willing to put in the time. So my favorite game on the system wasn't difficult to think of. When I initially thought about it, I was like, how am I supposed to pick this? But if I gave it a little bit of thought, it was easy. My favorite one is probably going to be one that nobody's going to mention, but that's okay. It's called Shadowrun. It was based on the board game, the kind of like Dungeons and Dragons board game kind of thing, but it was set in a cyberpunk universe. They recently made a game about that. It's been brought back.
Shadowrun was an action RPG turn-based hybrid cyberpunk game released in 1994 on the Sega Genesis, an exclusive US release. Developed by Blue Sky Software, with the game being licensed from FASA Corporation, based on their cyberpunk tabletop role-playing game. Multiple Shadowrun games saw release during this time period, including the 1993 Data East published Super Nintendo version, which was completely different with an isometric look to it and different story and characters. Plus 1996's Mega CD Japan only release, developed by Compile, that seriously needs an English fan translation ASAP. But let's first take a look at the developer Blue Sky Software, which was an American software company formed in California in 1988 and released a massive variety of games during its 13-year run. A lot of their most prolific games, or at least the ones that I love the most, came out on the Sega Genesis, including the brilliant action platformer duo of Vector Man 1 and 2, plus the 2 Jurassic Park tie-in games, which I played a hell of a lot back then. And interestingly, for this video was 1993's Techno Clash, published by Electronic Arts, with Blue Sky and Zono developing it, which was a top-down styled action RPG in a cyberpunk universe. It's almost like a precursor to what Shadowrun would be, but with Shadowrun being vastly more elaborate and expanded in so many ways. Blue Sky eventually closed its door in 2001, a victim of parent company Interplay filing for bankruptcy and being bought out by Titus. Their back catalogue is diverse and interesting to say the least, and is worth investigating deeper for any open-minded retro gamer. But Shadowrun in the 90s was just, that kind of tabletop deal. I got exposed to it. My friend actually bought a Shadowrun book and we all made characters. We were actually going to play it. We all made these intricate characters and we never actually ever got to play it. Just got sidetracked, but the whole idea of that whole cyberpunk universe was in my mind, and when I saw Shadowrun at a shop, I just knew I had to get it. It was very expensive, but it was an official version actually. It came with the manual and everything, so it wasn't one of those bootlegs that I bought. And yeah, got that, played that, got that home. This game was amazing. And now let's get back to Shadowrun, a top-down adventure putting you in the shoes of Joshua, a Shadowrunner who finds out his brother has been murdered and heads to Seattle to try to uncover the truth behind his death, which leads to a full-scale conspiracy theory going all the way up the city's most powerful people. Shadowrun is a game with a lot going on. It's very sandbox in nature and open, giving you the opportunity to take your time, explore the world and soak up the conversations, to fully immerse yourself in its cyberpunk world, and to that end it does it brilliantly. Seattle is broken down into multiple areas you can visit via taxis, including slum districts, rich corporate areas, and even the forested outskirts of the city. Not everything is open in the beginning, but ultimately it's all free to explore at a certain point. When starting, you get to choose your character class. These drastically change the way you'll play the game, so choose wisely, or at least do some experimenting. You got the Street Samurai, who's good at most things, but specializes in combat. The Decker is a hacker who's best at matrix run and hacking computer systems. And there's the Shaman, who can wield magic, which makes him powerful and can heal himself without the need for medkits, or can however use decks to hack, so it's not limited per se. But choosing a Decker means easy money in the beginning of the game, so it's probably the easiest class to start with, but Street Samurai is usually my go-to class, as cyber implanting yourself up, blasting street punks, and hacking are all well balanced the most with this class style. Gameplay has many tiers. It's traditional in the sense, with an upgrade system which uses karma, which is gained from completing jobs around the city. This is used to upgrade you in your usual RPG stat style. Jobs come in the form of many flavors, from simple courier run jobs to raiding and whacking rival gangs, corporate extractions, people trying to defect from corporations, and complex matrix-style hack jobs, and a lot more. All this earns you money, which you can take to various shops dotted all over the city, from cyber implants for your character enhancements, purchasing new styles of weapons and bombs, or upgrading your cyber deck, or even buying new improved hacking software. There is a lot to choose from. Most of the game takes place in real time, meaning the action has an arcade element to it, and you'll constantly be getting attacked on the streets.
Genesis. But when hacking into the Matrix, it becomes a traditional turn-based RPG fare as you glide around a network and attempt to destroy their security systems or plant viruses, extract those corporate files, or just fight software to destroy networks outright. This is my favorite part of the game. The amount of diversity in the software you can use and the way it all plays out is still one of the best representations of cyberpunk-style hacking in video game form. Also, you're not in this whole quest alone. At any point, once you have enough money, of course, you can hire other Shadowrunners to help you in the overall story, or just for single job affairs. If you recruit them for the entire game, they can also be upgraded in every way as yourself, depending on their character class, of course. Shadowrun is a kind of intimidating game to get into, but like I said earlier, there's no time limit on what you do or the overall plot, so soak up the atmosphere, conversations, and situations. It's all RPG gold in console form. The graphics are very detailed, with every part of the city feeling unique, and the Matrix sequences look exceptional, even playing this game now over 30 years later. The music and sound effects are decent, there's nothing really to write home about here, and they managed to service the game without detracting too much from it. If you're looking for an action RPG on the Mega Drive or Genesis, highly recommend Shadowrun. It's amazing. Shadowrun is without a doubt my favorite #1 Sega Genesis game ever. Its irresistible cyberpunk world, layered with detail combined with slick gameplay and storytelling, make it a must-play for anyone even remotely interested in the shady aspects of this awesome sci-fi subgenre. And now over to a quick roundup of some cool strategy titles, and let's start with Syndicate, published by Electronic Arts and developed by Bullfrog, an action real-time strategy game with a cyberpunk setting, as big corporations vie for world domination. The game is a little bit more action-heavy than its PC original and includes 50 missions and plenty of options galore in its gameplay. Dune: The Battle for Arrakis, or Dune 2: The Battle of Arrakis as it's also known, is Westwood's console version of its RTS hit. It's a very slick update of the PC version, with more detailed graphics and sound, and plays very well with a controller. An excellent version of this game. Erebus Supersonic was Koei's follow-up sequel to Erebus, the airline-owning simulator. This one ups the graphics options and gameplay, with plenty of classic real-world scenarios to play through or select the future with its fictitious planes. It's even better than the original game. The Hybrid Front was a Japan-only release, turn-based strategy futuristic war simulator by Sega. It seems really good, but the language barrier makes it impossible to really immerse yourself in. As of making this, a fan translation is in effect, but there's no real guarantee it'll ever materialize. And lastly is my favorite turn-based strategy title of this year, which is Langrisser 2 by Messiah, another Japan-only release, but fortunately an excellent fan translation is available, so this absolutely epic turn-based strategy game is fully playable in English. It features an awesome storyline and characters and fast-paced strategy and tactics. It's an absolute crime it never got released in English on the Mega Drive.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And next up was a Japan exclusive called Lord Monarch, a real-time strategy war game set in the Dragon Slayer universe, and was originally released on the PC 98 in 1991 by Falcom. And this version includes content from Advanced Lord Monarch and its own original editions as well. This game also received a full English fan translation, so is completely playable for all of us non-speaking Japanese fans. It has two main modes, a full story-type campaign, and a battle mode where you take on multiple kingdoms kingdoms simultaneously to see who ends up on top. It's a very fast-paced RTS that fortunately has a very cool demo mode explaining how to play it in detail, so definitely check that out. It's very useful to learn the ropes. Just like all these games, you basically gather troops, build structures, capture cities, collect taxes, all helping the war machine making its way to the nearest rival for the ultimate battle. The music is pretty fantastic. The visual style is anime Shining Force levels of cool, done in a very cute way. It makes it very enticing to try out, even if it's not your style of game. I'd recommend at least giving this game a try. And next is an excellently overlooked gem called Crusader of Senti in the US, Ragnar Senti in Japan, and Soleil in Europe, which probably didn't help the game trying to define its own identity. Sega handled the Japan and Europe publications, with Atlas doing its completely own new translation for the US. The game was developed by Nextech and was originally called Shining Rogue, and was meant to be a spin-off of the Shining Force series, but ended up getting its own identity for whatever reason. And we later got Shining Wisdom on the Sega Saturn, which is essentially very much like this game, and a spin-off in an official capacity. This one's story is the usual monsters have invaded the land plot, and you set out as a kid on a quest to discover why. In this real-time action RPG title, the game is presented in a top-down Zelda-style view, with an overworld map to select new locations, a main hub town for story, characters, and upgrades, and plenty of other cool locations to fight your way through, and solve basic switch-flipping style puzzles. You don't have a party in this game, but instead recruit animals as assistants, each with special abilities. A total of 16 of these can be found throughout the entire game, and you can select up to 2 animals at once to help you out in battles. The pets can also be comboed up and upgraded by learning new abilities. It's a very easy and fun game to get into and lose yourself with. It has a really gorgeous visual style, an addictive music score, and is a pretty massive quest overall from start to finish that'll keep you busy for a pretty long time. Again, this is another game that you really need to try if you haven't. It's a real top quality, underappreciated gem. And now on to the final RPG for this year. A truly epic conclusion to a beloved series. Of course, I'm talking about Phantasy Star 4, the end of the millennium. The final part of the story arc started way back in 1987 on the Master System and concluded with this final Mega Drive entry before its brilliant rebirth on the Dreamcast many years later in the form of Phantasy Star Online. The driving force behind this game was Toru Yoshida, a visual designer who joined Sega near the launch of the Mega Drive and contributed to Super Thunderblade and Phantasy Star 2, plus Reiko Kodama, who had worked heavily on Phantasy Star 2 in the graphics design department and helped with planning for Part 3 as well. They were both leads for this final epic part of the series. The goal of this RPG was to bring all the threads of the storyline together and improve on everything. It was the ultimate version in 16-bit form that they could produce. Yes, Toru talking about the setting for Part 4. The game is set between the second and third Phantasy Star games. From the beginning, we intended for the story to take place in the planetary system of Algol. Our aim was to create a new cast of characters and develop a narrative that connected them together. I also wanted there to be a happy ending. My main ambition as director was to invent a peaceful future for Algol. The game contains the style and story of the previous entries, with you being a monster hunter hired to cull and keep the monster spawning that seems to be increasing at bay. But as one thing leads to another, you soon go down that rabbit hole of questioning why this is happening and who is really behind it all. The game is in the same style as Part 2, meaning you have a 3/4 view of the towns for chatting and equipping up, complemented by generous amounts of anime-style cutscenes, an overworld map look for travel to different towns or planets, and classic third-person viewpoint for team-based combat, as well as driving sequences much like in the original. Here's Reiko talking about the technical issues faced when deciding on the visual style of the dungeons. Whenever you release new hardware or equipment, users are going to have high expectations for it. For example, with the Master System, the 3D dungeons in Phantasy Star probably grabbed a lot of attention for that reason. I know we've had a lot of requests to add the 3D dungeons back in for the Mega Drive Phantasy Star games. However, players won't be satisfied with Sega Master System era technology for the 3D dungeons in a Mega Drive game, and it doesn't make sense with our design plans either. Everything has to be rotatable, floors, ceilings, etc., and that would take up far too much memory. Your party can be made up of 5 characters at the max, joining throughout the game, as well as temporary story characters who team up for specific elements. The battle system is very addictive and pretty deep,
with lots of items and weapons and magic to experiment with. You can also make macros, just like in part 2, to speed up those cannon fodder battles and gameplay. The characters themselves are all really likable and have enough dialogue and story to all give them enough personality to get behind. Here's Toro talking about the ultimate goal of making part 4. When our team made Phantasy Star 2, we were stretched pretty thin, and we couldn't include all that we had imagined. We felt that leaving the story at Phantasy Star 2 therefore would have been a real waste, and that's how the idea for part 4 got started. Also, part 2's battle animation system still stands out today, I think. It allowed for really great visual presentation, and again we thought it would be a huge waste not to revisit it. With Phantasy Star 2 and 3 also had a lot of flaws, and we wanted to fix all that and make a game which players would consider the definitive Phantasy Star. So in that sense, we also saw Phantasy Star 4 as a sort of remake of the best elements of the series. The game is definitely a benchmark release for the system, with an amazing visual design and a huge planet-hopping adventure with great storytelling and an excellent soundtrack from composer Izuho Numata from Phantasy Star 3, and also a rare game for this era that wasn't dumbed down or tried to eliminate its anime Japanese style roots or visual design, and was allowed to be exactly what it was in all regions. Granted, we still got the pretty cool Boris Vallejo cover for Western releases, which doesn't really match the game, but that was just in keeping with the style of the previous Western entries. And yes, Toru one more time explaining why he thinks the game turned out to be the success that it was. Its success was down to the effort everyone contributed at each stage of development. For instance, the game was visually very strong, with very detailed locations. This was because everyone in the team had their own obsessions, and each one of us delved deeply into them. The game wasn't a huge financial success in Japan, but universally the reviews were stellar across all regions, with most publications citing it as the Mega Drive's best RPG. Game Fan magazine sums it up pretty well. Graphics are beautiful, the music is powerful, and the non-stop original ideas make this cartridge an absolute must-own for RPG enthusiasts. This is a top-tier Mega Drive RPG. It delivers everything you want as a new game while simultaneously providing much fan service and honoring all the games in the series that had come before. Brilliant stuff. The system was now over half a decade old, but still saw a massive software output in 1994, but 1995 would see that cut almost in half, as every publisher's focus was now definitely shifting into the new upcoming 32-bit era.
A world once dominated by Nintendo is challenged by Sega, and now Atari's new system, Jaguar, is invading. Which system is best?
And thus ends 1994.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Now, when you buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1, you'll get Sonic 2 absolutely free. Sonic 2 handles stubborn stains, embarrassing bald spots, no problem. It even slices and dices, makes thousands of julienne fries. But wait, you can play it too. This free Sonic 2 is a $54.99 value. You get 2 Sonics for the price of 1. Sonic 2 fits easily into any tackle box. Made from a space-age polymer plastic for years of family fun. And pets love it too. Buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1 and get Sonic 2 free.
Act now. Wiener Dog Sweater sold separately.
Sega had done what no other company had managed to do, even the playing field of console gaming, giving essentially everyone a chance to step up to the plate, knowing that the almighty Nintendo was not the unbreakable force everyone thought they were. But by 1995, the aging Mega Drive was getting ready to take the back seat, as 16-bit gaming would start its slow descent out of the public eye, as the CD-ROM revolution
New rivals and new graphic styles were about to become the new popular. This would be a relatively large year for the system in terms of software releases, but it was significantly less than the system's 1994 peak.
Really difficult to pick a favorite Genesis game, in part because as an adult I've gotten more into shoot-em-ups, and there are a lot of really great shoot-em-ups on the Genesis, stuff like Gyara's and Musha and the Thunder Force games. But if I had to pick just one Genesis game that I could ever play for the rest of my life, I'd probably go with Sonic 3, just because it really has kind of a perfect mix of like really fun gameplay. The various stages are they're elaborate, and they're well designed and very fun. The graphics are great, the soundtrack is amazing, and if you could cheat just a little bit and hook it up with Sonic and Knuckles, then you've got just like an amazing, one of the best 16-bit games ever, really. I'd put it up there with some of my favorite SNES games. So if I had to pick one back against the wall, gun to my head, I'd go with Sonic 3, and especially if the option is there, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, because it's just an amazing game.
And over to a triple dose of run and guns, starting with Doom Troopers, published by Playmates Interactive, also responsible for the crazy Exo Squad and Skeleton Warriors, one of my favorite hidden gem Sega Saturn games out there. This game is based on the Mutant Chronicles card game series that was pretty popular in Europe at the time. The irony being the game was only released in the US. It delivers 8 levels of run and gun violence as you attempt to rid the galaxy of mutants one bullet at a time. Best edition here is definitely the 2-player simultaneous mode, making it into an ultra-violent version of Contra, just obviously not as good. It's fast, it has a good variety of levels, even though the gameplay gets pretty repetitive very quickly. It's not a bad game if you like this genre though. Next was Skeleton Crew by Core Design, an isometric run and gun with the exact same plot as Doom Troopers. Blast your way through 4 massive levels as you try to rid the galaxy of monsters. You can choose between 3 different characters, each with their own specific abilities, and also features a 2-player simultaneous blasting action mode, which amps up the chaos factor big time. Being a really late Mega Drive release meant it has really impressive graphics with lots of detail effects and animation. The cool soundtrack is also done by Nathan McCree, who did one of the best Sega CD game soundtracks ever in Soulstar, another Core Design game. This is definitely worth tracking down, and I just love the cover art as well. It's like something out of a Simon Bisley graphic novel. And last but definitely not least was Alien Soldier, about those mental cases over at Treasure, and again it benefited from a really late release, using pretty much every demented technique learned by them from Gunstar Heroes and Dynamite Headdy, and mashing it into this run and gun boss rush madness. You play Epsilon Eagle, who is part of a military group whose members have all gone rogue to terrorism and want you dead because you never joined them. Like Gunstar Hero, you get to choose your weapons in the beginning, and also have special abilities like teleporting and a powerful Phoenix mode. The game has 25 levels in total, with the majority of that made up in boss fights. The run and gun sections are essentially a breather between bosses and a way to collect items before the next big showdown. It's a really tough game, and it doesn't hold your hand, with cool funky music and some of the most impressive boss encounters in the entire Mega Drive library, really pushing the system absolutely to the max. It received a Japan and European release, but no physical release in the US, but you could download it through the Sega channel. It received rave reviews at the time, and is an absolute must-play of the late Mega Drive library.
In price, nothing could even come close to it.
I won't spend for Super Nintendo anyway. If you're not playing these games, you're a giant loser.
And now let's check out some racing and driving games. Road Rash 3 Tour de Force was the third and final entry in the Rash trilogy by Electronic Arts on the Mega Drive. It's another solid entry in the motorbike brawling series, with this one taking the action all over the world as opposed to only the US locations on the previous entries. Kenya, Brazil, Italy, Japan, and so much more all featured with the same basic gameplay as the previous entries we've looked at already. You can buy new bikes, upgrade them, and punch and kick your way while avoiding the cops. The team that worked
worked on the game were also sharing assets with the 3DO version that was being developed at the same time. Everyone at EA also felt that the Mega Drive had been pushed to the limit at this point. This was their last Mega Drive game they made from the ground up and released. Taking assets from the 3DO version meant that it now featured a digitized graphics look for the bikes, drivers, and lots of the background objects. And due to the aging specs, it looked nowhere near as slick as obviously the 3DO version, but gameplay was still paramount, and it was solid where it counted. I still think it's a good entry in the series, but like Mortal Kombat 3, it had lost a bit of its luster at this point. And this game was the deciding factor for me to make that jump to the Sega Saturn and go from 16 to 32-bit. EA were, without a doubt, especially in the US and Europe, Sega's most valued third-party publisher. Without them, the Mega Drive success could have gone either way. But with their earlier help, it truly was a great, important partnership. Next was two quick looks with Power Drive by US Gold, an overhead rally racer and European in physical form release, and only available on the Sega channel in the US. It's a decent game with rally racing all over the world with different terrains and weather conditions. The controls are super hard to get used to because they are extremely sensitive, but if you can get to grips with it, it's a decent racing experience. And the other game was Street Racer by Vivid Image, a Mario Kart style racer that adds a beat 'em up element to the mix and is way faster and more hectic than the inspiration game. It features plenty of weird modes also, such as the bizarre soccer mode and karts, and really excels if you played multiplayer with friends. And the last racer for 95 was my favorite of this year, by Codemasters, called Super Skid Marks, another game that was a European exclusive, and used Codemasters' excellent J-Kart tech, allowing up to 4 players to race it out straight out of the box without any extra peripherals needed. The game itself is an excellent looking isometric racer, featuring tons of different vehicle types to race in, from 4x4s, sports cars, even Grand Prix, and cars strapped on rocket packs, just because. It features a massive 48 tracks in total and was the sequel to the highly successful Amiga game Skid Marks. Whether you play this with a friend or just by yourself, it's fantastic either way. Addictive fun and the last great racing game that was released on the system. And on over to a bunch of RPG and strategy games, and we'll start with Light Crusader, an action RPG by Treasure. It's an isometric action game in a similar mold to the original Diablo or Landstalker that we looked at earlier. Your character arrives in a town as a king summons you to ask you to rescue all the people that have been disappearing from the town. You soon discover an underground network of dungeons running under the city where an evil wizard has been kidnapping people and sacrificing them to resurrect a dark demon. The action all plays out in real time with hack and slash action and puzzle solving by moving objects around to gain access to new areas. Above ground you have the usual NPCs to talk to and plenty of shops to buy weapons and items. Even though this is not like any other Treasure game you've probably ever played, if you give this game a chance, it's actually really good. At the time the game had really mixed reactions from reviews back in the day and definitely wasn't universally loved as much as their previous Mega Drive titles. This was one of the last games also released as part of Treasure's exclusive deal that they made with Sega to deliver a series of Mega Drive only releases. It was also the last physical Treasure game released on the Genesis in North America, with Alien Soldier getting a Sega channel only release this year as well. Beyond Oasis was next, also known as The Story of Thor. It was an action RPG developed by Ancient, Yuzo Koshiro's company, with him serving as producer and composer on this game. It's a visually stunning Legend of Zelda styled adventure where you play Ali, a kid who discovers a golden gauntlet that has the ability to summon a bunch of earth spirits. Your quest becomes to stop a person who's found the silver gauntlet, which holds the power of darkness. The gameplay involves questing around the land to collect all the spirits, which give you new abilities. Puzzles are solved in similar fashion to Light Crusader, with switches to flip and objects to push into place. Action is very versatile and almost feels like a scrolling beat 'em up, with plenty of combos and weapons to use and exceptionally big epic boss battles. Visually it is gorgeous with excellent animation and detailed backgrounds, accompanied by really amazing sound effects and a great score as well. It racked up some fantastic reviews at the time and is a highly recommended game on the system, with a prequel called Legend of Oasis released on the Sega Saturn 1 year later. And a quick look next with the strategy management simulator Theme Park, published by Electronic Arts based on Bullfrog's computer version. This is a slightly simplified version of that theme park manager, taking out a bunch of options to speed up the gameplay, but also adds in a bit more stuff as well. As with all these games
in this genre, using a controller is just not as satisfying or as easy as using a mouse, so again I would definitely recommend you check out the computer version of this game instead. And over to a double dose of Japanese exclusive RPGs released by Sega and Falcom, with Surging Aura and Dragon Slayer Legend of Heroes 2. Due to the language barrier and there not being an English fan translation available that I'm aware of anyway, I can only sample these games in a very surface level. Surging Aura is a really high production traditional JRPG that features your usual over-the-top down view for towns and maps and flips to a first-person view for turn-based combat that is still in real time, like old Final Fantasy games. There's also a lot of anime-style cutscenes that look really amazing and flesh out the story. Dragon Slayer Legend of Heroes 2 is also a pretty traditional JRPG in most senses, and is part of Falcom's long-running Dragon Slayer series that started way back in the mid-80s on the PC-88. The game is viewed from an overhead style with towns, shops, and overworld maps. Battles are turn-based first-person style, but you can actually see the enemies on the map so you can avoid them. This game features really nice graphics and music, and I really wish it was playable, but hopefully one day both of these games will get an English fan translation. I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of time. And the action platformer genre was on fire this year. And here are some of the non-licensed ones first. And let's start with Earthworm Jim 2, the sequel to the excellent original from Shiny Entertainment. The whole team that made the original were back, and again it was designed on the Mega Drive from the ground up, taking advantage of all its strong points to make another classic, hilarious action platformer. The story this time has you trying to rescue Princess What's-Her-Name from Psycho that plans on marrying her. Even though the overall structure is a platformer, Part 2 throws tons of variety into the gameplay, making this even better than the original in my opinion, with shoot 'em up stages, bizarre quiz shows, racing, and lots of other small variations on the usual platformer sections as well. You can use yourself as a whip and use your gun, which can get various power-ups also. The humor and graphics again are top-notch, and so is the sound effects and music, with lots of variety in the gameplay. Unfortunately, it was the last Jim game made by this Shiny team. The abysmal 3D and Menace to the Galaxy have nothing to do with them, and are best forgotten by everyone. Again, Japan only got a Sega Channel version with this. Everyone else got physical releases, and the game was another hit with magazines of the time praising it for its humor and large variety in gameplay. Vector Man by Blue Sky Software came out of nowhere and blew everyone away. It's your usual action platformer at first glance, but the crazy impressive graphics and gameplay will have you hooked immediately. The story goes, Earth has become a massive toxic waste dump, so humanity moves off-world, leaving robots behind to clean up the planet. One of these robots goes rogue, and you as Vector Man have to stop him. Besides the run-and-gun style action platforming, you also have the ability to morph, which can change you into different things to help solve problems and better navigate the current level. You can morph into a train, fish, dune buggy, and so much more. Each gives a fresh take on the action and varies up the gameplay quite drastically. The game is massive also, with 16 levels in total, and is visually stunning from start to finish, with an absolutely pumping 90s style soundtrack, and turned out to be a big hit commercially and critically, with plenty of praise from journalists of the time. And we'll be looking at the sequel as well in due time. Next was Pitfall: The Mayan Adventure by Activision, and a continuation of the Pitfall franchise started way back in the early 80s on the Atari 2600. This was part of a trilogy of classic games they were trying to bring back in the 90s. This, River Raid, and Kaboom, all planned and even shown at various trade shows at the time, but unfortunately Raid and Kaboom got cancelled and Pitfall had a major overhaul and was the only one released. You play as Harry Jr. in this one, as your dad, the original Pitfall Harry, gets kidnapped as you are raiding a Mayan tomb, so now you have to go and rescue him. This game is extremely difficult, and one-hit kills like the original are also in ya. You better watch out for that quicksand, folks. The first thing you notice about this game is the absolutely stunning animation, which Activision hired Kroyer Films, responsible for the movie Fern Gully, to do all the animation, kinda like what Disney did with Aladdin, and the results are really spectacular. The game is a pretty standard platformer though, with jumping, crawling, swinging action to make it around all the stages, and a whip, boomerang, and explosive for weapons. and to open up new paths. Like I said earlier, it's one tough game, but if you're up for the challenge, it's well worth the ride. Next was Ristar, the last big first-party game released by Sega and developed by their Sega CS team, who were all originally members of Sega R&D before becoming smaller groups. Ristar itself is a lovely, bright, colorful action platformer that gives you Sonic vibes in the best sense. Built using the actual Sonic engine itself, it was an attempt to introduce a new mascot character into the fold. Not replacing Sonic, but adding to Sega's roster. The Japanese and English plots are quite different, but the main objective is simple: to free 7 planets from an oppressive dictator and restore balance to the Valdi star system. Ristar mixes the best of Sonic-style platforming, with the character having stretchy arms to grab enemies and smash them with your head, and reach out and grab and climb different parts of the environment. Levels also contain hidden bonus stages, so scouring the environment is well worth the time. I think if this game had been released even 1 or 2 years earlier, it would have been regarded as an absolute classic. But with the Saturn's release coming out mere months after it, I think it just got lost in the 32-bit hype and never gained the sales or mass popularity it rightly deserves. Reviews were very positive though, with them describing it usually as a mix between Sonic and Dynamite Headdy. This was a great character and game, and it's a pity Ristar has been sidelined to a few cameos, and we never got a sequel. Give the team that made Sonic Mania a shot at it. I'm sure the results will be absolutely awesome. And the final look here is Comix Zone, my favorite for this year's releases in the genre, and another one that sales-wide got lost due to its late release, and another brilliantly original game by Sega's Technical Institute. The game itself is an action puzzle platformer with a really unique style, putting your character into pages of comic book panels, as you can enter and exit in all directions to make your way through the game. The plot, to simplify it, is you're busy creating a comic book when lightning strikes your sketchboard, sending you into your own creation, a book you were making called the Comix Zone. The game takes place over 3 massively detailed stages, each having their own comic book style and setting. Gameplay is a hybrid of Versus style beat 'em up, platformer, puzzle solving, and exploring the environments. I love the multiple paths you can take through each level, which has great replayability, and the beat 'em up engine is quite excellent, feeling extremely responsive, fast-paced, and accurate. Up to 3 items can be carried to help you in your quests, like explosives to kill enemies and even structures, and even a pet rat to help you search out for hidden objects or access areas you just simply can't reach. Story elements and dialogue all pop up in typical comic book style speech bubbles, looking and adding to the charm of the atmosphere of the game. If you ever played the 1988 Batman the Caped Crusader game by Ocean, you'll know the style that they were going for, and they successfully pulled off. Peter Morowick, lead programmer, designed the game after getting an idea after visiting his local comic book store. Peter also acknowledged it was heavily inspired by a-ha's Take On Me music video. The game was actually pitched to Tom Kalinske a few years earlier, and he approved it immediately, but the team first had to make Sonic Spinball, as Sega needed a Sonic game for their Christmas 1993 release schedule. Once complete, the game was sent to Sega of Japan for review and received a note back to the team saying it embodied everything that was wrong with American culture. The team took this as a compliment.
Hand me the sacred spice, mutant.
Take it, but leave my ultravision goggles. I cannot survive without them.
So you want to live in a comic book?
Greetings, puny mortals.
Welcome to the Comix Zone. Slay fiendish villains that get drawn back in page by hellish page. You'll feel right at home.
From the darkness of the oven, the slain beast.
We will live another day.
Comix Zone, only for Sega Genesis.
It got released in all regions, with Japan getting a very small run, making that version extremely rare and expensive. Although not making a killing in sales, it was another well-received and embraced game, with praise for originality and visual and audio design, and remains, like Ristar, another forgotten Sega property that is dying for a new lease on life, sequel, or even acknowledgement that it actually existed.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The Turbo 2000 Super is a new wireless gamepad released by Comatron and is for use on many of your favorite 8 and 16-bit systems. Simple 9-pin joystick dongle interface, extremely easy setup, just plug and play, with up map to a button for easy platform gaming action. Available in 4 different cosmetic designs and multiple autofire speed settings, and compatible with the following original computers and systems. Check out the links in the video description to pick up your own Turbo 2000 today. And now on to some rapid-fire random looks with Mega Bomberman, published by Hudson Soft, a traditional-style Bomberman game based on Bomberman 94 with a full story mode and battle mode in its traditional style, allowing up to 4 people to duke it out. If you like this series, then it's a solid entry. Echo Jr. was next, a spin-off of the popular Echo series. This one was part of the Sega Club releases aimed at younger kids, therefore the game is cuter and it's impossible to die as long as you complete the tasks at hand. It's an interesting addition to the series, and if you find 1 and 2 way too difficult, this is actually a solid and well-made addition to check out. The Ooze gooped its way onto the Mega Drive courtesy of the Sega Technical Institute, who also delivered the excellent Comic Zone this year as well. The Ooze is a really strange playing game that mixes action and strategy. You have to slam your way out of each level. Bad guys killed get absorbed into you, making you bigger as you try to escape the facility. If you're into unconventional games like Katamari Damacy, this one definitely delivers. Bloodshot was a first-person shooter developed by Domark, one of the few of this genre on the system. It's technically quite impressive with decent gameplay and even has a versus mode. It received an exclusive Mega CD version in Europe as well, and also goes under the name Battle Frenzy to avoid the copyright of the Valiant Comics character of the same name. Mega Swiv was a vertical shoot-'em-up, a port of the Super Nintendo version, and honestly a terrible sequel to the excellent 1990 Swiv, originally on microcomputers of the time. My Commodore 64 version of that is vastly superior to this weak attempt at a shoot-'em-up. Just avoid it at all costs. And lastly was the excellent Cannon Fodder, a PAL format only released by Sensible Software based on their classic Amiga strategy game. This game features super short missions as you take on armies and destroy other factions while you're trying to survive, with a great point-and-click interface that even supports the obscure Sega mouse if you happen to have one. It's a great game that absolutely is worth checking out. The versus fighting genre took a massive fall from grace with one of the worst lineups of games ever on the Mega Drive. So let's chop through the trash first and start with Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, a mediocre fighter based on the 1993 movie of the same name, and was developed by the kings of schlock themselves, Acclaim. You fight your way through all the action set pieces from the movie, with very rigid controls and movesets as you take out characters with martial arts and weapons. The only interesting aspect of the game is that you can use the Sega Tap to have 3-way versus action on screen at once, a basic concept that was done about 8 years earlier by International Karate Plus on the Commodore 64 to vastly superior results, even though one of the players was a CPU. Graphics and animation are okay, the music is decent, but it suffers from really dull, unresponsive gameplay, which makes it an absolute chore to play. Primal Rage was a port of Atari's 1994 Dinosaur vs. arcade game, which in itself is actually pretty good, even though it has no right to be. The Mega Drive version, however, is an absolute mess. In order to fit the game on the paltry 4 meg cartridge they decided to use, the game had to be downgraded drastically in terms of animation, graphics, and sound, making it look more like a Sega Master System port than a 16-bit conversion. It's a bit of a shame really, as they really could have made a decent version of this in a Mortal Kombat style, but it just feels like it was rushed out the door. Check out the awesome arcade version, or even the very good Sega Saturn port if you want your dino punching fix. Clay Fighters unfortunately was next, published by the once great Interplay, known for their exceptional RPGs from the 80s and early 90s, and unfortunately also this piece of garbage. The game is a port of the Super Nintendo Tournament Edition, not that that means anything, with an absolute dire selection of wacky claymation style characters who all play terribly with awkward moves and zero personality. It's one of those games that tries to be wacky and gimmicky to grab your attention, but ultimately is an absolute bore to play on all levels, but is nowhere near as bad as our next game, which seems like an impossible statement to make, but it's true, with publisher Acclaim giving us Rise of the Robots, released only for PAL regions, sparing most of the world of this absolute atrocity. It's a versus fighter featuring a bland, ugly, uninteresting robot characters with pathetic movesets and animation. You can't even select a character in this game and are just lumped into playing a generic Durrell ripoff from Virtua Fighter, and fight, if you can even call it that, a series of dull, monotonous robot opponents. Abysmal graphics and animation, absolute zero gameplay make this one of the worst games on the system. At least it was only a port and not an original release, so we got something else to blame for that. Somehow this dumpster fire actually even got a sequel made in 1996, but thank the heavens it never graced the poor Mega Drive. And now over to Weapon Lord, published by Namco and only released in the US. It's a fantasy-style weapons-based versus fighter, and can be played in both story and versus mode. It's a surprisingly decent game with pretty good animation and a decent selection of characters that feel very different from one another, and features lots of cool-looking stages. Gameplay is similar to Street Fighter in terms of moves, but with weapons of course. The characters have tons of unique special moves, as well as you being able to combo it up and even chop off limbs in massive fatality-style moves. Due to its very limited North American only release, I think this game's got pretty much forgotten, but it's quite a good fighter in the Mega Drive library with a lot of layers of gameplay to discover if you're willing to put in the time, of course.
You will never defeat me. I control the technology. I have the power to control your mind.
Justice League Task Force hit all major regions developed by Sunsoft based on the DC Comics characters. This is an okay fighter, not top-notch, but much better than it has any right to be, with gameplay feeling very much like Sega's Eternal Champions, with you being able to select from the mainstay of DC characters like Superman, Batman, The Flash, Green Arrow, Wonder Woman, and as a joke, Aquaman, as you take on Darkseid and his henchmen. It features a story mode and a versus mode with locations from all major DC hotspots such as Metropolis and Gotham City, and features big chunky characters with decent movesets. The animation can get a bit ropey at times, but it plays decently, and is helped a lot by the licensed subject matter, which makes it way more appealing to play. It's an okay fighter if you're looking for a 16-bit version of the later Injustice series, at least in terms of character base. And by far the best fighter of this year is the third installment of the Mortal Kombat series with Mortal Kombat 3 by Midway, a port of the 1995 arcade game. Like I mentioned in my arcade documentary, by the time this third port came out, I'd lost a bit of interest in this series. That's not to say this isn't good. In fact, it's a pretty well done conversion of a vastly superior in terms of tech-wise arcade game that is pulled off pretty well. 14 characters from the outset to choose from, a much more robust combo system, multiple fatalities per character, and the moronic friendship abilities and animalities also make a return, unfortunately, plus multi-tiered stages which feature their own specific fatalities. A bunch of series staple characters make their debut here as well, such as Shiva, Nightwolf, Striker, and many more. The conversion is helped greatly by them using a 32 meg cartridge, which not only improves the graphics, sound, but also the animation. The Super Nintendo and Genesis versions sold a combined 250,000 units in the first weekend of sales alone, and went on to become the biggest selling home releases of 1995 in the US, at least, with over 1 million sales each. It adds quite a lot to the franchise in terms of detail, but not much in terms of overall gameplay. It's still a highly recommended fighter though, and by far the best versus game that was released on the system in 1995. And on over to the sports genre, which saw an insane amount of releases. But for the sake of this video, I'm just going to highlight a handful due to repetition, and start off with Brian Lara's Cricket, a cricket game published by Codemasters and received a PAL-only release. This is a pretty good and addictive cricket simulator that sports really good graphics and presentation and easily accessible gameplay. Having said that, unless you know the rules of actual cricket, it's going to be really tough to get into and fully appreciate. Besides Brian Lara himself, the Trinidadian athlete, who still holds several cricket world records, including the crazy 501 not out in a match in 1994 in England. If you know cricket, you know what that means. All the teams and players are fictional though, with only Lara being the real license. The game ended up becoming a massive surprise seller for Codemasters, who only manufactured 20,000 units, which sold out instantly, forcing him to crank that up with another 60,000 units, which again sold out and was only halted by the release of the sequel, Brian Lara Cricket 96, the following year. And two quick looks next with another unique sport released by Electronic Arts called Australian Rugby League, which obviously only saw the light in Europe and Australia. It uses a modified Rugby World Cup engine and features 20 official Australian teams and 11 English ones for matchups. Really well made game with great animation, strategy and action, and more options than you could possibly hope for. If you're a fan of the sport, you'll no doubt love it. The other quick look was NBA Jam Tournament, the sequel to one of the Mega Drive's biggest sellers of 1994. It's basically a remix with lots of small additions, building on the gameplay with more real players, moves, and the best part, having the ability for up to 4 players at once, with the use of the Sega Tap and a battery backup to save your game and stats. It was followed by the final entry in the series, Hang Time, which was released in 1996, which we'll look at later.
Oh my! He
And a double dose of boxing games was next, and we'll look at them together with Tough Man Contest by Electronic Arts and Foreman for Real by Acclaim. One guess as to which one was better. Tough Man Contest is a much more over-the-top take, modeled after Nintendo's Punch-Out arcade games, with you able to choose from a bunch of cartoony characters with wacky special moves and fighting styles, and beat your way through 24 opponents all over the world, with the final opponent being real-life boxer himself, Butterbean, as the final boss. This is a wacky, fun, and well-played boxing game, and is actually one of the best ones on the system, coming on a whopping 32 meg cart with great graphics and sound, and also got an enhanced 32X version if you like this one. Foreman for Real, on the other hand, was a sequel to George Foreman's KO Boxing from 1993, but is a completely different game, featuring a weird silicon graphics style digitized art style and a completely different perspective. You can also choose Foreman as a playable character in this one. This game looks really great in still shots and magazines, but playing it is an absolute chore. It's very limited in terms of gameplay and gets repetitive, making fighting all 20 boxes more of an exercise of patience than any real gaming skill. Definitely play Tough Man instead. And my favorite sports game was easily WWF WrestleMania, the arcade game by Midway, a port of the excellent arcade version, which plays like a traditional wrestling game and Mortal Kombat mashed together for an unholy beautiful experience. I love this arcade and played the Saturn version to death in the 90s, but this is an impressive version as well. Downgraded visually for sure, but still retains the frantic pace, wacky elements, and all the selectable characters, and most but not all the voice samples, to give a really fun over-the-top wrestling experience, and undoubtedly one of the best wrestling games on the system, at least in my opinion.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Are you?
Yeah.
You like video games? No.
Okay, I mentioned in question 1 that Sonic 1 was one of the very first games that I played, and it was so good that I was so highly anticipating Sonic 2, so I'm definitely going to say Sonic 2 was my most anticipated game on the system. I have fond memories of that, and I do remember sneaking it out of, it was my sister's mum's bedroom in order to kind of play it before Christmas. We weren't supposed to. So I'd definitely say Sonic 2 has a massive place in my heart.
And over to 3 quick arcade ports with The Punisher by Capcom, a port of their 1993 arcade hit based on Marvel's Frank Castle vigilante anti-hero character. The game has you trying to take down the Kingpin in this side-scrolling beat-em-up that also emphasizes guns and other crazy weapons. Gameplay is a variation on Capcom's own Final Fight with punches and kicks that can be comboed, plus special attacks that can take out multiple bad guys at the cost of some of your health. Swords, flamethrowers, machine guns, and much more can now be used to even the odds on the Kingpin's goons. Even though the game had to be scaled back to fit the 16 meg cartridge, it's still a pretty impressive port, and the only home port that was ever done, at least back then. It also features the 2-player mode, with Nick Fury being able to join you and becoming your partner in wasting all these New York punks over its 6 stages. Due to its late release, the game was manufactured in a very small run in the US and Europe, leading it to become one of those crazy expensive games to try to pick up now. Revolution X was next, a port of the 1994 crazy Aerosmith light gun arcade game by Midway, and is the reason this game usually has a bad rap. The arcade game is excellent. It's a light gun shooter and a more crazy version of Midway's T2 arcade game, basically. The home versions, including this Mega Drive version, are a massive mess. Terrible redone graphics, massively downgraded sound, tons of stuff missing on every level, no light gun support, with the reticle being a little bit too slow to actually make this game play with any sort of competence. It's basically another mess published by Acclaim. They didn't even bother releasing this version in Japan, with the US and Europe being the poor suckers who wasted their money if you happen to buy this. Just go and play the excellent arcade game instead. And lastly was Papenga Pengo, a Japan-only Mega Drive release, and not a direct port per se, but a sequel to a 1982 arcade game named Pengo. It's Similar to the original, just with a more Bomberman style, destroying all the bad guys on screen to move to the next level. You can now make your own ice blocks to kick into the enemies, and the levels are littered with all kinds of crazy power-ups. The game also features a battle style mode for up to 4 players, in a very Bomberman style, as well as a conversion of the 1982 arcade original, as a bonus, minus the popcorn copyrighted stolen soundtrack, of course. This was the last official first-party game published by Sega on the Mega Drive in Japan. And the last genre for this year was by far the biggest, with licensed games. Of course, many of these could fall under platformers or many other genres, but I've collected these here for this one big look. And we'll start with 2 companies, Disney and Warner Brothers, both pushing 3 big titles each, based on popular characters and franchises of the time. Disney had Donald Duck and Moy Malade, Bonkers, and Gargoyles. And Warner Brothers had Cheese Catastrophe, Daffy Duck in Hollywood, and Desert Demolition. So let's start with Disney's Moy Malade, which was developed at the same time as Gargoyles, and is an action platformer starring Donald Duck. This was another game that only got a European and Brazilian release on the Mega Drive, and was one of the first games released on the Disney Interactive Studios label, and due to them not actually having any publishing partners in the US meant it only got a Sega Channel release in the United States. The game is an excellent action platformer, putting in the role of Donald Duck under his alias Moy Malade, a kung fu style detective. You can switch between regular Donald and his gun and his kung fu alter ego on the fly from the second level onwards, using your bow to take out enemies and also using it to climb up tunnels and a whole lot more. Tokens have to be picked up for the transformation to occur, and it's not only used to have better fighting skills, but is also used to solve simple puzzles in various modes. This game is just oozing with quality from start to finish, with Disney's usual brilliant animation on full display. Lots of little gameplay switches in the platforming style as well, and great music and sound effects. It's a very fun game that's well worth seeking out, and was developed in conjunction with Gargoyles at the same time, with a sequel in the works that was ultimately cancelled due to them needing to make a tie-in game for their new Hercules movie. And a quick look next with Bonkers, another Sega Club release, based on that wacky Disney TV series. It's a fun little game with multiple gameplay styles, from maze-type action to third-person views and driving sequences, with you being able to choose any level to start with. It has good visuals and very basic gameplay, and is definitely focused on younger players. And the last Disney release for this year was Gargoyles, based on their excellent cartoon series that ran from 1994 to 97, and I never missed an episode of it. And it was the other game that helped kick off the Disney Interactive Studios brand. You get to control the main character Goliath, a gargoyle from New York. As on the TV show, you have to find and destroy the Eye of Odin. The game essentially falls into the action platformer variety, with you having a bunch of melee moves for combat, which can be used not only to destroy enemies, but also to smash down walls. You can also glide with your wings and use a slam down move to smash to lower levels. Stages are pretty diverse, from Viking castles to New York itself, and climbing around these vast locations and exploring is just as much fun as the action, with a massive 18 levels in total. The animation and presentation in general is excellent once again, with them really taking advantage of the 24 megs on the cart that really shows on screen. It also received really great reviews back in the day, with Game Fan magazine giving it 90% overall and saying, Gargoyle seems as though it came from a company with a long history of games, yet it's Disney's first. Amazing. And over to Disney Animation's rival at the time, Warner Brothers, with 3 games based on the classic Looney Tunes characters, Speedy Gonzales, Daffy Duck, Wile E. Coyote, and the Roadrunner. Cheese Catastrophe, starring Speedy Gonzales, is an action platform game with a large dose of exploration, as you attempt to retrieve stolen cheese and your girlfriend from Sylvester the Cat. Daffy Duck in Hollywood has you controlling Daffy Duck as you attempt to retrieve a bunch of movie awards stolen from Yosemite Sam. It's a pretty traditional collect-em-up platformer, but the best of the bunch here is definitely Desert Demolition by Blue Sky Software, who gave us the excellent Vector Man, and Sega's Jurassic Park game. It's an action game where you get to play as either the Roadrunner, where you have to avoid Wile's traps, or as Wile himself, where you get to use every Acme product at your disposal to try and capture the Roadrunner. Cheese Catastrophe is the least interesting game here, with you having to rescue your friends hidden all over the levels to move on to the next. Decent graphics and sound, but the gameplay is just average at best. Daffy Duck is an okay game as well. Just overall, it's kind of bland. Traditional platforming, with not much else to offer. The levels are varied, all based on different movie themes, which is its best aspect, but it's basically just a by-the-numbers release. Desert Demolition has 6 different levels, with the Roadrunner avoiding traps and collecting Acme stamps, and the fun of playing Wile E. Coyote as you use all those ridiculous Acme gadgets, and also includes bonus levels featuring other Looney Tunes characters. All 3 of these games received really average reviews at the time, with Daffy and Cheese Catastrophe not even getting Genesis physical releases, which is odd based on the characters which they are. Overall though, Desert Demolition is the only one I could honestly recommend checking out. TV shows were plentiful licensing magnets, with Exo Squad based on the Saturday morning cartoon mech suit wearing team that fought alien invaders. The game is made up of multiple impressive looking gameplay styles over 5 stages and was published by Playmates, and is a pretty underrated under the radar release. Sequest DSV was based on the short-lived Spielberg submarine TV show that I absolutely loved. Well, at least the first season anyway. It's an interesting mix of strategy and action as you take on pirates, various missions from rescues to treasure hunting. This could have easily been a super generic game, but it's actually pretty interesting if you're willing to put in the time to learn how to play it. VR Troopers is based on Saban's Power Rangers type show, and is a straight up one-on-one versus beat 'em up. You can choose any one of the 3 troopers, each having different stages and locations to battle at, and featuring a whole bunch of their own movesets. It reminds me a lot of Shaq Fu in style and animation, but the gameplay is much better overall. Still, it's a very generic and forgettable game. Star Trek Deep Space Nine was next, based on my personal favorite Star Trek TV show ever, and another Playmates release. You get to play as Captain Sisko on the Deep Space Nine space station. Gameplay is part adventure game, chatting to familiar characters from the show and gathering information, as well as platform action, taking out invaders to the station, dismantling bombs, and you even get to have a shoot-'em-up style stage where you get to pilot a shuttlecraft. You get to play as various other characters on the show as well, such as Odo and Bashir, as you take on each mission, which all feel like their own self-contained episodes of the series. There's plenty of Prince of Persia running and jumping, as well as some blasting enemies with your phasers. If you're a fan of the series, I'd highly recommend checking it out, but if you're not, you'll probably lose a lot of the charm of the characters and situations, and it'll be way less interesting for you. We also got yet another Spider-Man game, simply named Spider-Man. This one is based on the pretty cool 1995 animated series that was out at the time, and was published by Acclaim. The story has a whole bunch of Spidey's rogues gallery such as Doc Ock and Green Goblin, amongst many more, break out of prison all at once and they start trashing New York as usual. You gotta stop them. It's an action platformer with all of Spidey's usual movesets such as punches and kicks and limited web shooting and swinging action, with you able to climb up all over the walls and ceilings to get the jump on henchmen. You can also find icons that allow you to summon members of the Fantastic Four to come and help you out. It's an average game at best that even if you're a hardcore Spidey fan, you'll probably be disappointed with. The Mega Drive has a lot of other Spidey games, and much better ones that we've looked at earlier. You can totally give this one a skip. Next was the absolutely brilliant The Adventures of Batman and Robin, based on the Batman animated TV show that started back in 1992.
Citizens living in the grip of fear, the evil underworld of the city polluting the streets. It's time to take out the trash. Fight through incredible 3D animation against Gotham City's vilest villains in Sega's Adventures of Batman and Robin video game.
The game is for the most part a side-scrolling, almost run-and-gun style action platformer, with also shoot-'em-up stages in the Batwing. When I originally saw this game, I honestly thought it was made by Treasure, which is a big compliment. The insane amount of enemies on screen, the chaotic, almost Gunstar Hero levels of chaos and boss encounters, and the insanity of the crazy amount of visual tricks in every level of this game. Rotating screens, fake 3D effects, and lighting. It's an absolute visual feast, provided by a short-lived American company called Clockwork Tortoise. One of only 2 games they actually released, the second being the excellent vehicle-based version of this game on the Sega CD, completely different but also brilliant in every aspect. The game lets you choose either Batman or Robin and can be played in either 1 or 2 player modes, as you have to try and stop Mr. Freeze from basically freezing Gotham City. He also lets loose the Joker, Two-Face and Mad Hatter, who all have their own demented levels that you need to conquer. Gameplay is generally a fast-paced combo of beat 'em up, and some batarang lobbing as you take out goons, and highly original boss encounters. All 4 levels have their own distinct look and style and enemy, all based on whichever bad guy you're trying to take out. The game overall is an absolute visual blitzkrieg for your eyes, and has great sound effects and music, and the gameplay is on point. Some levels tend to drag on a little bit too long, and that's my only real criticism. A spectacular licensed game, and definitely in my opinion the Mega Drive's best Cape Crusader game, and there are a lot of those to choose from. And I saved my favorite TV show licensed game for last, which was Scooby-Doo Mystery by Sunsoft, and published by Acclaim. Based on the late 60s Scooby-Doo TV show, this could have easily been another generic platformer of a licensed game, like the completely different Super Nintendo version. But what we got here was a perfect replica of a point-and-click adventure game right on the Mega Drive, the only game of the genre on the system that does it completely. The team who made this were clearly inspired by LucasArts and Sierra games of that era, and brought that style over successfully, as well as capturing the characters of the TV show so well. You play as Shaggy with Scooby tagging along, and can choose between 2 different mysteries to take on. Blake's Hotel, which is a classic Scooby-Doo styled haunted mansion type story, and Ha Ha Carnival, a crazy mystery taking place at a dodgy traveling circus. Daphne, Velma, Fred, they're all here too in story elements, and pop out throughout the mystery to help progress the story, pretty much like what they do on the TV show. Uncovering each mystery involves chatting with characters and solving puzzles, mostly pretty logical. There's no Sierra Moon logic nonsense type here. The interface works exactly like a PC point-and-click adventure game, with words to link together to perform tasks or combine items to solve problems. Lots of little cutscenes are also here too, which will be very nostalgic for Scooby fans. The graphics fit the style very well and are presented with a real cartoon charm to them, with some nice sound effects and music. Gameplay is fantastic. It takes a bit longer to do everything, with you having to use a controller, but it's not an action game, so it works for the pace of it. Overall it's awesome, and it got pretty good reviews back in the day, with them only saying the game is a little bit too short, which I have to agree with. If it had 3 mysteries then it would have been absolutely perfect, but as it stands it's probably one of the most overlooked games on the entire Mega Drive library. And now over to some classic comic book adaptations, and we'll start with The Smurfs, a PAL format only release by Infogrames, based on the Belgian comic book series created way back in 1958. It's a typical side-scrolling action platformer, with you having to go rescue a bunch of your Smurf friends, who have been captured as usual by Gargamel, the dodgy old dude and the Smurfs' ultimate nemesis. The graphics are quite good, very much in the style of the comic book, with some decent music as well, as you bounce along through each stage trying not to die. If you collect 5 stars on a level, you get to access a bonus collecting stage where you can hoard up as many items as you want within the time limit. This is a simple game that, if you like these characters, will be even better for you, and was followed in 1996 by The Smurfs Travel the World, another PAL format only release. Another European in origins game was Asterix and the Power of the Gods by Core Design, based on the French comic book series that started back in 1959, and I read about a million of these things as a kid. It's an action platformer where you get to play as Asterix and have to retrieve your village's shield that was taken by the Romans, the comic book's main villains, and the story is based loosely on Asterix and the Chieftain's Shield book. It's a pretty fun game that mixes traditional action platforming with light adventure stylings, as you can talk to NPCs and flesh out the story elements and solve simple puzzles, which make it a bit different from your run-of-the-mill. And you also get to play as Obelix, who is accompanied by Dogmatix. It's a pretty cool game for fans of these characters. And 2 quick looks next with Spirou, based on the Belgian comic book series that started in 1938, which is very similar to the Adventures of Tintin. It's an action platformer where you attempt to rescue your friend who's been captured by a robot who intends to take over the world. It's another well-made PAL format only game from Infogrames. And the other release was The Death and Return of Superman, developed by Blizzard and Sunsoft. It's a pretty standard side-scrolling beat-em-up based on the DC Comics series that killed off Superman for about 5 minutes. Besides the beat-em-up gameplay, you also get to fly on various shoot-em-up stages. And overall, it's just okay, with nothing to get really excited about. Pretty much like most Superman games, to be honest. Garfield Caught in the Act was next by Sega, based on Jim Davis's lazy lasagna-eating cat. This is an action platformer that is way better than it has any right to be. with you playing Garfield, who gets warped into a TV and has to go through 6 levels, all based on classic movie or TV genres like horror, adventure, Stone Age, hard-boiled detective, and a whole lot more. You ultimately have to make it to the glitch, which is the thing that transported you into the TV. The levels are really fun and varied, with enjoyable action platforming, and if you had the Sega channel in the 90s, you could download Garfield The Lost Levels that added 3 more levels to this otherwise awesome game. Sega were just way ahead of everybody else.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The Games Room Tour 2022.
And the last comic book adaptation this year was X-Men 2 Clone Wars, based on the Marvel Comics Mutant Heroes, and a sequel to 1993's original X-Men game. It's another action platformer much like the original, with the story being you trying to stop a cloning organism from destroying the world. Even Magneto switches sides and joins you to help save Earth.
Magneto has arrived, only in X-Men 2 for Sega Genesis. Now 2 can play the most mutant heroes and Magneto.
Wolverine, Cyclops, Gambit, Nightcrawler, Beast, Psylocke, and even Magneto are all playable characters, and it can be played in 2-player co-op as well. All the usual melee moves and special attacks per character are present. It also includes a really cool variety in level design with large, bold graphics, and some decent music and sound effects, much better than the originals. What's weird is the game starts immediately without any title or anything, and you're just thrown straight into the action. Once the small sequence is complete, the title rolls, and you can get to pick your X-Men of choice. It got pretty favorable reviews overall. Although it doesn't bring anything new to the party, it's a solid 16-bit X-Men game regardless.
Marvel's X-Men 2 for Sega Genesis. Hardware and game cartridge each sold separately.
And our final games for 95 are a slew of movie licensed products, starting with Judge Dredd, based on the original Dredd movie with Sylvester Stallone, and the 2080 comic book series, of course. The game itself is a run-and-gun style action platformer by the company Probe, and does in some ways play like the original adaptation of Alien 3. The game follows the movie's plot, but also goes beyond that point with an extra story arc where you face off against the Dark Judges. Just like the comic book, you're equipped with your Lawgiver, Dredd's multi-purpose pistol, featuring an array of cool ammo types to switch between over the game's 12 levels, half based on the actual movie locations and the rest from the comic book. Besides run and gun action, you can also choose to arrest perps if you want to, which can result with extra items acquired. You also get to fly the Lawmaster, your bike, as well for a little bit of variety, plus take out bosses which are real bastards to kill, such as Mean Machine, Rico, and an ABC warrior. I like the variety in the look and design of the levels. The action is quite satisfying and it rocks on at a really good pace, and overall is quite a good Dredd game, and there aren't many of those out there. Next was Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie, developed by Banpresto, based on the first English movie version of this demented TV series. It's a side-scrolling beat-em-up where you have to take out Ivan Ooze, who's been unleashed on Earth by the Rangers' staple bad guys, Lord Zed and Rita Repulsa. The game mashes the movie's plot in with a bunch of TV episodes, making it a big old boiling pot of Ranger action. You can choose any of the 6 Rangers for the levels, the new cast for the movie's levels, and the classic cast for the TV show flashback episodes. Each level ends with a Megazord smackdown featuring different configurations of Zords based on the story. It features solid beat-em-up action with the second player able to join, with some good graphics and sound effects, and some nice renditions of the TV show music. Just like all these games in this genre, it becomes pretty monotonous after a while, but if you have somebody to tag along in 2-player mode, it makes it much more enjoyable. And over to a few rapid-fire looks before my favorites of the year, and start with the laughably bad Cutthroat Island, based on one of the biggest bomb movies of all time. Having said that, the movie is actually pretty fun and enjoyable romp, even better than most of the later Pirates of the Caribbean movies. But alas, the game is a tragic mess of weird gameplay, early 90s DOS era graphics, and extremely unresponsive gameplay. Watch the movie, avoid the game. Addams Family Values, based on the 1993 sequel movie and a PAL format only release. It follows the basics of the movie's overall plot, but is really almost its own action puzzle adventure in itself, made by Ocean Software, who also did the original 1993 platformer. It's a clever, underrated, well-made game that's a hidden gem waiting to be discovered. Warlock was next, based on the Warlock movie series started in 1989. It's a run-of-the-mill action game where you have to stop a warlock from gathering a bunch of stones that's going to help destroy Earth. It features an impressive spell system with tons of variety for firepower, but ultimately it's just way too generic to be any fun. And the last quick look here is Batman Forever, based on the third live-action Batman movie, and the point where the series started to go on a rapid downhill quality spiral. The game by Probe is a big old digitized mess of scrolling beat-em-up action that's trying to take elements of Mortal Kombat and mash this into this genre of game, and absolutely none of it works. It got massacred in the reviews of the time. And on a side note, it is not the same game as the Batman Forever arcade game, which most people assume it is. That's a fun piece of cheese worth a few quarters. This is definitely not. And another game by those busy folks at Probe was Stargate, based on the Roland Emmerich sci-fi epic adventure movie. You take the role of O'Neill, Kurt Russell's military advisor lead role character, through 30 missions of run-and-gun platforming. You have to, through the missions, free the slaves, find your team, kill Ra, and make it back through the Stargate to get home.
It will take you 1,000,000 light years from home. Fierce forest guards, secrets of the Great Pyramids, desert dogfights, and futuristic firepower. The final confrontation with Ra. But will it bring you back? Stargate, the video game.
You need to also find the nuke you brought through the gate, and the 7 hieroglyphs that need to be used to send you back home. Most of the action is finding and rescuing people. You're equipped with an unlimited machine gun that can be upgraded with such things as a spread shot or rapid fire mode, plus you get a whole bunch of grenades as well to take out Ra's henchmen and all those desert creatures. This was actually the game I swapped at a video shop with Rise of the Robots that I rented earlier. That game was so bad I took it back immediately and swapped it for this, and my weekend was set up for good times again. It's generic in design, but it's still a solid game overall, and if you like the movie, it's a pretty cool extension of it. Next was True Lies, the James Cameron Arnold Schwarzenegger spy action comedy movie adaptation done by Beam Software, which takes the form of a top-down running gun and plays pretty much exactly like the game The Chaos Engine or Soldiers of Fortune. You blast your way through all the set pieces of the movie with lots of weapons to pick up like shotguns, Uzis, grenades. Blasting terrorists is extremely satisfying as everyone dies in a massive gore splat, and missions either involve finding certain items, killing someone specific, or just running gunning your way to the exit. And you also get to pilot the Harrier jump jet from the end of the movie in a vertical shoot-'em-up style sequence with 9 levels overall to play through. The game has tons of secret areas to find with some decent graphics and sound effects that really sell the action. It's another surprise of a licensed game that's well worth playing. And one of my favorite movie licensed games of this year was Demolition Man, based on the classic 1993 sci-fi action comedy starring Sylvester Stallone, a personal favorite of mine.
2 men enter the future with one mission: destroy the other first. Armed with awesome firepower, battle through 10 intense levels straight from this movie mega hit, Demolition Man, the future's only hope from Acclaim.
You play John Spartan, a retro 90s cop woken up in the future from cryosleep and have to take out your ultimate nemesis from back in the day, Simon Phoenix. You get 10 levels in total that switch between overhead style run and gun to side-scrolling action platformer styles, and it all works extremely well. Both perspectives have really addictive action that's very satisfying as you jump from one movie set piece to the next. As per usual, tons of useful weapons can be found and used on Phoenix's henchmen and boss characters such as shotguns and hand grenades. Zip lines can also be used to fly through levels, and there's tons of hidden secrets to find. The top-down levels also have you trying to rescue hostages as you blast your way through them. It features pretty good graphics and animation and has a rocking soundtrack that I really like, plus good sound effects. It's no walk in the park though, so expect a real challenge, but it's a real good adaptation of the film. I still really like that old cheeseball 3DO version a little bit more than this, even though this actually has much better gameplay.
In Japan, it feels more like Sega is remembered fondly for their arcade games more than their consoles, or at least It seems like the Sega Saturn was where Sega really found like a strong footing for consoles in Japan, because the Mega Drive was not nearly as successful here as it was in North America. And I think part of that is because in Japan, the Mega Drive didn't have, I think, the really aggressive ad campaign that the Genesis did in North America. The Genesis directly attacked and mocked Nintendo, and again gave it that sort of aura of like the cool 90s console, the more cutting edge console with it's got the blood games and it's got the cool CD games and everything, and Nintendo, you can't do this on Nintendo, etc., etc. So all the marketing in the United States was about directly attacking and competing with Nintendo, whereas I don't think that was really the case in Japan. Sega would just, put out their products and advertise them as just sort of like a competing product, but I think not just falling behind Nintendo during the 16-bit generation, but also behind the PC Engine. So Mega Drive was like a third-place console. So when I do hang out with some of my friends who are retro gamers, typically their love is for Famicom and Super Famicom, and maybe when you get into the 32-bit generation, PlayStation and Saturn. But there's not a whole lot of nostalgia, or at least not that I've picked up on, for Sega's 8-bit and 16-bit stuff. Like I said, they're arcade games. A lot of people have, especially my generation, maybe a little older, a lot of fond memories of some of their 80s and 90s arcade games, especially since Sega has a lot of arcades all around Japan, the Club Sega arcade chain. But yeah, Mega Drive not looked back on as fondly here as the Genesis is in the United States.
And this brings 1995 to a close.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
In the early 90s, I made that leap from our beloved 8-bit to the 16. It was the start of a whole new look and sound. This is the story of my 16-bit days.
That was close! No?
Don't think you're safe yet. I'm well aware that neither one of you can swear!
I'm drowning!
The last 2 years of the Mega Drive's life cycle were slim pickings. With the Saturn out, Sega's focus was no longer on their 1988 Wonder console, and although the Saturn never managed to take the globe by storm, it was extremely successful in Japan, the complete opposite story of the Mega Drive.
I really don't have any kind of memories about when the Genesis finally faded away, because, I was a Nintendo kid, and then when I did finally move on, it was to the PlayStation.
So I don't remember exactly the last game I ever played on a Mega Drive, back then at least. I do remember the last game I ever bought on a Mega Drive, which was Road Rash 3.
Yeah, so I remember the last retail games that we bought for the Genesis, and it would have been Vectorman 2 and Sonic 3D Blast on discount from a Kmart near our house in fall of '96.
But later on, in the mid-2000s, when I was finally old enough to work a normal job and save some money, I did want to specifically start buying Sega games and collecting Sega games. So I ran to eBay and started buying up all the stuff I wanted as a kid, because all that Sega stuff looked so enticing.
When I got that, I was
kind of a little bit disappointed with it. It's not a bad game by any means, but they changed the graphics style. It was more digitized, and I actually like digitized graphics, even though most people hate it. But the game just didn't feel right. It felt like old for some reason. I felt like the technology at that point had been pushed to the limit, and I wasn't having that wow factor when I was buying games anymore.
That was it. Those were the last retail games, and we bought them at the same time, so it kind of counts, both of those games. And at that time, we already had a PlayStation in the household, so we were dumping most of our resources into that since the new games were coming out on PlayStation. It was very impressive.
So when I finally had money on my own, I bought a Genesis and Sega CD and 32X all together. And so I want to say in like 2005, 2006, that was when I really started to play Sega Genesis and 32X and Sega CD games.
And that was more to do with just the march of time and the way games were progressing in terms of technology. It wasn't really anything to do with, the Mega Drive really. But so Road Rash 3 was the last one I actually bought. I still rented a whole bunch of games after that.
But later in the mid-2000s, that was when I did most of my Sega Genesis playing at the time as a teenager, and just absolutely loving all the games I was picking up for the Genesis. The Sonic games, some of the shoot 'em ups, some of the more cheesy FMV Sega CD games.
In order to move on to the next level, I had to sell my entire Mega Drive collection and the system and everything to buy my Japanese import Saturn. I bought Panzer Dragoon with that, and I think it came with Virtua Fighter Remix. But I had to sell the entire collection to get that. I don't regret that. I wish I still had that collection.
But, we couldn't pass up the discounts on Sonic 3D Blast and Vector Man 2, which were both phenomenal games for the Genesis. And I believe Genesis lasted a little bit longer on the market, but at that time we were pretty much turning our focus to PlayStation.
You had to that's what you had to do back in the day. You had to sell everything to go to the next level. I mean, everybody did it. It was just the way things worked. Nowadays, you don't have to do that. You can buy systems without selling your entire collections. It's not as hard to get. Things are way more accessible in terms of online and all that. So things are much easier.
And then shortly after that, my dad kind of took the PlayStation on the road with him, and I ended up getting a Saturn to replace the Genesis, and the Saturn's kind of been my go-to console since then.
Due to a lot smaller amount of releases, less than 20, I'm combining 96 and 97's games into this final segment. And we'll start off with arcade conversions, which for some reason went ultra retro with a slew of late 70s to mid 80s titles. Let's start off with one of the two compilations called Arcade Classics, a collection of late 70s to early 80s Atari arcade games, with classics like Missile Command, Centipede, and Pong. They were decent versions with the ability to switch to Genesis mode as well, which slightly improved the graphics and sound, but overall, it's a pretty odd compilation that needed way more titles to make it worth it. The other compilation, however, was Williams Arcade Greatest Hits, which was a much cooler selection of games, giving you Defender 2, which was named Stargate in the arcade, Joust, Robotron 2084, and Sinistar. These were all very influential arcade games in the early 80s, jam-packed with innovation and great gameplay, and bucket loads of sampled speech. Bear in mind, emulation hadn't kicked into the mainstream yet, and playing older games was still very hard to do without original hardware, so this compilation was pretty cool and a nice selection, with emulation done by Digital Eclipse. And possibly the oddest release was Frogger, a conversion of the 1981 arcade game by Konami, which Sega actually distributed worldwide due to Konami thinking the game was going to be a major flop. It didn't, and it raked in the money in 1981. Frogger was the last officially released game on the Genesis in North America, and was an exclusive there as well. It's simply a direct port to the arcade, as bare bones as it can possibly get. It plays well and is a fun game, as you gotta maneuver your frog to the top of one of the alcoves across the river without getting hit by cars, falling in water and drowning, which makes no sense seeing as you're a frog, and much more. Each level completed adds more hazards to the game. It's a very strange final release release, which coincidentally is also the final Super Nintendo game released in North America as well. And next was NBA Hang Time, published by Midway in 1996 based on their arcade version. It was a continuation of the NBA Jam series and the final version to appear on the Mega Drive. There's not a massive amount of difference between this and Tournament Edition, but still it's a great game of 2-on-2 basketball with the full NBA license, a create your own player mode, which could be saved to the battery backup. It also supports up to 4 players at once with the Sega Tap, has a completely revamped graphic style, and I noticed that the sound effects and music were done by Commodore 64 music legend Jerome Tell, which was a very unexpected thing to find out while making this video. And the last 2 arcade conversions fall into the versus fighting genre, with both hitting in 1996 with Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 and Virtua Fighter 2. Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 hit the Mega Drive about 1 year after Mortal 3 and is the final entry in the series on the system. This game, if you've never played it, is basically 90s DLC for Mortal 3, adding in a bunch of stuff like new stages and characters, but it also takes out a couple characters and gets rid of the moronic animalities, which I don't think anybody would honestly miss. Like I said with Mortal 3, the series felt like it had no more distance left to run in this original form. It's still a good fighting game that delivers in gameplay, although the digitized graphics, especially the backgrounds, really start to look dated at this point. The Mega Drive had no more juice left at this time. It was almost a decade-old system trying to do a 1996 top-of-the-line arcade game. In that respect, it's very impressive and is still worth checking out if you're a hardcore fan of the series, that is. And the other release was a pared-down 2D version of Virtua Fighter 2 that was already available in its full 3D glory on the Saturn 1 year earlier. There's virtually no information on the making of this game I could find anywhere online, but I figure Sega was giving Mega Drive owners one final big arcade conversion before the system sailed off into the sunset. And of course the installer base was at its max at this point, so financially it just made sense. The game itself is honestly very impressive, just in terms of what they were able to pull off with all the characters and most of the moves, and the music is really well done. Although gameplay wise it's way slower than the original, which kind of throws you off in terms of combos if you're a veteran. The graphics do a really good job of replicating the 3D style in 2D. Overall, it's not one of the best fighters on the system, but it's far from the worst and sits somewhere mid-ground in the versus Mega Drive genre. Just go play the Saturn version instead.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
And next we'll check out the last RPG for this video, the Japan-only 1996 release of Mado Monogatari, or Sorcery Saga in English, and was the last officially released Mega Drive game in Japan. It was an updated and redone version of a 1993 Game Gear release done by Compile. It's a first-person dungeon basher with real-time styled action battles. You take the role of a girl who's doing her final sorcery exam, which is to survive this dodgy Tower of Doom and collect 90 points. Each one is done by completing missions, finding treasure, etc, etc. And the tower has shops and wacky characters to chat with, and the battles play out in real time with a fighting style combo moves, and the ability to use items as well from menus. The version you've seen here is an English fan translation, which now makes this Japan exclusive playable to anyone, and I'd highly recommend it. The graphics are absolutely gorgeous and colorful, the dialogue and characters are witty and funny, and it has really good music and sound effects. games, and once you get to grips with the battle system, it feels very rewarding. Being a compile game, it's also got lots of cameos like the Slimes from the Puyo Puyo series and much more. And really, this is a great and almost appropriate way to end Japan's Mega Drive library. And now let's do a quick rapid fire on some random games before we continue. And start with Experts, a side-scrolling action-adventure beat-em-up and a spin-off of Eternal Champions. The game tries a lot but ultimately fails with really clunky controls that ruin the entire experience. Lots of good gameplay ideas and graphics, but it just doesn't come together in this North American exclusive. Vector Man 2, however, is brilliant, a sequel to the platform action game from 1995. With more of its great gameplay, morphing abilities, weapons, and tons of subtle gameplay switches with fantastic graphics and sound design. It was also a North American exclusive. And lastly, European gamers got an exclusive version of Worms, the multiplayer turn-based strategy game based on the 1995 game released on the Amiga. If you've never played Worms, it's great fun versing your friends trying to murder each other with a wacky selection of weapons and sassy smack-talking worm characters. It's tons of fun and is actually a pretty good version of the computer classic by Team 17. And now we'll turn our attention to the last big genre to grace the Mega Drive with a slew of absolutely top quality licensed games. We'll first look at a trio of Disney games, Pocahontas, Pinocchio, and Toy Story, all done in collaboration with Disney Interactive, with them providing animation and assets and the other developers making them, such as Funcom for Pocahontas, Virgin Games for Pinocchio, and Traveller's Tales for Toy Story. All European companies, and all really knew how to get every bit of power out of the system for some crazy amazing results. Pocahontas, based on the 1995 film, was an action puzzle platformer that plays a bit like Prince of Persia, with a character swapping technique. Pinocchio, based on the 1940 classic movie, was predominantly a platformer, but it also had lots of minigames and the odd gameplay switch. And Toy Story, based on the 1995 Pixar movie, was an action platformer, with tons of minigames and genre switches as well. These were all quality games, and if they had come out a couple years earlier, they'd probably be regarded as classics just like Aladdin or The Lion King, but due to their really late releases, they've all been kind of forgotten or dismissed. Pocahontas delivers 4 massive stages, with you being able to collect animal spirits to give yourself different abilities to solve puzzles or escape danger. Its graphic style and animation is exceptional, capturing the cartoon's distinct minimalistic style perfectly, and has fantastic renditions of the movie soundtrack. Pinocchio's gameplay is fun platforming action styles, with mini games like dancing, swimming, and even switching characters, which keeps everything fresh. Its graphics are traditional Aladdin-styled animation with great attention to detail, and it faithfully follows the movie's plot, with Toy Story's main gameplay being platform action, but many of its massive 18 stages switch up completely, from first-person segments to Micro Machine-styled racing, claw machine minigames, and even Mario Kart-style segments, and it really pushes the system visually using the silicone graphics style of look of Donkey Kong Country, and Traveller's Tales were always pushing the Mega Drive to do what it was never designed to put out. All 3 of these games could have easily been phoned in licensed schlock at this point, but you can tell each company, Funcom, Virgin, and Travelers, really cared and made some of the best licensed games the system ever saw. And clearly Disney Interactive cared about their brand at this point, which seems to be the complete opposite of that now. And a few quick rapid-fire looks here with Marsupilami, based on the Belgian comic book series and not the 1993 Disney cartoon, which I quite enjoyed. It's an interesting puzzle platformer where you control Marsupilami as he attempts to get his friend Bonelli the elephant to the end of a level, solving puzzles along the way. It's a clever game that's worth a look only if you really like these characters. Bugs Bunny and Double Trouble was next by Probe, another European developer, featuring the Looney Tunes characters Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Elmer Fudd, and many more. It's another high production game with great graphics, and each level represents one of Bugs' many cartoons, with various altering gameplay based on the scenarios, even though it's mostly a platformer. It's pretty underrated. And lastly was Tintin in Tibet, also based on a Belgian comic book series. This one based on the Tintin in Tibet adventure, which sees Tintin, Snowy, and Captain Haddock follow the story of the book, and is a very cool looking and sounding game with multiple mini-games, published by Infogrames, another European company, and it was only released in Europe exclusively, with the Super Nintendo also getting the Prisoners of the Sun book as well in late 97. And the final licensed game was one of the best of the entire system's run, and that being The Lost World Jurassic Park, based on the Spielberg sequel movie, and was the last game officially published in Europe on the Mega Drive in 1997. It was done by Appaloosa Interactive, who were formerly known as Novatrade, who did the Echo the Dolphin games, another European developer who moved to the US in the mid-90s and changed their name. It's mostly a top-down run-and-gun game, similar to the Chaos Engine, where you have to capture rampaging dinos across the island, with 3 main sections and a massive 19 missions in total. It included huge, graphically impressive boss encounters that switch gameplay, usually imitating a scene from one of the movies. It's technically extremely impressive, way better than the mediocre Saturn and PS1 versions, which were dull interpretations to say the least. You can play it co-op as well, with vehicles to ride such as cars and hovercrafts, massive crazy set pieces around every corner, great music, and insanely impressive tricks used, which made it feel like a bona fide 32-bit game instead of 16. This is another cool game to search for. Its late release, like all the games in these final years, meant it got pretty lost, but with emulation you can check it out and enjoy the last officially licensed game the Mega Drive ever put out, and actually one of the best. And here we are, the last game of this entire video, and it goes right back to the Mega Drive's mascot character with Sonic 3D Blast, or Sonic 3D Flicky's Island in Europe, done by Traveller's Tales, and published at the end of 1996, which was Sonic's final game on the system. It's an isometric style platform adventure game, unlike any Sonic game before. Using a silicone graphic styled look that was all the rage for about 5 minutes back in the day. The game's pace was a bit slower, with an emphasis on exploring rather than speed, although there was still plenty of opportunity for that. You had to find and collect 5 flicky birds that Robotnik had mechanized in each level and guide them to a portal to end the stage. There was a bonus stage for collecting rings, and the action was spread across 7 levels. This game definitely divided the press and fans, with you either liking it or didn't. The new perspective is ambitious to say the least, and it works for the most part. The exploring gameplay is fun, the graphics and music is excellent as per Sonic standards. It was a bold move by Sega, especially allowing Traveller's Tales to take the reins of their mascot character, but I feel it's pretty successful. If you had just done another 2D platformer at that point, I think it would have ended the character with oversaturation, at least for a little while. So if you're willing to be open-minded and embrace new gameplay, then Sonic 3D Blast is a pretty fitting end to Sonic's life on the Mega Drive as a whole. The Mega Drive/Genesis spent almost a decade in the public eye, with software support right up to the bitter end. It was a remarkable feat, being Sega's most successful console they ever released, with just over 30 million units sold worldwide, and despite the brilliance of the Saturn and Dreamcast, they were never able to replicate that same level of success ever again, leading Sega to exit the hardware market for the most part in 2001, and becoming almost exclusively a third-party game publisher and developer.
The last cartridge that I definitely remember buying was Virtua Racing, because of the impact that it had. What an awesome game, the SVP chip. Can't wait to see what other games Sega releases with the SVP chip. It was such a big deal.
Bit of a weird one, but the last game I ever played was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters.
And I'm pretty sure it wasn't my last game that I ever bought, but I also can't remember if the last game I bought was a Sega CD game or maybe a used game from somebody else, but definitely the last one that I remember purchasing and remember using was Virtua Racing. And that was $80 at the time after taxes, which is a lot. That's, twice the price of a game nowadays, basically.
I had that. I traded a copy of, I think I traded a few games in order to get this Turtles game.
The last game that I bought for the Mega Drive. What do you mean the last game I bought for the Mega Drive? I'm still buying Mega Drive games!
So I used to, anytime I brought it over a friend's house, brought my system, I would ask somebody for some rubbing alcohol and some Q-tips so I could make sure to keep the game clean, because I spent so much money on it. I wanted to make sure it lasted. As if games were dying back then. They weren't. I was just a weird little nerd kid.
I actually didn't realise it was going to be a brawler. I thought it was going to be a side-scrolling beat-em-up like Turtles in Time, but I was miserably wrong.
I'm still collecting and buying games for the Mega Drive. I never got a chance to buy it in stores brand new. So the last game I actually bought for the Mega Drive is right here on the shelf next to me. Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3.
And then I think after that I just kind of moved on to the N64 and the PlayStation 1, of course.
I do remember wanting the Saturn so bad, and I remember seeing pictures of the cartridge port and talking at a local game store about backward compatibility and how amazing it would be if you could play Genesis, 32X, Master System, and even Sega CD games all on the Saturn. So you could have bought one thing that would have played your entire existing library and the next. And I started thinking of different ways I could get, I think it was $400 or something like that. Might have been more expensive, but it was really expensive to buy. And I think you at the store FYE that I lived near had some kind of deal where you'd have to buy one with a game or something. And it's very expensive.
That is the actual last game that I bought for my collection so far. And I wanted to get it because it's a great game. It's Mortal Kombat. And you will say to you, well, it's not as good as the Super Nintendo version, as I would personally say as well, or the arcade version, or many other arcade versions on the ports of the Sega Saturn or PlayStation or whatever you want to say. But you know what? It's still good to play.
As the time got nearer and I realized there was no backward compatibility, I kind of lost even more interest. I didn't want to spend all that money on something that wasn't totally going to use. So as I drifted off into my little delinquent teenage years, my little brother picked up an N64, PlayStation 1, eventually a PlayStation 2, and I saw some of those games, and I played some of the action ones like Need for Speed and stuff like that, but that was right about the time in my life where I kind of transitioned away from video games for a little bit and then came back in a couple years later. So I guess what replaced my Sega Genesis and my Super Nintendo at the time was being an excellent TV game.
That's all you need on the Mega Drive. That's the whole genesis of the Mega Drive. I went there. That's the first time I'll ever say Genesis, because the true name is Mega Drive. But that's the Mega Drive in a nutshell.
Little brat!
The Mega Drive was the system that took me from 8 to 16-bit. That jump was truly mind-blowing at the time, taking you closer to the arcade experience more than anything else before. It wasn't considered a kid's toy either. With smart marketing and third-party support, it truly was a system everyone could play. Kids on Sonic and Wonder Boy, teenagers on Streets of Rage and Golden Axe, and parents on Might and Magic and PGA Golf. Sega's forward thinking led to many add-ons that, despite not being as successful, opened up your base unit to CD-ROM games and more powerful 3D experiences. They took risks and weren't afraid to lead the pack in innovation. The library of diverse games speak for themselves, with countless exclusives that are now considered bona fide classics. Sega discontinued the Mega Drive in 1997, but the system has persisted on in many forms, from the Brazilian company Tectoy continuing to support the system, even releasing exclusive games, and Sega's resurgence of the machine in the form of the mini consoles. It's really stuck around, being that nostalgia drug you can always have a way of playing again. The biggest selling game the system ever released was Sonic the Hedgehog, with just over 15 million copies sold worldwide, with the system's sold totals being 20 million in the US, 8 million in Europe, 3.6 million in Japan, and 3 million in Brazil, and in the process slapped the big N in the face and helped make room for a more diverse gaming experience for everyone, from arcades to consoles and beyond. Thank you, Sega, for making the 90s so damn awesome. And that's it. That's the end of the video. I just want to thank you for watching all the way to the end. If you haven't fallen into a coma yet, I want to thank all my guests for joining us and giving their expertise. I'll leave all the links to all their websites or YouTube channels so you can check them out. Thanks again for joining me, Bastish B, at 64K. I hope you had a good time. And if you can please like and subscribe, that'll be greatly appreciated. And I'll see you next time. Cheers.